Makati Productions present an original Star Wars story, Game of Deceit, written by Corbin Schaefer. When his father goes missing, young Kenshi Dehstar finds himself on the doorstep of a retired private investigator, Feroh Tara. When Feroh agrees to help Kenshi locate his father in the Underworld of Coruscant, the two are led on a starhopping journey where secrets will be revealed, and the true darkness of the galaxy will be unleashed. Komari Vosa, the new leader of the secret Bando Gora death cult, is preparing her army to destroy the Republic. However, she's ensnared in a trap. The circumstances of her escape catapult her across the stars in search of answers and revenge. Dooku, a disillusioned Jedi Master, finds out his once thought to be dead apprentice, Komari Vosa, is alive. At the advice of Senator Palpatine, Dooku flees the Jedi Order in pursuit of Vosa. However, his chase brings with it the rise of the dark side and Dooku's fractured spirit, as more than just Komari's corruption is revealed to him. When these journeys converge, no one will be safe. The twisted game of the Sith rages on Coruscant as the peaceful planet of Naboo is invaded, ensnaring everyone in its clutches and dressing them all for the performance of the fall of the Republic. Prologue. Indoctrination. As I told you once before, Viceroy, you serve yourselves best when you serve me. Lord Sidious. An outsider to it all will see the Galactic Republic as a government of swiftness, action, and necessity. However, many of those who had lived under his rule long enough did not feel the same way. What was once a smooth palette of stone had begun to show its cracks with the passage of time. The Senate, where delegates from across the galaxy would come to engage in the development of rules that would affect their respective star systems, had slowed to a crawl. Every supreme chancellor that had been elected had, in many's eyes, failed to deliver the promises that came with the position. According to those same eyes, even the Jedi, once the mystic, valiant knights who had vanquished the Sith Order 1,000 years prior, had fallen stagnant under the crust that had been developing across the galaxy. The monks were once known as warriors, but now existed as keepers of the peace. What else was a warrior to do when there was no war? However, this was all hearsay. It was opinion, though one commonly held the further towards the core worlds one reached. And near the center of the galactic core was Coruscant. The entire planet was a sprawling cityscape. Every centimeter of it was covered in steel or stone, with massive cities rising up from the ground. The planet was home to trillions of beings, though it was common knowledge that the planet's census data could not practically account for everyone. Coruscant was the political playpen of the Republic. It was where the rich would come to discuss the developments of their own little pockets of the universes they operated in. And in its existence, the surface of Coruscant was the face of the Republic. It was where things got done, buildings were built, and where the Republic's numerous enterprises and laws were crafted from. However, if the surface of the planet was the Galactic Republic's face, then its body was far, far different. Below the top layer of the planet's sunny surface laid an eclectic collection of sublayers, numbered in sequence from the number 0 leading up from the core. Each level was home to a different kind of society from the surface, growing more industrial as the levels went down further. With over 5,000 levels to the underground, it was difficult for almost anyone to pin a specific function to a certain level. However, on level 1313 existed a reputation. This was the Underworld's own capital city, where the largest volume of scum and villainy gathered in the pursuit of their own endeavors. What many found out about level 1313 was that it was also stocked with ordinary businesses one would likely find on the surface. But that notion, in tandem with the business of the Underworld, allowed one to reasonably assume that many of the businesses existed as congressional locations for those operating within the Underworld. Therefore, within Coruscant's inner layer existed another inner layer, so to speak. And it was more evidence to fuel the growing paranoia and mistrust many felt not only towards the planet, but towards the unmonitored nature of the Republic. A humanoid Zabrak, shorter than most of his kind and wrinkled with age, then found himself in level 1313 whether he realized it or not. His simple black robe scraped the unwashed ground behind him as he stumbled towards what he determined to be a bar. His vision was blurry, and he was unsure. Onlookers observing him chuckled among themselves. The Zabrak was unaware of how enveloped he was by the effects of the booze he had consumed so heavily in the day prior to this moment. The building he was approaching sported an animated neon sign, which read Sato's Pub in Basic. Recognizing the word pub through his stifled vision, the horned man approached the door, which opened automatically for him. Stepping inside, the Zabrak looked around at the pub's interior, dimly lit and featuring a central hearth, currently lit. It would be impossible for him to navigate to an isolated booth where he would have preferred to reside for the next phase of his binge. What the hell, he muttered to himself gracelessly. It's the end of the night. I might as well flaunt myself. Stumbling worse than before, he approached the bar where a male Deveronian stood, himself nearly 2.5 meters tall. Though he washed a simple blue glass with a hand cloth, the task had not distracted him from the spectacle that was the Zabrak. The drunken imbecile gently sat on one of the backless stools facing the bar. Your finest, sir, the Zabrak uttered without an ounce of shame. He laid his hands on the table in an attempt to appear sober. I think you've had enough, pal, the Deveronian said, clearly not fooled by the Zabrak's farce. This is a fine establishment, and I don't need you mucking it up. A fine establishment. But, buddy, you're on level 1313. Ain't nothing fine about this, the Zabrak barked in a slur. Fair enough, I guess. The Deveronian removed the cloth from the inside of the glass and crossed his arms. It was the Deveronian way to intimidate and bulk, though anyone who knew enough about the species would realize that the bartender was acting surprisingly restrained for a male specimen. The Zabrak was still alive and intact at this point in the conversation, and that was proof enough of the bartender's composure. Say, friend, how about a drink? The customer tapped on the table twice in quick succession. That's what I wanted to hear. The Zabrak leaned in dramatically. Pour it up, devil boy. Coming right up. You'll be good to pay, right? What? Oh yeah, about that. Actually, the Zabrak started. I'm a Jedi, so I don't have to pay, he said. A Jedi. Well then, show me your laser sword. The Zabrak searched himself for an imaginary lightsaber hilt, though he didn't seem to realize that his ruse had been picked apart before he even announced it. The Deveronian proceeded to roll his eyes. It's on the house, the Deveronian said as he began to prepare the drink. With his back turned as he faced the drink shelf behind him, he pressed a small red button on his subtle wrist communicator, listening as it beeped to indicate that a connection had been established with the paired device somewhere nearby. The bartender finished mixing the brew of ales and made sure to drop a small capsule into the glass. He turned to see the drunkard looking at the concoction with eager eyes. You said this for free, right? He asked. Yes, my friend, it's free, the bartender said with a smile. He set the drink down on the counter and watched the man immediately begin to gulp the drink down his throat. The bartender crossed his arms once again, a look of satisfaction on his face that the Zabrak would not be able to read in his distracted stupor. He set the glass back onto the counter, wiping his mouth with his robe sleeve. You know, I'm glad that was free, because you make a sad drink, Sato, the Zabrak said in a slur. You ever been told that you do a poor job at your job? Actually, Sato is my father. I run this business a bit differently than he does. I wouldn't know, you've never heard her. I'm from the overworld. I'm respectable. The Zabrak pointed at himself as he made the claim. Sure, pal, the bartender said. I need another drink, the Zabrak said in a sudden whine. Let's let this one sit for a moment, shall we? The bartender proposed. And the Zabrak did let it sit. He let it sit in drunken conversation with the bartender for 5 minutes, until he finally noticed the gradual transformation of his vision turning kaleidoscopic. It made the pub seem almost indescribable to him in image. His brain fell 2 steps behind itself, his thoughts entering full seconds after the synapse fired in his brain. He couldn't see what was in front of him, but felt the grip of a warm hand grab his shoulder and yank him off his seat. A buzzing alarm rang continuously inside his body. He walked as he was led by whatever gripped him, feeling every step 3 seconds after he took it. Now he knew he was outside the pub, as the temperature had dropped dramatically. The recreational strip of establishments in the area was lit only by the miniature neon signs adorning every business, but they were only ranges of orange and purple to him. In a panic, the man unlodged himself from his robe, leaving it on the mucky ground behind him. The grip led him left, to a thin stretch of the environment that had no light. However, upon making the turn, an errant piece of debris slid under the weight of his step, sending the Zabrak hard into the ground and dislodging the grip from his shoulder. The left side of his head slammed onto the ground, making his daze even worse. One of his 10 horns adorning his head physically snapped in the impact, sending a strong buzz of pain through his skull. "Get up," a familiar voice said as the grip yanked him back to a standing position. After a few steps into what his gradually normalizing vision could make out as an alley, the grip let go, and was replaced with the sound of fading footsteps. Making a series of odd and gurgling grunts, he looked ahead and saw an indistinct figure standing at the alley's far side. Imbalanced, he fell to his knees and stared at the figure. "Hey, buddy, I don't know what your deal is, but you need to knock it off. I'm a Jedi Knight," he claimed once again. The figure now approached him slowly. Though unlit, the alley did not prevent the figure's silhouette and shining blue eyes from being completely invisible in the darkness. Or at the very least, the incredibly obvious pair of horns protruding from the side of the figure's head were visible in the shadow of the being. "A Jedi, you say? I am sure you don't mind my not believing you, friend." The figure spoke with an incredibly deep and raspy voice, making sure to pronounce every syllable with care. A Jedi would not have fallen into a situation like this. All right, you got me. I'm not a Jedi, but I'm not having a good day, so just back off." "What if I told you I had something that could make your day a little better?" the figure said, removing a small black stick from a satchel on his hip. The vial emitted a blue light, defying the color of the contents inside. A death stick. Of sorts. But they're supposed to be red. Or yellow? Sometimes. Right? This is more than just a death stick. This will help you completely let go of your inhibitions. You will find peace unknown, and the negative after effects are lessened. The figure held the vial close to his face, revealing a human face covered by a skull of a horned creature. A horrifying sight, the Zabrak thought, but what he promised sounded like the cure for his weeks-long campaign to drown himself in alcohol. You promise?" the Zabrak asked. "You will let go of yourself? All you have to do is drink it." Suddenly the Zabrak hesitated, but when the apprehension had been given a moment to live and die, he then cupped his hands together as the man lowered the vial towards him. To forget about everything, to forget about Zara, even just for a few hours, sounded particularly enticing. He finally reached for the vial and unscrewed the cap. He turned it upside down, pouring the contents down his throat. The taste was like biting into the darkness itself, encapsulating him entirely in his presence. His mouth began to foam, but that was only the beginning. It was as if his being was being evaporated from his physical self. No more were his body, his face, his eyes, his mind. The only thing left was the sizzling feeling of his existence, blind on all fronts and without a thinking consciousness, but a consciousness nonetheless. Bando Gora did let go. But he wouldn't return. Chapter 1. Pieces on the board. The sun rose, its light drenching the capital in subtle warmth. A thick cloud layer had formed over Galactic City, preventing the sunlight from reaching its apex. Nonetheless, the Senate building was abuzz with business. Politics refused to abide by the weather, and neither did the questionably joyful Senator Palpatine from Naboo. He crossed the window-laden hallway in the Senate chamber with the stride of confidence and purpose. Rumors had been swirling among the meritocracy that Palpatine's ongoing, though only relative, disposition was seated in the recent acts of the Trade Federation. Since the horrifying massacre at the Eridu Trade Summit a year prior, the Trade Federation had gone silent in the proceedings of the Senate Rotunda, for what everyone assumed had been obvious reasons. Many of the key members of their directorate had been slaughtered by their own battle droids while the Eridu proceedings were just beginning. And on top of that, Supreme Chancellor Valorum then decided it was a good time to pass the bill forcing the taxation of the Trade Federation's trading routes along the Mid-Rim. Reports from those monitoring the Federation, often out of mistrust or a genuine interest in the unraveling of the Iridu incident, stated that some sort of militaristic force had been developing on the part of the Trade Federation for months since the slaughter, and the pieces were now moving on the board to the planet of Naboo, that which Palpatine was a previous resident and current representative of. Palpatine's reputation, to an outsider, was one of great respect. He was a particularly invigorating and unifying voice in the Rotunda, though not without contest. But to those inside the circle, this reputation was true for different reasons. He was not the voice the public had envisioned, but more so a mouthpiece. It was no coincidence that he had managed to gain the respect of so many senators in such an uneventful time in office. Among the senators were circles within circles, some overlapping, and all conspiring against one another in some form. Each had their purpose, and each had their strengths and weaknesses. But Palpatine appeared to be exempt from all of them, though that was not the case. With Valorum's grip on his power already tenuous and unstable, it had been decided that a replacement would be in order. This, most of the Senate would agree with in private. Valorum's time was up, but more circles formed regarding who should replace him. One such candidate was Palpatine. Most senators of this opinion, however, believed they were using Palpatine to further their own agendas. Banded together through promises, favors, and long conversations about what was right for the Republic, Palpatine was being groomed to finalize the success and fortune of his closest supporters. Many minorities of opinion in the Senate were beginning to see the dire straits of their allegiances to other candidates and joined the campaign of whispers for Palpatine's chancellorship. Most enticing to those within this circle, however, was Palpatine's awareness of it all. While the man was certainly intelligent in his own right, perhaps more so than most of the Senate, he had been under the influence of his colleagues' whispers over his shoulders for years that his role as their mouthpiece and false leader had gone completely over his head. He was theirs to influence as they saw fit, molding him into the perfect specimen to complete their plans of ultimate political dominance in the Republic. Palpatine was a fool. Or at least, the Senate thought this was the case. Little did they know that Palpatine was within his own circle. It was one that the Senate wouldn't know about for a while still, though. Nor the Chancellor. Nor the Republic. Nor the Jedi. The Jedi. Palpatine slowed himself and turned to a window, letting the thin veil of light through his glass. The Jedi Temple sat in plain view. Its 5 iconic pillars extended from the half-cube foundation. The design always struck Palpatine as ironic. When the foundation is destroyed, crumbled to atoms, the pillars of the Jedi would fall so easily, leaving nothing but space for something to take its place, darkness. And that is what fed Palpatine's determination. The total and utter reformation of the galaxy that existed now was coming. But until then, it was a matter of moving the pieces into place. And with Viceroy Gunray moving his ships to Naboo, the final pieces were falling into their places on the board. And that is what brought a smile to Palpatine's face as he gazed at the galaxy, within his grasp but not yet ripe for the taking. Not yet. He had waited this long, and he would wait a little longer. And from the temple, he felt something strumming his existence in the Force very gently. It was a connection Palpatine was familiar with, and starting to grow more fond of. In a dark chamber protected from the same sunrise by a series of dense blinds, an old Jedi Master clad in brown and black robes sat with his legs crossed on a cushioned seat. His eyes were closed, his mind deep in meditation. He was practically exited from his body now, existing in a plane of the Force that came to him as naturally as breath. The walls, the seat he sat on, and the ambiance of the empty chamber he was in were melted into different avenues he could access. The different channels of the Force the Jedi could tap into had different reactions. Some obvious and expected, ones he didn't need to access. But some he was more ashamed of picking at. But as time went on, the temptations to not strum those connections became too strong for him to resist. And when he matched the circuitry of his spirit to the channel he was ashamed of, he felt something strum back. What exactly sent him this feedback was ethereal and undeterminable, but exciting to the Jedi. It was different. It was necessary. It was what the Jedi had trained him to resist his entire life. But the Jedi Master named Dooku had already been slipping away from the Order in recent years. When the tornado of chaos that the Republic and the Jedi were engaged in had grown stronger, Dooku remained behind and saw the damage in his wake. Without direction, he began stepping out of the Jedi ways more and more. But this mysterious connection he had discovered since this silent uprising had been conversable with him. Who are you? I am not so much a question of who. Then what are you? Why are you in the shadows of me? I am not that which resides in your shadows, Dooku. I am the shadows. So you're the dark side. Perhaps. Or maybe I'm simply the solution to everything. What I am is dependent on your next move. My next move? Yes. Your eyes are opening. Now which path will you take with your newfound vision? I'm not sure. You want to leave the Jedi, don't you? Perhaps. I can feel it. You no longer resist the temptation to pick at this part of your mind. You no longer resist talking to me? Only because you persist. I only persist because you keep me close. You must leave. Your time is coming, Dooku. The stage is being set for a magnificent shift. And where you fall when the time comes depends on what happens next. Allow me in, or maybe I truly am the dark side. Darkness is nothing but a point of view. Step into the shade, and suddenly the sunshine seems far too bright. And then he awoke. Dooku gently plopped back onto the chair. He hadn't even realized that his body had started levitating during his conversation. A bit startled, he rose and approached a canteen of water he had sitting on a small table across the room. Beads of sweat were running from his forehead now. Never before had he had that long a talk with whatever that was. But it was almost invigorating to him. He replaced his canteen on the small table. He returned to his original position on the chair and started again now that the shock had worn off. Once he reached the apex of his transition into the Force, yet another channel appeared. This one was filled with rocks and jagged edges, but it was a secret path hidden by brush and memories. This time, following it felt familiar. In the recesses of Dooku's mind, the sensations of whatever was feeding the connection back to him had been felt in what felt like a lifetime ago to Dooku. The snow-encrusted rows of Galadrin, surrounded on both sides by the pine trees, came so vividly to Dooku's vision following this path. Footprints in the snow bathed with blood, scraps of fabric, and chips of Mandalorian armor dotting the path. A terrible, terrible conflict re-emerging, and following in front of Dooku was a young girl. Her hair, styled in a plump bun, was a deceptive blonde. However, upon closer inspection, shades of white as the generous layer of snow covering the trodden path the tribe of Jedi traveled down could be spotted in the frays of her scalp, though she was only 18 years old. She had already struck 20 of the opposing Mandalorian soldiers down in the fighting before. Dooku felt a wave of pride wash over him like a river. But he followed this further. The pride suddenly turned to anguish and not regret, in retrospect, but anger. The girl, Dooku recognized, was his former apprentice, Komari Vosa, and he was sure the anger would have been mutual had she been alive. But then again, it was not anger he felt towards her now, rather a curiosity about her coming to him this way. Was this perhaps the shadow speaking to him again? No, old master, Vosa said as she turned around, the scene of the Galadrin forest dissolving between them and now transforming into a layer of stone, covered with overgrown vines and unlit besides a sharp blue source coming from behind Dooku himself. Vosa's hair, just in a bun, was now cut short and standing straight up. It had lost its youthful blonde, and had allowed the hidden whiteness to consume it entirely. Her eyes, once blue, were now a sour yellow, now surrounded by lustrous red paint. Her garb transformed from that of a Jedi Knight to one more akin to a Dathomirian Night Sister's wrapping. I am no shadow, she said to him. Komari, how are you communicating with me in such a manner? You're supposed to be dead, are you not? Dooku asked her. Such short-sighted thinking on your part, Dooku. Much unlike you. Where are you? Residing in my own pocket of the galaxy I have been given. I am growing more powerful than you could ever imagine, old master. But this link between us was not my doing. Komari, please come back to the Jedi, Dooku impulsively requested, ignoring Komari's statement of innocence regarding their communication. But Dooku thought about this request after he had said it and felt a sharp tinge of regret shoot through his mind. I sense your conflict with that request, and I understand why, Komari assured him. Then tell me, because I cannot bring myself to understand why. You can see how the Jedi are failing us, Dooku. But you are too late to make any kind of difference now. The crumbling of all that we know is being set into motion somewhere in the galaxy, and in the chaos, the Bando Gora will find its home. When no one is in control, I will be the most powerful being in the galaxy. It's simply a matter of time. Why are you telling me this? Our paths are now diverged forever, and you have created the ultimate warrior from your failures. Think of this as our final goodbye, your one last look at your biggest mistakes. And yet, the irony is that I am no mistake. I am the product of ignorance, of corruption, of darkness, your darkness, Dooku. The connection cut like it was sliced with a knife. Dooku once again jolted awake, though he noticed he had not started levitating this time. He was ready to accept this vision as truth. He could think of no reason the Force would try to deceive him, as his perceived honesty had been what Dooku had been relying on his entire life. But there were more facets to the ebbs and flows of the Force that he had not dared touch until recently. And this facet had led him to Komari Vosa. So while he was almost ready to accept the possibility that Komari was alive somewhere, now associated with the Bando Gora which he only had passing familiarity with, he was not as ready to accept her words as truth the same, for she had always been arrogant. No matter what the Bando Gora had transformed her into, that was one part of her that never left. Had this happened in his younger days, Dooku would have told Master Yoda about this vision. But now, Dooku wanted nothing more than to keep this information to himself. Somehow, he didn't feel much fear regarding the inevitable collapse of the Republic. He had accepted that as a fact. But what startled Dooku so deeply was that he was now on the verge of discovering what the linchpin holding the galaxy together was. Or even more disturbing, Dooku thought, who it was. Perhaps Komari Vosa knew. He knew what she wanted after the Republic fell, but she never mentioned what straw would bring it all down. Perhaps it was time to talk to her in person again. With the seeds of doubt planted in the Jedi, and the makings of his ascendancy to power and place at Naboo, Palpatine's turn in the game was about to end. It would be up to the Senate and the Jedi to decide how to respond. But they would simply play into his hands, he knew. He couldn't help but smile. Chapter 2. Simple request, deaf ears. The line was long leading out of the door to the investigation request office in the Jedi Temple. Members of all different kinds of species stood for hours to have a chance at making an appeal to the Jedi Sentinels waiting inside. Most were disguised out of fear that they were being tracked or watched by someone within the situations they were to describe to the Jedi. The process of every appeal took about 30 standard minutes from beginning to end. Citizens would be assigned a Jedi to speak with, though those more familiar with members of the Order were allowed to request specific investigators to try and make their cases to. Typically, the appeal stayed in the realm of stalkers or missing persons, while the Coruscant security force were, by galactic standards, an effective and up-to-date police force serving the planet. There were only so many things they could do to extensively track a stalker. And yes, there were private investigators that could be hired to perform the task instead. But the key difference is that the Jedi volunteered their assistance for free. As public servants assisted monetarily by the Republic itself, credits made no difference to the Order. The reputation and work ethic of the Jedi investigators was also strong. Force sensitivity allowed them to track various things like scents, heat, or sounds. A few very gifted Jedi also possessed the power of psychometry, allowing them to see the memories or history of any object they touched. These powers were particularly useful in investigations that involved assaults and hit-and-runs where physical evidence was left behind. More so, The Jedi had a knack for solving cases rather quickly when provided with enough evidence, often bringing the perpetrator to justice themselves. But best of all, historically, with nothing but time, the Jedi Sentinels would take on any case so long as it seemed legitimate. Knowing all of this, and having waited for the extensive line of patrons to usher him inside like slowly sharpening a writing utensil, a young male Zabrak was assigned to speak with a Jedi Sentinel named Shia Perelius by the secretary droid behind the tempered glass in the waiting room. A brief, 3-keyword maximum description of the case was required for the droid to assign the potential clients to the investigator best suited for their case. In the case of the young man who had just entered, his keywords were missing person and Coruscant Underworld. On each side beside the droid were 7 doors, each labeled with the name of a Jedi Sentinel waiting inside to hear their case. A gentle light above each door glowed either green or red, indicating the status of the Sentinel's availability. Green meant enter, while red meant wait for the Sentinel to be ready. However, many of the doors had their lights deactivated entirely, indicating that there was no one home. The Zabrak spotted the door labeled Shia Perelius, whose light was red. He took a seat near the entrance, the only available seat of 6. Occasionally in the long wait he was still enduring, the doors to Sentinel's offices would open, revealing an angry, storming citizen marching out to the exit of the lobby. The Zabrak was confused. Had the Jedi been turning these people down? Unless there was some random influx of cases the Jedi wouldn't take on for whatever reason, this sight defied the Sentinel's reputation. Perhaps it was a bit selfish to ask this, the young man thought, but what would this mean for him? And just as he asked, the door to Shia Perelius' office opened. A Bothan exited, muttering words in his native language to himself. His tone was that of rage, though a controlled one that took energy to restrain. As the Bothan passed the Zabrak to the exit, the latter found his gaze meeting Perelius. She was a Marilyn, whose skin was light green and traditional diamond-shaped tattoos cascading down her forehead and chin. Her headdress was a black veil that ran down the back of her head and rose in 2 similar pillars from her temples, another black cloth draped atop the both of them. Without saying a word, the Zabrak knew she was beckoning him inside. He had not broken bread with the Jedi before in his 19 years of life, so there was a natural uncomfortability regarding their ways and the force on his end. But still, he rose from his seat and approached the Jedi's office. Entering, he noticed a wild downward change in temperature. His noticing of this was followed swiftly by the automatic shut of the office's door behind him. Where the lobby was lit rather plainly, its aura being mostly reds and browns, Perelius' office was incredibly blue. A fluorescent light in the center of the circular ceiling added to this effect. The Zabrak admitted silently that the office was not the look he imagined when he had heard that Jedi Sentinels were for hire. He had imagined something a bit warmer and personal based on their reputation. "Please sit." The Jedi said this curtly and turned in her seat from the young man to a small datapad on her desk, which itself was covered in scattered data tapes, various notepads, and hologram devices. Nor had the Zabrak imagined the Jedi to be so disorganized. "The droid tells me you have a missing person in the Underworld. Is that right?" "Yes, ma'am," the Zabrak confirmed. "My fa," he started. Shia held up her index finger. "Hold on," she began. "We're in the Underworld. Can you be more specific?" "No, I'm afraid not. I can't imagine he's below level 1000. He was intoxicated. Right? Did you try searching for him yourself?" "I'm not familiar with the Underworld. When I lost contact with him, I thought it wiser to come to you first instead of putting myself at risk too. I trust that you would do a better job than I at searching down there," the Zabrak confessed. The blunt intensity coming from Shia made him sweat. "All right. If I were to accept your case, would you have a place for me to start? Evidence of his disappearance. What was he wearing when you last saw him?" Shia had clearly asked these questions 100 times that day already. "He and I are both employed in the works, so we live by the transit routes. Our apartment is also near the Underworld duct. He's been on A," worried his next few words would bode poorly for his case. He hesitated. But really, it was a Jedi he was talking to. The entire Jedi Order had been praised for years for their compassion for others and desire to keep the peace. Maybe he had nothing to be ashamed of in admitting this to the Sentinel. He had been on a drinking binge. Last night, it got out of control. He stormed out and stole my airspeeder. My tracker on it showed it was in an Underworld parking garage, but the tracking device died on me. I couldn't figure out where exactly it was. He was wearing his favorite black robe and his usual home garb. The Jedi took a moment to process this information. So you want an escort to the Underworld to find your drunkard father. The Zabrik's heart broke, and from it leaked confusion. Well, yes, that's why I've come here. I want to bring him home and make sure he's okay. I would have waited longer before reporting this to be sure he wasn't coming back, but the Underworld is such a big place, and he's not very strong on his own. He's gotten into trouble before, the Zabrik told her. His head began pounding from a cocktail of negative emotions. This seems more a matter for the Coruscant Investigation Bureau, wouldn't you agree? Shia asked dismissively. With many of our Sentinel investigators and consulars already deployed galaxy-wide due to the actions of groups like the Black Sun or the Nebula Front, I'm afraid the investigators that remain in the temple are seeking larger, more directly threatening cases to take on at this time. Are you kidding me? The Zabrik had wanted to say that out loud, but stopped himself. He held the words in an iron box, not daring to speak his discontent to a Jedi. This is simply the way we're shaped right now. Speak with the Sib, they will be able to help you. Shia finished, filling in the silence between them that came with the Zabrik's lack of a response. Their process takes ages to get anything done. I came to you because you can deal with these things fast. He finally spoke. We cannot afford to. Not with how thin we are spread right now. Now if there's nothing else, leave. Perelius pointed to the door behind the Zabrik, and it opened in a huff. The lights from the lobby were significantly dimmer than the one in the Jedi's office. The boy stood, exited his chair, and then the office. The door closed behind him. What the hell had just happened? He was so confident that he would be leaving with the Jedi by his side. He had even envisioned scenarios where he would hand them an empty bottle from the night before, and the Jedi would tell him the exact location of his father simply by tapping into the Force. All would be well, and the two would be reunited before sunset. But he stormed out of the lobby's door alone, angry, and most of all, scared. It was clear that things were stressful for the Jedi, more than he would have guessed. Perhaps their reputation was genuine a few years ago, but things had begun to twist sharply with things like the Inchori crisis. Looking back at the line of people waiting to make their cases to the Jedi, the young man wondered if he should tell them what he had just been told. But then again, maybe a few of them were carrying big cases for the investigators to pursue. He didn't want to kill the hopes of so many people, even if his own had been decimated. There was no point in traveling to the Underworld himself. He didn't have a right or the knowledge of where exactly he should be going anyways. He had reached a dead end. While it would be an excruciating wait, he figured his only hope now would be to file his appeal to the Coruscant Investigation Bureau. Come on, Dad, he thought. Just hold out a bit longer. In the same way he knew Shia Perelius was beckoning him into her office, his head turned to the right, facing the sun on his way to descend. More specifically, his eyes focused on a ship making its way aforward. It appeared to be an NR2 gully jumper. The young man was quite fond of studying starships, though he was only partially sure of this claim. It was a model that hadn't really been seen since the days of the Old Republic. So what was one doing there and then? In addition, its stark twin engines seemed to be in poor condition, but somehow working well enough to send the shuttlecraft on his way out of orbit with haste. He watched for a moment, but when the ship fell too far away from his view, the Zabrik began his journey home. He dreaded his next option, but he knew if he waited much longer, his father's disappearance would be a cold case to everyone on Coruscant. The sooner he could make his appeal, the higher the chance Braddock could be found in one piece. But without the Jedi, Kenshi Dehstar figured his chances were already close to zero. Chapter 3. The Standoff of Starving Creatures. With 3 small communicator discs laid out in front of her, Komari Vosa sat in a meditative pose. While the idea of meditating was an artifact from her previous life as a Jedi Padawan, she found it to still be an effective method of honing and refreshing the midichlorians that gave her her strong connection to the Force. Her lair was more of a cave, but the warm temperature kept her comfortable and attuned with the events of operating the Bando Gora. On each of the 3 discs, she expected the 3 members of her Underworld triumvirate to appear at any moment. Subolto, she knew, would enter the meeting first. The Dug had a knack for proving he was the top dog in all of his criminal operations, but he was most prideful of his drug empire that Vosa had helped stimulate to astronomical levels over the past 2 years. Subolto's part in their operation was limited more so to the manufacturing and distribution of what they referred to colloquially as the cargo. In reality, Subolto hosted a subdivision of his death stick drug manufacturing operation. With financial backing from Vosa herself, along with the few senators who were in on the operation, Subolto processed the brain-possessing neurotoxins into the death sticks he normally distributed to the criminal overlords on Coruscant. He made money while Vosa gained new slaves for the Bando Gora, and the senators made a tidy profit as well. Next to appear would be Gardella Besadii the Elder, the notorious Hutt crime lord from Tatooine. Vosa knew from word of mouth that Gardella was an incredibly busy woman. She ran multiple enterprises along the Outer Rim, though most of them were concentrated on Tatooine. The fact that she agreed to take a personal part in this operation had always surprised Vosa. After the Bando Gora created a new batch of the neurotoxin from their use of dark side alchemy, it would be sent to Gardella on the desert planet. This served 3 purposes. 1. To throw any trackers off of the Bando Gora's trail. 2. Shipping the neurotoxin to Gardella kept the Republic out of the operation until it was too late for its citizens by having the material kept in a part of space that the government had no jurisdiction over. And finally, Vosa knew little to nothing about the criminal underworld of the galaxy. Gardella, however, was a kingpin in it. In fact, the Hutt had introduced Vosa to Subolto when she proposed the plan to her. So by keeping her in the loop, she would act as a trusted mutual party between the Bando Gora and the likes of Subolto and the criminal underworld. Gardella makes a small profit from Vosa, as well as a partnership with the Bando Gora. Finally, and most secretively, the 3rd disc would reveal Senator of the Grand Republic, Canis Trell. Working in conjunction with Orn Free-Ta, the 2 represented the world of Rylith in the Senate. However, Trell kept his dealings with Vosa and the Bando Gora secret, because if the slimy Twi'lek squealed, he'd be squealing on the other senators who joined him in profiting off of the operation. Who else was involved as far as the Senate went, Vosa was not sure. What the thought of not knowing scared her. She figured the intensity of trusting a politician was balanced out by the fact that the senator was one forced or swindled confession away from destroying his career along with whoever had joined him but remained in the shadows. Regardless, their financial backing had extended the life of the project tenfold. While Vosa had inherited the riches of the Bando Gora when she became its overlord, she preferred to save as much of it as she could to make sure the cult would have indefinite security. Vosa found it funny that the drug problems the Republic faced were being funded by members of the Republic. But of course, none of this was without benefit to Komari Vosa and the Bando Gora. Had there been no benefit to them, she would have kept the cult to itself in total isolation until the time was right. But the problem remained that the Bando Gora lacked a real army. When the time was right, they would need a force large enough to combat the Jedi. But when Komari had overthrown the dark alchemist Shoan Nidus and took his place as the leader of the Bando Gora, she inherited the potential empire the way it was under his rule, minimal and weak, so as to keep the secret of the cult from the Republic. But Nidus hadn't realized how far the Bando Gora could go without attracting the eyes of the government. It was his short-sightedness, his weakness that allowed Komari to get him in front of his brain-dead followers. Komari knew that with the alchemist's powers he left behind, the cult could become something truly extraordinary. But first, she needed more soldiers. And she soon discovered the way to enslave more recruits would be to strike silently into the heart of the Republic to get them, utilizing the way the governing body overlooked its underlings to her advantage. A year and a half prior, she made a bargain with Gardella, and the rest fell right into place. And now, in the order she had assumed they'd come to her in with a few minutes difference in between them, appeared Subalto, Gardella Besadii, and Canis Trail. They agreed to meet over secure communication networks once a week to keep each other up to speed on their respective ends of the project. Greetings, my friends, Komari opened. Let's skip the formalities today, shall we? I trust things are still running smoothly on all our ends. Affirmative, darling, Gardella said. Her basic was rather choppy, and unnatural, clear evidence that she had been speaking Huttese her entire life apart for moments like this. My doc tells me received your latest shipment of the cargo, and we're prepping for shipment to Malastare accordingly. Good to hear, Gardella. Komari smiled slyly. Are your new guards behaving as I programmed them to? Indeed they are. People around Palace are actually scared of them, but it's no matter to me. They're loyal to a fault, Gardella admitted. But there's still the matter of, she paused for dramatic effect. Payment for the last 3 now shipments of stick juice I've housed. Vosa turned to Senator Trail after she finished. Trail, what do you have to say about this? She asked, a soft flame embroiling her voice. Mistress Vosa, I paid the last 3 shipments. Trail exclaimed. Apparently not, esteemed Senator Gardella retorted, looking at him. Lies. She's a dirty criminal. Take a look in the mirror. Enough, Vosa stopped them. I just want Gardella paid and for things to proceed as normal. Do I make myself clear? Trail and Gardella both crossed their arms and nodded in silence. Good. See how much calmer things are when we get along. The meeting had only just started and the arguing had commenced. While this operation was critical to the survival of the Bando Gora, Vosa felt drained having to deal with the petty squabbles of criminals and their payments. She only wanted a smooth flow of business, though apparently this was too much for the others to keep up with. She knew well enough to trust Gardella in this case. However, a woman of her dedication to her enterprises had no room to extort the others for more profit, yet. And when that time came, Vosa was sure there would be other crime lords in the Outer Rim who could use a side gig and added security to their fortresses. Manufacturing and distribution are continuing as planned, Mistress Vosa, Subalto spoke from nowhere. Apparently I am running the most efficiently as per your demands. Bastard, Gardella told him. Now, Gardella. A hot attitude will melt the flow of credits we have between each other. I am glad to hear things are still in order, Vosa said. Beyond the financing, Mistress Vosa, there is a potential issue on Coruscant that you may be able to fix, Senator Trail spoke. Go on. This morning, I heard whispers within my circle in the Senate that mysterious figures have been seen stalking the streets of the Underworld, with skull masks and horns on the sides. Only brief glimpses, but when I heard the word, I knew they were your disgusting Bando enforcers. In addition to the contacts you have in the Underworld who sell the cargo, I allow a select handful of my own troops to distribute it as well. Think of it as cleaning up the crumbs, making sure I get everyone I can. Drunkards, the homeless, and everyone else who has nothing left to live for down there. I give them a greater purpose, and I don't want to exclude anyone who qualifies. Does that make sense? Komari asked with a thin veil of gentleness covering sheer anger underneath. What if one of your men were to be caught? It's not like the SIB hasn't noticed the abundance of missing persons reports, Vosa. You're playing it too fast and loose, putting us all at risk. Vosa slammed her fists on the stone floor with the power of the Force to help her, startling all 3 of the holograms. I provide the 3 of you with an enterprise to participate in. You all profit from it. I have afforded you many things with a secure income. I think it's fair that you allow me to gather as many forces as I see fit, Trail, even at the minimal cost of some of the cargo. My men will not be caught, and our operation will not be compromised. After a moment of silence, Trail spoke again. Keep in mind, young Vosa, that my friends and I are back in 90% of your operation. If we see there's danger of this being traced back to us, we will simply remove our investments. We can't live without this profit. You can't live without your reinforcements. Don't overlook our importance in these matters. It was time to play the ace up her sleeve regarding Trail. She had been saving it for this moment anyways. And don't overlook the fact that if your involvement in these matters is revealed to the Senate, you and all your other friends will be incarcerated for backing the distribution of drugs throughout Coruscant. What makes you think you'd have any say in the course to reveal this information? Trail inquired. The Jedi do not simply dismiss the character and actions of ex-Jedi, Senator. If I were to speak, they'd listen. And besides that, if they weren't to believe me anyways, I'm sure one of our other business partners would be more than happy to spill the information as rumor when the time came, feigning no involvement and leaving you for dead. She gestured to both Gardella and Sebulto, who smiled cunningly at him. Trail thought for a moment, seeing now he wasn't in a position to complain about Vosa's cleaning up the crumbs. Fine, Vosa. Fine. Send your men parading through the streets of the Underworld. And sure, let the Hutt slug take my money. But all three of you, remember, I have powerful allies, many in places you wouldn't suspect. When Trail finished, the hologram deactivated abruptly. Vosa sighed. Quite a temper on that one. Politicians, always walking on thin ice they chose to cross, Sebulto explained. If everything is in order, Mistress Vosa, I would very much like to return to work. Of course, Sebulto. Thank you. Sebulto's hologram cut out, leaving Komari and Gardella. Vosa picked up the disc that communicated Trail's hologram and threw it against the stone wall beside her, screaming in rage. It shattered into a dozen pieces on impact. Vosa, darling, you shouldn't get worked about this. It's not worth it, Gardella assured her. He's right, though. If we lose the support of the senators, we lose the operation. And the Bando Gora isn't ready to become the leading power we need to be when the time comes, Komari complained. He's a politician? Disgusting. You're simply getting your fair share from this deal. This had been the way Komari had rationalized it in her own head, but hearing Gardella reaffirm this point to her made her feel better. But then, she remembered who she was dealing with. She had just finished a conversation between a Hutt crime lord, a drug manufacturer, and a corrupt senator leading other corrupt senators. Surely they'd all pull a blaster on each other if it meant saving their profits and enterprises, right? She reeled her positivity back and formulated the next question she would ask the Hutt. Gardella, tell me something. Are you really missing your payments from the senators? Gardella shook her head, chuckling with the power of her diaphragm. This was another reassurance Gardella had given Komari, though this time in the other direction. Komari couldn't help but smile. Trail is a nasty man anyways, it won't hurt to extort him a little, right? Gardella asked her. After this time, I want no more of this. We need to maintain honesty if we are to reap the maximum benefits from this project, Komari told her. Fair enough, darling, Gardella conceded. And in the spirit of being honest, I confess something to you. A problem I've been having for a year now. Does it regard our dealings? Vosa asked her. No, it does not. But it could have not dealt with nearly soon. Tell me. Perhaps I can find time to help you. I know not who he spoke to, but Jabba Deceit has managed to cut off a majority of the primary funding I have received from the intergalactic banking clan. My enterprises are failing, as are interests in them. To put it plain, Jabba is starving me out of Tatooine. This was his plan all along, I'm sure. He wishes to maintain strength over the planet. For what purpose? It's the name of game. If he runs me out of Tatooine, then his power in the Outer Rim push me further to the core, and I lose everything I have here. And you won't be able to house the death stick toxins, Komari concluded. Exactly. So if you help me solve this crisis, I would ask that you deal with my ex-financiers in the IBC. But above it, I'd ask that you show your work to Magister Higo Damask. Only then can we be sure that a solution would be put in place to my benefit, Gardella finished. Higo Damask was not a name unfamiliar to Komari. Almost a year prior, she and a band of her minions traveled to the gambling prison of Cog Hive 7 under the instruction of King Ars Varuna of Naboo. With the help of the Dathomirian knight Brother Maul, she secured a nuclear device that was used to bomb the moon called Sojourn in an attempt to kill the Magister in his private castle. But miraculously, he survived and quickly resumed his work in his company, Damask Holdings, as if nothing had happened. Komari had her suspicions about the nature of Damask, while she supposed they didn't really matter. "All right, Gardella. I'll help you with this issue," Komari informed the hut. "Really? Darling, you are sweetest," Gardella exclaimed. "But know that I only do this for the sake of the Bando Gora. At the end of the day, the enterprises you run beyond this operation mean nothing to me." "I wouldn't have it another way, Miss Vosa. I will send you the specifics soon. Until then, my dear," Gardella concluded. "Until then, Gardella," Komari replied. The hologram ended. Komari breathed deeply. To keep the forces of the Bando Gora rising, she would do almost anything. Though this was important to keep the Republic out of her business, Vosa felt humiliated by agreeing to take part in Gardella's petty game. She just hoped the job could be done quickly. Chapter 4. Crimson Spire. The headquarters of the Coruscant Investigation Bureau focused more on practicality than style. The building ate up an entire 2-square-mile space near the capital city, though it looked like a random steel node in the lower workings of the overworld. Had it not been for the sign denoting it as such, it would have been a rather inconspicuous building. Kenshi Dehstar exited the public tram onto the boarding platform among a group of 14 others. A group of several others boarded the tram in their place, and it sped off to its next destination. The platform was just across the boulevard from the SIB headquarters, which seemed to be abuzz with activity. Crossing the busy boulevard, Kenshi chose not to breathe too heavily, as the stench of the lower workings of Coruscant was almost unbearable. Scent stabilizers were quite common in areas of the planet that were higher up. Kenshi figured it was a part of maintaining the planet's pristine image. But down here, those kinds of things seemed to matter a lot less. It didn't surprise him when he thought about it. Crossing to the headquarters entrance, the silver doors opened at the scan of his presence. He took a step inside, revealing to his eyes an incredible lobby. It was pristinely white with gold veins running across the tile floor and up the steel pillars maintaining the building. In the center of the lobby was a golden statue, about 6 meters high, of Supreme Chancellor Kalpana, the previous Supreme Chancellor of the Republic. While the statue was impeccably detailed, the choice to model the centerpiece of the office around Kalpana was confusing. Though he was a bit too young at the time to understand, he had always assumed Chancellor Kalpana was not considered a very strong leader, unable to face crisis when it presented itself to him. But he supposed the statue must have been erected before the Stark hyperspace war where his leadership was truly strained. Surrounding the statue were booths citizens could communicate to service droids in, inputting their appeal requests and simply hoping something could be done about their problems. Kenshi felt defeated that he was to face that fate. The Jedi overlooking his case still burned hot on his skin and his face, but he had a responsibility to his father that he needed to uphold. He approached the nearest empty booth and sat down. He was ready to repeat the words that he had tried to tell the Jedi, though at least this time someone somewhere would hear him, just not for a few days at least. Kenshi downed his first shot of Yawa juice, setting the glass firmly on the bar top. The drink tasted a bit sour, and the sensation increased as it traveled down his throat. He could tell it was going to be a long night. Long enough that the bottom of a glass couldn't drown out the words that kept repeating in his head, the same words that he muttered into the air of the restaurant. "You'll always have me if the wait becomes too much." The bartender, a human woman named Hermione, stepped over to him. "What was that, honey?" Kenshi, embarrassed, shook his head and waved dismissively. "Sorry, Hermione, I'm just talking to myself." "Oh, okay. Let me know if you need another drink, sweetie," she told him. Leaning his head against his upright arm on the counter, he nodded silently to her. She stepped away to help another patron. Dex's Diner, for a 3-hour period before closing for the night, became a bar. Kenshi, his father, and many others stationed in the works frequented the bar because of its atmosphere, its proximity to their jobs, and Hermione Bagua, the courteous waitress and bartender, who served them nearly every night there. Dexter Jetster was a man of stories as well, and could easily entertain the workers after a long day. Though Kenshi had taken the day off of work for obvious reasons, he felt like he had just endured a long day anyways. Many of he and his father's co-workers were at the bar with him, up to their usual shenanigans required to unwind after their shifts. Some worked in the electric departments, securing power couplings and making sure the mainframes in various sectors were clean and operational. Many more, like Kenshi and his father, worked in construction. The low-income workers and mechanics would help build factories and make sure that their various operations ran without issue. Though for the past 3 years, the company Limerick Power continued to assign the workers projects that would add up, ultimately, to the construction of new headquarters for the company. Their previous skyscraper had not been able to withstand the toxicity of the air in the district and became unusable. The building was instead auctioned off to an offshoot of the intergalactic banking clan, all business Kenshi didn't care about. It was hard work, Kenshi had always thought, but it was a decent job to have chosen for him by his father just 2 years ago. A tusked Oculus sitting next to Kenshi leaned over to him, placing his arm around his shoulders. "Kenshi, my friend, what's troubling you? Why weren't you on the Limerick sub-repair today?" he asked, developing a slur already. "I'll be honest with you, Gansha," Kenshi started, not even looking at his friend. "My dad went missing late yesterday." The Oculus, Gansha, removed his arm from Kenshi. "You're kidding. Manager Bradha, missing." "Yeah. He stole my speeder and disappeared to the Underworld. He started to tear up. I could have stopped him. I should have stopped him somehow. But I didn't." "Hey, Kenshi, it's going to be okay," Gansha assured him. "No, it's not, Gansh." Kenshi snapped at him, silencing the bar. Kenshi calmed down, and the atmosphere resumed. "I'm sorry. It's just that I asked the Jedi for help, and they said no. I had to send his case to the SIB, but it'll be days before they even look at what I said. I can't find him on my own. I needed the Jedi, and they turned their backs on me like it was nothing. Those bastards. Hey, Kenshi, hey, we don't need the Jedi. Are those filthy cops who can't dejusticate a Mynock from a Wookiee?" Gansh's shots were drowning his livers. "My uncle, you see, his friend went missing a couple decades back. He said, screw the Jedi. Screw the cops. I don't need him. What you need is a private investigator." "I can't afford to hire one," Kenshi admitted. "I would have done that by now." "You can afford this one. But there's no saying she'd actually do it for you," Gansha hinted. "She's retired. Ex-executor. Ex-pirate, too. Her name's a bit dated now, but still worth something. If she's retired, I'm not going to bother her." Kenshi hoped to be treated the same way when the time came. "Well, Kenshi, he's your father. And our boss. I mean, hell, if we don't get Manager Bradha back, we're in deep poodoo. Our vice managers can't do their jobs right, you know that," Gansha exclaimed. "Limerick is expecting us to be caught up on this part of the project already, and we've got a long way to go. You know how far back we got set." "Oh, blast it," Kenshi muttered, rubbing his eyes. Now he really didn't have a choice. "What's her name, and where can I find her?" The Crimson Spire was a hotel for the elite of Coruscant. In the daytime, the building blended in with the rest of the cityscape in terms of color. It sported the usual muted browns and grays that had been paled by the poor air quality of the planet. But at the right moments towards dawn and dusk, the material that laced the outer steel turned a marvelous and violent red, a color unseen in the cityscape beyond the warm backscattering of the sunrise and set in the works. Looking similarly to many of the other skyscrapers in shape and piercing the cloud line in the same fashion, the hotel sported 4 massive rings connected to the building by struts, holding the rings out 500 feet. The rings were landing platforms where the tenants could land their ships and airspeeders while they resided in the hotel. The struts acted as bridges for the tenants to travel in and out across. Only the partygoers and the children of massive inheritances dwelled in the spire. Politicians generally preferred a much quieter space to conduct business and still have fun. But the Crimson Spire was where those who lived as if they were dying came to come that much closer to death. A massive, unending party in the 4 convention halls usually resulted in at least 2 or 3 casualties every day, most from overdoses of illegal substances. The insensible flourished, the drinks poured, and the parties never stopped. Immediately, Kenshi found himself completely out of his league when he entered the lobby of the hotel. He could already tell that this would be a particular challenge, as many of the partygoers were virtually indistinguishable from one another beyond their species and races. Their outfits all seemed within the same category of high-end fashion, though with a bit more character than what one would expect from a more civil gathering. And though he had dressed in his nicest clothes, knowing the reputation of the Crimson Spire, he was still vastly outdressed. Most of the partygoers wore white masks covering the entirety of their jaws, mouths, and noses. Each mask sported what Kenshi assumed to be a small gray respiratory filter tube on either side. He had never seen such devices before. A Twi'lek female suddenly approached Kenshi, bearing an outfit composed mostly of strings beaded with jewels covering her body besides her slim stomach. On her hand sat a silver platter, a mask sitting atop it, identical to the one she and the others waiting in the lobby bore. "For you, sir," she offered. Kenshi froze, but realized that the masks were complimentary. At least, as far as he knew. "Thank you," he replied sheepishly. He took the mask and put it on, securing the strap around the back of his head. It beeped once, detecting that it was being worn, and tightened to fit the curvatures of his face. It felt uncomfortable, and he struggled to breathe. He looked at the Twi'lek, whose confusion was palpable in return. Kenshi then realized that if the staff of the hotel realized he wasn't the type to be allowed to attend a Crimson Spire party, he would probably be removed. This was his last real chance to find his father. So he slowed down, letting his breath come and go through the mask, trying to look natural. "No need to worry, darling," Kenshi stuttered. "Darling." He cringed a bit. "This is my first use of the mask in a long while," he lied. "Ah, so you're a returning patron then?" she asked curiously. "Yes, but tonight I'm looking for a specific tenant. I was invited by her personally, and I wish to find her," Kenshi bluffed. "Well, I'll see what I can do. I am Baria, a concierge of the Crimson Spire," she gestured to herself. "A pleasure to meet you, Baria. You must be new to the staff. I haven't seen you here before. Don't reach outside what you know, stupid," he thought to himself. "As a matter of fact, I am new," Baria said, holding the platter down at her side and beginning her walk to the concierge desk. Kenshi breathed a sigh of relief, realizing his errant guess about her had just so happened to be correct. "But hopefully I can still help you find," she led on. "Oh, Feroh Tara. I heard she's had an extended stay here," he told her in a delayed response. "Miss Tara, yes. A real outsider, she is. Likes to keep to the wall when the Rort gets too crazy." "The Rort?" Kenshi asked himself. "Why's that?" "I suppose you could ask her yourself when you find her. I only tell you what I see." Baria sat down behind the desk and accessed a computer. "Miss Tara's room is on the 37th floor. It shows her room is vacant at the moment, so I suggest you take the lift to the 30th floor, probably in Vaporlight Hall. She may be attending the Rort tonight." She looked up and smiled at the Zabrak. Though he couldn't see her mouth, the subtle contortions of her face told him what she was doing. "Thank you, Baria," Kenshi said. He turned to the right as the woman stood up and entered a doorway behind the desk. At the back of the lobby, he saw 3 turbolifts. Stepping past small groups of partygoers, he entered the leftmost turbolift. On the right of the entrance hatch was a touchpad sporting icons of numbers 0 through 9. He typed in 30 and was startled by 2 blue, large-headed Duros entering the turbolift before he could hit the activation button. 24, kid, the male Duros ordered. Sure thing, Sir Kenshi replied. Unsure of how to type in a second floor number, he physically stuttered. The pair of Duros, both laughing to themselves in a conversation that, likely fueled by illicit materials, experienced a sudden shift in attitude when they saw Kenshi had frozen in place. "Hey," I said, 24. "What are you doing?" the male asked. Kenshi sputtered. Everything in him was frozen. His stomach felt completely empty. "Damn it, kid. Too high on the glitterstim to pay attention." The male swept Kenshi out of the way and pressed the button, allowing a second input on the touchboard, typing in 24. After a moment, the door closed. A green blanket laser encompassing the entire circumference of the turbolift manifested with the help of two projectors at the top of the shaft's interior. The projectors moved down onto opposite rails, the blanket laser following. The blanket crossed down Kenshi and the two Duros, startling the young Zabrak further in the process. When the blanket reached the bottom of the interior, it deactivated. The two projectors returned to the top of the shaft where they started, and the turbolift began its ascension. "Those damn weapon scans leave my skin feeling slimy," the female Duro said. "I as well. The designers of those things aren't too conscious of interspecies needs," the male concluded. It was only a scan for weapons. His arms crossed, and his mind now more calm, Kenshi stared at the floor in thought as the two Duros re-engaged their previous conversation. Though Gansha had given him a possible location of Feroh Tara, which had, evidently, turned out to be true, he hadn't told Kenshi what she was like. He figured, since she was retired, that she lived in the Crimson Spire to unwind for the rest of her life. But that conclusion was shot down by the concierge, who had told him she was a wallflower. If she wasn't participating in the party, or the Rort, he figured, then he wasn't exactly sure what she was doing at the Crimson Spire. Quite frankly, it was none of his business though. He just hoped that she would even have an audience with him and agree to help him. With any luck, Kenshi thought, this would be a 2-day hunt tops. Then the two would go their separate ways, both better for it. But then, he wondered what the situation regarding payment would look like. He brought all he had that he was saving for purchases to improve his airspeeder with, around 400 credits. What would that smallest sum be enough to bring a retired private investigator living in luxury out of her station? Kenshi had to have hope, and he trusted Gansha. With his and the entire crew's jobs on the line, Gansha had no reason to intentionally mislead Kenshi regarding Tara. He just hoped that convincing her to help him would be a cinch. The two Duros in the turbolift began whispering while looking at the young Zabrak. Kenshi, realizing he probably looked drugged out of his mind staring at the floor, looked at the Duros out of his peripheral vision. He hoped the mask covered his fear a bit. He listened to their conversation, though he could only barely hear it. "Doesn't seem legitimate." "What makes you say that?" "He seems the type. He's so dirty. He's unwashed. I think he's out of it. I think he's a fraud. Test him, Hap." The female grabbed the male's arm after saying this. "Say, kiddo," the male, Hap, said to Kenshi at a normal volume. Kenshi turned completely towards him. "The squabbles of a bantha only concern," he started. Kenshi was perplexed, and his facial reaction reflected as such. "Could you repeat that?" he asked. "Ahem," he pronounced. "The squabbles of a bantha only concern." Again, Kenshi had no idea how this was a test for him. Unless, Kenshi thought, it's a key phrase, likely to see who actually belongs here, and Kenshi had suddenly fallen into a trap he couldn't escape. His cover was blown if he couldn't think of some kind of excuse to give them. "Oh, sorry," he started. The glitter stem is really frying my brain tonight." Feeling sweat develop around all 10 of his horns, he slowly repeated the half of the key phrase Hap had told him. Suddenly, the hatch to the turbolift opened. A female voice gently spoke on the turbolift's intercom, informing the party they had arrived at level 24. The two Duros scoffed and exited the lift, the door closing behind them. It continued to level 30. Kenshi breathed out harshly, wiping the sweat that had migrated to his brow in the interim from when it started. If the two Duros cared enough, he figured maybe they'd report him to the hotel security. He'd have to find Feroh Tara quick if that was the case. But on the other hand, they were clearly intoxicated. maybe they forget about it. Either way, Kenshi found himself on the verge of tears. If even this part of his mission was so difficult and frightening to him, how did he expect he could handle the underworld? This was all entirely too unfamiliar to him. Just a few days ago, he and his father lived their normal lives, going to work and coming home every day to eat dinner. He remembered looking at holoscenes following his favorite airspeeder models, thinking of how he'd have his dingy RGC-16 souped up like a racer one day, once he had saved enough credits up. And now he held those very credits in his pocket with the intention to give them all away. He had never been a troublemaker. So to find himself now in a position where he could be in big trouble, and his father in even greater trouble because the young man had failed to stop him from leaving, Kenshi was scared. What lay beyond the hatch of level 30 would be the biggest test of his wit, skills, and bravery he had ever faced in his life. And what hurt worse was that it felt like it was all happening at once. He breathed deeply to himself, still unsure of what the masks were even for. He seemed to be dressed well enough for the part. At the very least, the outfit would suffice for a quick in and out of a public appearance. It was a simple, clean gray jumpsuit with vertical white accents veining the torso, arms, and legs. He had worn it on a few special occasions and mild nights on the town with his co-workers, but it was still the best suit he had. Without warning, the hatch opened. The same female voice spoke. "Welcome to level 30. Enjoy your time in the Crimson Spire." Chapter 5. A New Hope. Kenshi stepped out of the turbolift. He heard the door close gently behind him, but was more distracted by the intense rhythmic thumping of the ground below him. For about 12 meters in front of him extended the dimly lit hallway, whose carpet and walls were the same shade of crimson the building's color transformed to at the right times of the day. However, the hallway split in two, going sharply left and sharply right. If he continued straight, he would enter what was designated as Vaporlight Hall, which he could only assume was the location of this section's ward. Not knowing which room on the 34th floor was even Tara's, he sincerely hoped she could be found in Vaporlight Hall. He approached the entrance, the door opening to reveal the massive hall, which was almost a new building in and of itself. The main dance floor was filled with hundreds of partygoers dancing and jumping to the pounding music that played from a dozen speakers vertically lining the corners of the hall. Vibrant strobing lights danced across the crowd and the walls. The entire scene was an eyesore to Kenshi, but it excited him at the same time. He had never been to a party this large before. Approaching the massive crowd, he noticed through the dancing lights that the majority of the partygoers were wearing their respirator masks. Looking up, Kenshi immediately knew why. Towards the top of the hall was a massive cloud of smoke and other vapors. It was easy to observe that this was because of the multitude of smoking devices the dancers were using. The masks now made sense. The vapors of the parties must have been so strong that to avoid becoming intoxicated on a second-hand level, respirator masks were required. But if one was looking to get high, they weren't needed in the slightest. Up high as well were multiple railed balconies sporting hookah bars, which all seemed to be in use. Kenshi was on the edge of experiencing sensory overload. But breathing deeply, he remembered that he had a mission. Searching the peripheries of the party, he looked hard for anyone who seemed to be simply watching instead of participating. There were some patrons off to the sides, but they all seemed to be in groups having drowned discussions. Thinking about it, Kenshi realized that Feroh Tara may not be alone. In his mind, he had pictured her to be solitary, though the Crimson Spire was certainly not the place to be so. Over the heads of many of the dancers, Kenshi saw a bar across the hall. He figured perhaps that was a good place to start. He approached the massive throng of dancers and entered carefully. The beat of the music shook the entire hall, making it incredibly difficult to keep his balance. He was constantly leaning against other partygoers for support, but he also realized he could not realistically fall. Above him, a floating service droid approached the crowd. Its round head sat atop a large disc, underneath which was its repulsor and 12 arms. Each arm carried a differently colored drug, which dancers would reach up and grab when the droid floated close enough. As it passed, Kenshi turned back to the bar and saw how much closer he was. The smell was now his primary focus. It smelled of the must of hundreds of different worlds. And though some would perhaps have been pleasant on their own, combined with one another was particularly malodorous. He was willing to bet many of these partygoers spent hours high and dancing, hardly giving themselves time to rest or clean themselves. The excitement he had felt upon first seeing this scene had turned into disgust. Reaching the crowd at last, he stepped onto the neon blue tiles flooring the bar. Another service droid was operating the station, though this time it resembled more so a medical droid in shape. It sported 8 arms now, each one or two performing a different task. Lining the front of the bar were a collection of seats. Only 3 of them were taken, and 2 of them sported a Thelan couple passionately and drunkenly making out with each other. 5 stools to the right sat an older human woman, her white hair in a messy bun and 2 thin lengths of hair hanging against the sides of her head. She wore a respirator mask that featured a small straw protruding through the mouthpiece and a dark green jumpsuit, though Kenshi could tell it served a purpose beyond just the fashion of it. It included some loose straps and buckles that she had evidently tried to tuck away but had come undone at some point. She held a small glass in her hand, and it looked as if she was just about to finish whatever tonic was once inside it. Drawing the courage to approach her, Kenshi hoped that this was Feroh. Stepping over to her, he began the conversation immediately. "Feroh Tara. Are you Feroh Tara?" Kenshi asked. The woman hadn't even looked at him when she gave her response. "Not interested, buddy." "What?" "No, I just had a question," Kenshi insisted. She set her glass on the table and stood up, facing him. She reached his height, though not quite surpassing it. For a brief moment, Kenshi spotted what her standing revealed on the bar behind her, a half-dozen other empty glasses, similar to the one she left unfinished. "I know your type. Gonna try and sell me some death sticks. Glitterstem. Hakneya. Boomstar. You can try any sales tactic you want, idiot. But I'm clean, all right." "You just ruined my night," she huffed. She entered the crowd swiftly. Kenshi was dumbfounded. What had he said wrong? Was this really how it was going to end? No, he thought. Not like this. He ran into the crowd, tracking her white-haired head moving towards the exit Kenshi had coming through. "Feroh. Wait." Kenshi screamed into the void. The pounding, hyper music drowned out any attempts of communication on the dance floor. The partygoers wouldn't have it any other way, but Kenshi was losing his mind. When the woman reached the exit, Kenshi found himself still struggling against the wave of dancers dancing in furious sync with the beat. "Feroh, please. I need you." The woman had not even heard him, or at least pretended not to. Kenshi finally broke his way through the crowd, falling over onto the ground into the process. Looking back, he saw a few of the dancers laughing and pointing at him, their brains kilometers in the sky. At this point in his mission, Kenshi didn't care. He rose to his feet and ran to the exit. Crossing into the hallway, he saw the center turbolift hatch close and began its processes, as indicated by the small green arrow above the hatchway. A Rodian and her pale Umbran friend had just exited the lift. He sprinted over to the lift to his left, calling for an available ride. The arrow light was instead a circle pulsing clockwise, indicating that the task was in progress. Panicking, he tried the lift to the right as well, to the same result. He pressed the button to summon the lift a dozen times in quick succession in the hopes that somehow it would bring it to him quicker. After what felt like the longest minute of his life, the left turbolift hatch opened, and Kenshi scrambled inside. Typing in 34, the hatch soon closed, and the weapon scan started. When it finished, the lift jolted upwards, and, relatively to the speed Kenshi's mind was moving at, slowly ascended to the 34th floor. When the hatch opened, Kenshi sprinted out and reached the fork in the hallway. Looking both left and right, he saw no one. Running down the right corridor and turning left, his sweat ran cold as he saw the woman trying to unlock one of the room doors with the keycard. "Feroh Tara," the Zabrak yelled. She looked at him. "Leave me alone, Slimo." If you know my name, you know what I'm capable of, she retorted. No, I'm not trying to sell you. I need your help, Kenshi cried. He didn't approach her, but yelled as loud as he could to her. My father is missing, and I need your help. His voice sounded broken, and he realized he was on the verge of tears admitting this to her. She froze, looking at him, but after a moment of thought, she crossed her arms. Just who are you, kid? She asked. I'm Kenshi Dehstar. You've helped a friend of mine in the past who referred me to you. He took an awkward step forward. Please, Feroh. I came all this way, and I know you're retired, but I need your help. I've been turned away by the Jedi, and the Coruscant police can't help him in time. Now he felt tears stream down his face. You're my only hope to find him. Feroh uncrossed her arms and approached him. Look, Kenshi, is it? She asked him. He nodded in response, stifling the sounds of his rapid heaves. I'm really sorry about your father. And had you caught me a lifetime ago, I would have helped you. But I left that life. I owe it to myself, after years of helping others, to help myself now. I've earned this life. I intend to live it. She sighed. I think you should leave. Kenshi clutched his stomach. Without Feroh, there was officially no one on Coruscant that he could afford who would help him. This entire trip was all for nothing. There was no more stifling his emotional state. He looked up at Feroh, who couldn't help but look saddened by what she saw. Then that's it then, Kenshi concluded. Look, kid, Feroh started. She groaned in frustration. Maybe it was the drinks talking, but she couldn't leave him here like this. She wouldn't allow herself to. But simultaneously, she was retired. At 52, she had hoped to live however long she had left in the comfort of Coruscant's finest, not still risking her life for people in tough situations. But she had also left enough people for dead for one lifetime. Fine, Kenshi, she gave in. I will help you on one condition. The young man looked up, hope twinkling in his wet brown eyes. Really? He asked her. I will help you on the condition that you're being honest about all of this. If I feel that you're misleading me or wasting my precious time in any way, I retain the right to put a blaster bolt through your head. Is that understood? Kenshi replied immediately, hoping his conviction translated. Absolutely. With a sigh, Feroh led him over to the door to her room. Kenshi dabbed away the tears under his eyes with the edge of his jumpsuit sleeves. She unlocked the door with the key card and stepped inside. He followed suit. The entry room was lined entirely in maroon, a shade brighter than the hallway. Stepping further inside, Kenshi saw that Feroh's room was rather a suite, whose glass windows allowed a generous and scenic view of the neon cityscape of Galactic City. The sight left Kenshi in awe, his jaw dropping. Feroh casually set her keycard on the polished stone countertop to her left, walking over to the red sofa in the center of the suite. She sat on it, about to remove her mask. Oh wait, turn on the filtration fans, she ordered Kenshi. He turned to his left where she pointed, seeing a small control panel on the wall. Which button? He asked, not ready to face another unfamiliar control panel. The green one, she replied. He pressed it, and heard the fans in the room activate. Feroh removed her mask, revealing the squareness of her facial structure. She bore a distinct scar on her left cheek. Where's the scar from? Kenshi asked sheepishly, approaching the couch and removing his own mask. He only realized in hindsight that it was perhaps too bold a question to ask. Look, kid, we're not here to get to know each other. I need information. I need a place to start. I just want to get this case done and over with so I can get your sob story off my conscience, Feroh informed him. Oh, and by the way, I hope you don't expect me to do this gig for free. But I'll name my price when I know what I'm getting myself into. She talked the talk of someone who had been in the game for a long time. While she was rather aggressive and bold towards him, Kenshi was relieved that Feroh came close to fitting the image of her he had in his head. He sat next to her and began his appeal for the third time within the last 24 hours. My father went missing a little over 24 hours ago. He stole my air speeder and shot into the underlevels. I had a tracker on the speeder, but the connection got cut, Kenshi explained. Do you have any idea where he might have gone? A frequented location? No. We don't go to the underlevels. We're just employed by Limerick in the works. We just go to work and come home almost every day. We don't know much outside that in parts of Cocoa Town. So you're telling me you have no idea where he even might be? This will be a cinch, Feroh said without a hint of subverting her sarcasm. I'm really sorry. I do know my speeder was in a parking garage down there, but my tracker must have died or lost range. Well, maybe we can get something out of that. Do you have a visual of him? After hearing the question, Kenshi removed a small hologram projector from his jumpsuit. Pressing a button on the side, it displayed a full render of Bando Gora's face and profile taken from his employee file in the Limerick records. I see the resemblance, Feroh commented. It's been a day now and he hasn't come back or contacted me in any way. I just want to bring him home, Kenshi concluded, securing the projector in his jumpsuit again. Feroh sighed again. I'm gonna level with you, Kenshi. Considering it's been a day of radio silence, I'm gonna assume that your father is either dead or kidnapped. Kenshi let out an anguished sigh, placing his head in his hands. That's usually how these things go in the underworld. But hey, if we can find your speeder, then that would be a start, right? How? Kenshi asked, the word muffled by his hands. Security footage in the parking garage could tell us which direction he headed off in. And if he ended up on a level I know, then it won't take too much guesswork to figure out where exactly he ended up. Does that make sense? Feroh asked. Kenshi nodded, raising his head from his hand. I don't know the underworld. I've never been there, Kenshi admitted. When you're in this line of work, you spend a little too much time there. My hair used to be brown, but the lack of sunlight turns me into a phantom, she chuckled. Kenshi wanted to smirk, but didn't. The thought of his father laying dead in some unknown corner, but anyways, this is the make it or break it point for both of us. Payment. For this kind of case, and the lack of solid evidence you've given me, I need 5,000 credits. Since you're causing an inconvenience to me, I want half of it up front as well. Kenshi's hands clamped together in nervousness. He looked away from her, enacting a performative ascendance of his vision, traveling up the walls of the suite. I don't have 5,000 credits. To be straight with you, I have. He reached into his jumpsuit's inner pocket and removed the stack of credits he had brought with him. Counting it out on the glass center table by their knees, the total was 409 credits. Kenshi gave an awkward grimace to Feroh, who looked utterly embarrassed. You come to a private investigator, who is peacefully retired, I might add, and you make this embarrassing offer to me. Really? Feroh asked rhetorically. Suddenly, from a pocket on her right hip, she removed a blaster pistol and aimed it at Kenshi. Seeing this, Kenshi panicked, flinging himself off the side of the couch and cowering on the floor, nearly screaming in erratic and unintelligible noises of panic. Feroh rose, now standing on the couch, still pointing the pistol at him. You think you can waste my time like this, boy? Please, Feroh. It's all I have right now. I'll do the best I can when I can get the rest of my credits from home. Please. He held his hands in front of his face, shaking now. Get a grip on yourself. Feroh thought to herself, tasting the burn of her drink still dancing along her tongue. She lowered the blaster, placing her free hand on her forehead. Damn it. I'm sorry, kid. I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry. She slumped back down on the couch, reholstering her pistol. Kenshi timidly rose back up. He was uncertain of what to say at first, and simply let the moment sit as she rubbed her temples in silence. I'm really sorry. It's all I have right now, he eventually told her. Are you good for the rest of it when the job is finished? Feroh asked angrily, pointing a finger towards him. I should be. Kenshi failed to approach the couch. Then fine. I'm sure I can make all of this work somehow. She snatched the credits from the table and rose to cross to her bedroom, whose entrance sat perpendicular to the end of the expansive window. Shutting the thin door behind her, she spoke to Kenshi. "Do you need anything from home?" "No, ma'am. I brought everything I need with me," Kenshi assured her. "I doubt it. Working this occupation for years, you never really find yourself as prepared as you'd like." Kenshi heard a handful of beeps come from her bedroom, followed by the hissing sound of an opening door. After a few moments, the bedroom's main door opened, revealing Feroh, who had now donned most of a suit of armor. The arms, legs, and torso casings were white, bearing multiple scratch and blast marks. It was obvious she had tried to clean them at one point or another, and yet the marks remained. The shoulder pieces fit the curvatures of her shoulder but raised up to sharp points a few centimeters from the base of the plating. The torso piece held with it a white cape that reached to the back of her knees, similarly scorched and used as the rest of her armor. She held her helmet pinched between her right arm and her side. It featured two black bulging lenses which must have been equipped with intersensory technology, a diamond-shaped blast piece primarily covering her nose and leading down to the chin, two respirator tubes on the sides that led from a small tube on the back of the helmet to the front ventilator nodule on the chin, not dissimilar to the Crimson Spire mask's tubes, and a stark piece of what Kenshi assumed was decoration, a flat, thin, red piece of the armor's material whose bottom half was an oblong rectangle, but stretched up into sharp points on the far left and far right sides of the piece, located above the eye lenses. Altogether, Feroh's armor was intimidating not only in its design, but in the fact that it had survived so much use. "But I've gotten better at being prepared," Feroh said, continuing the sentiment of her last remark. "My ship is parked on the docking ring 4 levels down. Let's go." The turbolift hatch opened again on level 30. Feroh stepped out first, her helmet still unequipped and at her side. Kenshi followed, feeling the rumble of vapor light haul under his feet again. Following Feroh, who took a right at the fork, Kenshi suddenly had a thought. "If you're a private investigator, why do you have such high-tech armor?" he asked. He figured it was an innocent enough question to prod her about. "I said it before, kid," she said while turning to him. "We're not here to get to know each other. I'm here to help you reunite with your daddy, or what's left of him, and then I'm getting the hell out of there. So don't get attached, and don't ask questions." Kenshi was stunned, but compliant. She turned around and he continued to follow her. Though she shot any and all questions down, it didn't stop the theories from racing in his head. It didn't make sense to him that a private investigator would need the armor of a skilled warrior. They just investigated crimes, right? They didn't fight criminals in boxing matches, though perhaps that was an unwritten part of the mandate that Feroh had prepared herself for. And how had she slipped a blaster pistol through Crimson Spire security? Even from the outer landing rings, Kenshi was pretty sure the hatchways through to the interior of the hotel had weapon scanners. And on that note, they reached the ring hatch. She activated it, and the door opened. They stepped into the brisk late-night air of Coruscant. It was nearly sunrise now. Traffic had actually died down a bit, but the city looked alive as ever. It never took a day off. Crossing the strut leading to the platform, the young man wondered which ship or airspeeder belonged to Feroh. He spotted some standard airfare for this part of Coruscant, ranging from sleek civilian sport speeders to fares designed for transporting groups of people at once. However, some of the crafts were actual starships, probably capable of making hyperspace jumps. The most distinct of the bunch to Kenshi was a Black Star courier docked a few degrees to their right. Its frontward hull was a thin rectangle with the frontward end pinched inwards a bit. Connected to the wider end was the main strut supporting the large spherical cockpit, which Kenshi knew from his research was also its main cargo hold and engineering station. Half of the sphere rose above the frontward piece, while half fell below it. Stretched out from both sides of the strut were the small wings of the ship, which were currently folded inwards. The ship rested on 2 landing legs that extended from its bottom side. It was an absolutely beautiful specimen. When they had crossed the strut completely, Kenshi's excitement grew when realized that Feroh was approaching the Star Courier. Not only was he going to find his father, but he was going to do so in style and luxury. Feroh's physical demeanor remained unchanged, as if she had done this a million times. Kenshi's excellent hearing resulted in a heavy grunt coming from his left. He immediately stopped walking and turned to face the source of the noise, a good distance away on the ring from the two of them. A Weequay man was dragging two bodies by their wrists to a cargo ship with a lowered ramp. "Hey, Feroh," Kenshi called to her. "Look at that." He pointed to the scene as Feroh turned. "Looks like some of his friends party too hard." "It happens a little too often," Feroh told him. But something in Kenshi told him otherwise. Something just wasn't right about this. He began walking over towards the Weequay, his confidence and excitement overtaking his better judgment. Feroh grabbed his shoulder. "Let's mind our business." Kenshi broke free of her grasp and sprinted towards the Weequay. Feroh chased after him, yelling at him along the way. When he reached the Weequay, who had managed to drag the bodies halfway up the ramp when he arrived, Kenshi had gotten a better look at the two figures being dragged, a Rodian and Umbran, both females. Their eyes were completely blacked out, their mouths even foaming a bit. "Is everything okay?" Kenshi asked. Feroh called up to him. "Kenshi, we're leaving," Feroh started, grabbing his arm. "Sorry to bother you, sir." But Kenshi broke free again. He remembered where he had seen the two before. When he was pursuing Feroh, the two women had just exited the turbolift she had entered. He was sure it was the same pair. "Feroh, he's taking them. We have to help," Kenshi told her. "What?" "No, young man. These are my friends. They're just drugged out of their minds. They're as high as 500 Republica right now," the Weequay exclaimed, letting go of the Rodian's limp wrist. "I'm just taking them back home is all." "Sounds square to me." "Sorry to bother you," Feroh assured him. She leaned over to Kenshi, who was angry. "We're leaving. This isn't our business." "Aren't you a private investigator? You're a worker of the law. Do something," Kenshi told her in an aggressive whisper. "I don't know what's going on here, and I have a job to help you." She placed a finger on his chest. "So for your sake, we should leave. Before I change my mind about this whole thing." But this wasn't good enough for Kenshi. Seeing her blaster pistol now holstered in her bare belt, he darted for the gun and aimed it at the Weequay, who retaliated by pulling his own pistol out and opening fire at the two. Feroh grabbed Kenshi by the waist and rolled with him out of the way of the incoming fire. She broke the roll and stole the blaster back from Kenshi. The Weequay pursued the two, continuing to lay fire on them in short bursts. "Get behind me," Feroh yelled, putting her helmet on now. She aimed her blaster pistol at the Weequay, firing multiple rounds but instead hitting his ship. He took cover behind the wall of the ramp hatch, giving Feroh time to sprint to the Star Courier, fiercely gripping Kenshi's wrist and toe. Reholstering her pistol and pressing a button on her wrist board, the Star Courier's boarding ramp lowered, the ship's green accents and twin engines coming to life. Now following voluntarily, Kenshi ran up the ramp and into the ship as Feroh briefly viewed the Weequay's next move, which was to also launch his ship. Swearing to herself, Feroh boarded the Star Courier. Inside, she took the primary pilot's chair and began the ship's takeoff procedures with the help of a key she had pocketed in her armor. Within a minute, the ship was airborne. Priming a console to her right, Feroh primed the weapon system the ship bore as well. She turned the ship to face the Weequay's cargo ship, which seemed to want nothing more than to leave the scene. It lifted off the ring and fled left towards the inner city. "We need to go after him," Kenshi exclaimed from the chair behind Feroh's left. She turned in her seat, removing her helmet. "You bastard! You can't just run up on someone like that. You almost got us killed." She sighed, bringing herself back again and placing a hand on her forehead, her eyes closed for a short moment. Obviously something fishy was going on, but we have our own job to do. Maybe he was just taking them home. Sometimes there's truth to things like that. "I think it was pretty clear what was happening there," Kenshi told her, crossing his arms. "Regardless of what you think, you can't play hero like that. You were already on thin ice, kid." You're lucky I'm feeling so sorry for you tonight. One more slip up like that, and I'll kill you. She turned back around to the controls and sent the ship to its right, headed towards the shaft that would lead them to the Underworld. You said you wouldn't be leaving anyone else for dead, Feroh thought to herself. Look how you failed. Rationalize it all you want, but you know Kenshi is right. Those girls are goners. Okay, another part of her thought. But maybe when this job is finished, I shouldn't put away the armor just yet. I know the ship, and I can find where he went somehow, but one thing at a time. Chapter 6. What keeps a business relationship healthy? The ice caps of Scipio gave wonderful camouflage to Komari Vosa's sleek silver starship, the Ranker's Ire. It was an older craft, one that had been a part of her inheritance upon her assuming rulership of the Bando Gora. Komari suspected that the ship had been around since the times of the Old Republic, in fact, based on its archaic control scheme and ancient engine. But still, it had a hyperdrive, and its offensive armament still functioned as it should. She had piloted the ship many times and felt almost as strong a connection to it as she did her twin lightsabers. Nighttime on Scipio was as alluring as it was ominous. Home to the primary headquarters of the intergalactic banking clan, the mountains were each lit with slowly oscillating floodlights and security turrets, marking the direction a monetary vessel could safely travel through the array of mountaintops. The Ranker's cloaking system was engaged, disallowing the security turrets from scanning her presence. She slowly traversed her ship through the slim valley leading to the headquarters. Her communication console emitted a low chime, notifying her that she had received a communication request from a secure channel. Activating the call, a hologram of Gardella Besatii appeared on the small projector. Komari, darling, thank you so much doing this for me, she told her, her inconsistent basics still lingering. I'm not doing this for you, remember, Komari chided. Oh yes, but I will still take the benefits. I wanted to call and wish you the best of luck. Remember, there were 3 financiers tied to my enterprises. I want them dead, but not until you have Magister Damask watching. It will be no issue for me, Komari assured her. Gardella discontinued the call. Rounding another corner, the headquarters of the IBC came into Komari's view. It looked like a gas mining city in shape, though much smaller in size. The building was shaped like a funnel whose width shrank dramatically and steeply as it went down, its bottom end driven into the base of the mountain it was situated on. From its underbelly extended 5 support arms, all connected themselves to different parts of the mountain. On the flat top of the structure rested the actual offices of the IBC, which collectively were in the shape of a shallow oval dome with green windows dotted in clusters all around. As she approached the landing platform, she mentally reviewed her plan one more time. After landing, she would meet the security personnel, getting close enough to execute them before they could alert the staff inside. Next, she would find a vantage point and climb to wherever the office's main computer was housed. If she had to infiltrate the building and sneak her way to the computer, so be it. She would locate the 3 financiers Gardella tasked her to execute, and get them all into a room with Magister Damask. The Hutt had been informed from her spy network that Damask was to be at the headquarters for a routine progress check. She imagined she would list the demands of Gardella, followed by Damask timidly promising to meet them. Finally, she would execute the financiers and make her escape. The thrill of the hunt was not always something Komari found pleasure in, but she hardly had any chances to utilize her newfound dark side powers. This mission would be a stretch for those muscles. It mattered not who her blade struck, so long as the right targets were hit. Though, she found herself thinking, she really hoped the security personnel would be organic beings and not droids. An odd thought, but one that came to her in earnest nonetheless. She deactivated the Ranker's cloaking device when she reached the landing platform, landing the ship gently. From the cockpit, she saw 2 green-skinned and heavily armored Neimoidian guards step from the entrance doorway they guarded approaching the ship. The 2 of them each held an E5 blaster rifle in their hands, weapons typically associated with Trade Federation battle droids. An interesting connection, Vosa thought, but unimportant to her mission. Komari put on her tool belt of diverse capped vials and her favorite black robe as she lowered her ship's boarding ramp and flung herself gently down the short ladder from the cockpit. Stepping down the boarding ramp towards the two approaching guards, she began her bluff. "Greetings, gentlemen. I am Mistress Tarvea of Alderaan. I have a meeting with my family's financier to attend. I trust I'm allowed to leave my ship here with you?" she asked them. The two guards looked at each other, then back at Komari. The taller of the two spoke. "We'll have to check the office's schedule, Mistress. We weren't expecting anyone at this time," he said. He nudged the other guard, who pulled out a datapad from his belt holster in response, putting his blaster away. "This will take a moment," the guard informed Komari. He looked as intently at the datapad as his partner looked. Komari figured this was close enough. Reaching her two arms out, she used the force to grab their blasters. She flung them completely off the landing platform as the guards suddenly noticed. The shorter guard dropped the datapad, immediately turning to the door. Removing her lightsaber hilts from her robe and activating their crimson blades, she sprinted towards the fleeing guard, jumping nearly 4 meters into the air and plunging the blades vertically down the guard's head and throat, surely reaching the entire way to his bowels. With an intense, brief gurgle, he fell over as Komari removed the blades, turning now to the other guard. He was attempting to send a message on his right wrist comlink to the security forces inside. Using the force once again, she violently severed his right arm from his body, sending the limb past the edge of the landing platform. He screamed in intense pain. She sprinted to him, swinging her right blade low, severing his legs at the knees and drop-kicking the upper piece of his body to the floor. Getting up, deactivating her lightsabers, and reholstering the hilts, she pressed a small red button on her ship's command remote and closed its boarding ramp. Next, she turned back towards the doorway the two were guarding, instead looking above it for some way to climb the massive domed exterior. She spotted a pole extending outwards over 2 meters above and to the left of the doorway, sporting a moonless flag. It would be a good start. She leapt onto the pole with the aid of the force. Crouching upon the pole facing to the left of where she had been standing before, and using both her hands and legs to maintain her balance, she spotted a cluster of green glass windows about 6 meters above and in front of her. Looking closely, and illuminated by the exterior lights of the dome, Komari could see that the glass was thinner than the steel the rest of the dome was made of, leaving the sills holding the panels in place sticking out less than a meter from the glass. It would be a long jump, she knew, but it would be an excellent point to gauge which sector of the office she was the closest to. Preparing herself for the jump, she felt the power she was building begin to envelop her legs most of all. When she shot them straight and propelled herself to the sill, she felt that power's impact on the flagpole, nearly knocking it out of the socket securing it in place. While airborne, she knew from the jump that she had given herself the velocity to cover the distance she needed. Landing quietly on the sill, she immediately grabbed the edge of the bordering sill above her to maintain her balance. Looking through the green glass, she saw a massive atrium filled with cubicles. In every cubicle was a tall-headed and sickly thin Muon wearing a communications headset talking to some benefactor they were associated with. Gardella had informed her that her 3 marks were in their own offices, so Komari knew she would have to travel closer to the back half of the dome to find them. But for the entrance to the computer core, she continued looking. Towards the back of the office was a raised balcony overlooking the workers. A closed doorway was being guarded by 2 more Neimoidian guards. She figured that was a good guess, though she simultaneously wished Gardella had been more informative regarding the office's layout. Leaning back off the sill but maintaining her grip, she looked for an entryway into the building further up the dome's exterior. Far above her was an air vent, which she could feel, through vibrations reverberating across the steel, supported a spinning fan. If she could disable the fan, then she could follow the air vent into the building. It was large enough to support her size, or at least, it looked that way from her position and distance. But suddenly, she felt a very faint warmth embrace her from behind. The light of one of the nearby floodlights had oscillated towards her, casting her shadow to the inside of the atrium. Realizing this, she quickly performed a backflip off of the windowsill, though she gripped the edge of the spot where her feet had just been, bending her legs upon impact of the dome's exterior to make as little noise as possible. She looked back angrily at the light, which took a whole 20 seconds to pass across the window completely. Executing another daring leap, Komari propelled herself up from her position, leaping to the top sill edge of the window cluster. She calculated she was about 6 meters from the vent's gated entrance. As she was about to make one more leap, she heard chatter coming from the landing platform below. "Captain, we have 2 men down on platform 4. Komari looked to the platform, seeing 2 more Neimoidian security guards inspecting the massacre she had left behind. One of them was speaking into his wrist communicator. The perpetrator left their ship behind. It's unfamiliar to us. Then it's safe to assume there's an intruder somewhere inside the complex. I want a full security lockdown, and all guards inside protecting the staff," their captain replied over their comlink. "I'll communicate to the vault on Mount Harnaden and Chief Callahan that a lockdown is in order. This may be a calculated attack to access it." "What fools," Komari thought in response. "Less thought should be put to the vault, and more towards the coming storm. I'm also informing Magister Damask of the situation," the captain continued. "I want you 2 stationed in the main atrium. Begin the lockdown procedures." Rolling her eyes, Komari prepared herself for the jump to the vent. It was nice to have confirmation that Damask was present somewhere in the dome, and a stronger security detail meant more of a challenge. But she also wished that she had remembered to clean up her mess to buy herself a little more time. The paranoid Muons running the IBC had trigger fingers when it came to protecting their enterprise, so navigating the various lockdown procedures would be an added chore to the list of chores she was already facing. Finally, she built her power and completed the leap towards the vent, though she had slightly miscalculated how much velocity she needed, barely grabbing onto the rim of the vent. She reached a hand down to her belt, grabbing her left lightsaber. She activated the blade and sliced across the vent cover, cutting the bars of the gate open enough for her to slide through. She replaced her saber and pulled herself into the vent feet first, pressing both hands and feet against the opposite walls of the vent to control the speed of her descent. She didn't want to end up a pile of mush from the fan blades. And on that thought, about 3 meters down, she finally spotted the fan, which spun at a speed she would need to slow manually. Komari thought about how to approach this. She could slice the fan with her saber, though the broken fan pieces would tumble down the vent and attract the security personnel to her position. She could use the force to slow or stop the fan and find an opening between the blades, but she worried that would alert the maintenance attachment by showing a malfunction in the fan systems, possibly alerting them to her presence still. Though, she figured she could still make it through noise-free and escape to the dome's interior before they could find her in the vent. Of the 2 options she could think of, it was the most preferable. Komari prepared to perform the maneuver, but was stopped by a blaring alarm whose noise was reverberated through the air vent. She grimaced, realizing the lockdown had begun. Reaching her hand out to pause the fan spinning, she was interrupted by the entire vent rattling around her. Looking up towards the entrance, she saw slits open on opposite walls of the vent tube, starting towards the broken gate and moving down below her. Closest to the gate, a thin metal sheet slid from one slit and into the other, instantly blocking the already weak light from outside. The action continued in the slits below it, and then below them, trailing towards Komari's position. Cutting off the air vents, Komari thought to herself, "They're not completely inept." Using the force as an extension of her strength, she quickly and suddenly slowed the fan's speed to a crawl, giving herself just enough time to let go of the walls and dive feet first between 2 of the 3 blades before the security system's metal sheets reached her. The vent's continuation below the fan curved into a horizontal position. As she fell down the bend, she made sure to keep her legs up and arms braced, colliding the vent tubing with her cloth robe to make sure her positional transition was smooth and discreet. Laying down now, she lifted her head to see that she had reached the end of this route of the vent. She figured there were other branches of the vent that led elsewhere, but none that she could have seen in the dark. But she could now see another gate by her feet with light shining through it. Quietly scooting herself closer to it, she could barely make out the voice of another Neimoidian. In fact, Komari recognized it as the voice of the security captain. She guessed she had reached the security team's central office, which must have been located towards the top of the dome. The captain was speaking into a communication board. Security measures have already been put into motion. The workers have been placed in lockdown, and the Board of Masters are having safety shuttles prepared as we speak, the captain spoke. Good. I want this attack quelled as soon as possible, or the consequences may be stronger than you expect, a voice responded. Of course, Magister Damask. I will inform you when the situation has been resolved. The communication ended and Komari heard the captain's feet shuffle. She scooted herself even closer to the gate now, knowing the security system would catch her if she did not act soon. Komari kicked the gate open in one powerful kick, subsequently sliding herself out and somersaulting to her feet. In the center of the well-lit room near where she had exited were two separated half-circular control panels, the armored Neimoidian security captain standing directly between them. He turned to the vent when Komari had revealed herself, removing his blaster rifle from his back magnet. He fired 3 shots at her, though she deflected every shot with the force. Igniting one of her lightsabers, she reversed her grip on the hilt and threw the weapon like a spear at the captain's face. The blade penetrated his head almost all the way through to the hilt. He dropped his weapon. Komari jumped towards the ceiling of the room, using the force to pull the saber from his face while in the air, then performing a full spin around with the saber in her hand before she landed, severing the head of the captain from his neck in the process. Sighing as if the killing was becoming a chore, she theatrically poked the chest of the headless captain with her finger as the body fell to the floor. Deactivating and reholstering her saber, she turned to the control panels before her. To her left was a panel labeled Comp. Core Primary. A small view screen on the panel showed live security footage of the entrance she had spotted earlier on the balcony overlooking the main office space, still being guarded by 2 security guards. Her assumption that this had been the computer core's entrance had been correct. Time to play in the dark, Komari thought. Spinning to the half-circle of panels behind her, she found the electricity fuse controls for the complex. She flipped every switch to its opposite position, except for the computer core's fuse. Suddenly the lights turned off, along with the blaring alarm and cooling duct system. The room was almost pitch black, having no glass ceiling or windows. Reaching beneath her robe, she removed a small sharp-cornered vial from her belt and removed the cap, swallowing the liquid inside. Her vision improved almost immediately, illuminating everything in the room as if the lights were still on. An added benefit of being the leader of the Bando Gora was having unlimited access to Shonitis' arcane chemical experiments, providing different effects and improvements for their users. From his journals, Komari learned the secret to craft the death stick liquid that she used to enslave the drunkards of Coruscant with. She had also learned to craft various potions she used in combat situations such as this. She had just ingested one that allowed her to see in no-light situations with incredible clarity. Komari's guess was that Nidus had copied the techniques of the Dathomirian Night Sisters and their incredible use of shadow magic, which allowed them access to traits and abilities not even most force-induced augmentations allowed. In a chemical form such as what she carried in her vials, Komari was able to carry these abilities with her wherever she went. They proved incredibly advantageous in situations where she didn't have her Bandogora servants with her. Looking to the room's door, she opened it with a strong flick of her wrist using the force. She exited through it, shutting the door behind her. The doorway led to a downward staircase, leading to a balcony overlooking the main office space she had seen before. Now looking down on the Muin accountants again, the atrium dimly lit by the oscillating floodlights on the mountain outside, she could hear their panicked whimpers as the Neimoidian security attachment attempted to calm them down and keep them quiet. Among the sea of cries, she heard many complaining about losing their clients due to the power outage and the vault being under attack. They're better off dead, all of them. They simply waste the air they breathe, Komari remarked in her head. She had to strongly resist the urge to jump into the bullpen below and kill all of them herself. But she knew what she actually had to do. Realizing the balcony was actually an elevator platform that wasn't working with no power, she looked for another vantage point somewhere in the atrium she could leap to get closer to the computer core's entrance. At the top of the dome's interior was a web of gray support beams supporting the structure of the dome. Komari leapt once again to the closest spot she could access, grabbing on with her hands and swinging on impact. She swung her legs on top of the next beam, her entire body now supported on the web. She let go with her hands, using the beam her legs wrapped around as the axis on which to spin her body to grab the next beam. She repeated this movement 7 more times across the dome ceiling, finally reaching a point directly above the raised balcony of the core's entrance. Letting go of her hands' grips and hanging upside down, she reached out to the 2 Neimoidian guards using the force. She could virtually feel their tracheas with her hands, softly gripping them. They could both feel this pressure, but it was too late for them. She decimated their inner throats in an instant, using the force to apply so much pressure that their throats very nearly exploded. The internal bleeding the sudden shift of organs had caused began to pour from their mouths as they fell to the ground. Komari dropped from the ceiling beam, landing on her feet between them. Pressing the door's control panel, she opened it and stepped inside, closing it behind her. She wouldn't have much time before the patrolling guards saw the guards' bodies outside. Komari found herself in a square room whose height was more notable than any of its other dimensions. Lining the walls were meters and meters of technological casings, all filled with wires and small buttons that blinked out of sync from one another. But parallel to her view straight ahead was the central computer, a large monitor screen, on a pedestal which acted as the monitor's power source accompanied by a keyboard. On the monitor screen were the words "Data Backup in Progress." Approaching the computer and placing her hands on the keyboard, she was able to access the office complex's information database with ease. The Moon faculty had not expected anyone but them would ever access their central computer. Komari chuckled, thinking that for how paranoid they were, they hadn't placed their suspicions correctly in the long run. The computer displayed information tabs for every member of the headquarters accounting division. Looking more closely, she found the information regarding the upper financiers board. This would provide a clearer designation of her marks. Using the computer's filters to find the 3, she typed their names in: Fonpala, Dorma Undal, and Neru Hill. All Komari needed was the location of their offices, which the computer provided with their employee files. Offices 03, 05, and 09 respectively. Pleased with how this phase of the mission had gone, she activated her lightsaber and slashed the pedestal in half. The entire series of technological connections lining the wall shut down, leaving the room in total darkness. She turned to the room's only door, which opened before she could reach it. She leapt to the doorway's lip above the actual door as 4 Neimoidian guards holding E5 rifles with flashlight attachments entered the room. Realizing she still had one saber activated, Komari activated her second, whose noise immediately drew the attention of the guards who began firing at her. Knowing they would do this, she leapt to the top of the room, linking her 2 saber hilts in the air. She landed between all 4 guards and performed a graceful spin with her linked sabers, decapitating them all simultaneously. As the bodies hit the ground, she sprinted out of the core's chamber and to the right on the balcony, crossing the walkway and making another right in the corridor of upper financiers' offices. There was a guard posted at every door, who noticed her entrance into the corridor. "Open fire, it's the intruder," the guard closest to Komari ordered. Following the order, all 9 guards guarding the offices on that side of the corridor opened fire. Komari expertly deflected every bolt from the weapons with her 2 blades, sensing where every one would hit and moving her blades accordingly. Even with 9 blasters firing on her at once, her accuracy was impressive. She could hear the panic screams of the accountants in the bullpen beyond the balcony as the battle's noise rang through the complex. Suddenly, to her right, out of the darkness that lay beyond the boundaries of her potion's effects came 9 more guards who began to open fire. The fire was getting too intense for her to maintain for much longer or move in for any strikes with. She would need to take cover. Looking to her left, she saw the entrance to Office 01. The commanding guard who stood by the door kept his distance from Vosa, joining the group of other guards who were beginning to bunch up. Komari kicked the door's control panel with her foot, opening the door and allowing her to finally step inside. She shut and locked the door as she stepped inside the small office. Turning around, a Muin dressed in a dark green garb cowered in the corner by his desk. He was in a fetal position, visibly shaking and audibly crying. "Please don't hurt me. I'll give you anything," he cried out to her. She frowned with disgust. "You aren't worth the heat of my blade, you ragged womp rat," Komari replied. "Which office is next door?" "F. Fon Pala, 03. The financier stammered. Crossing to the shared wall between the offices, she plunged a lightsaber blade into it. Komari slowly drew a circle with her blade, igniting its outline in an illuminating orange. Using the force, she pushed the circle of the wall she had cut out of place, giving her access to the next office past a flurry of sparks from the heat of the saber's cut. Deactivating her saber and stepping inside, another Muin dressed in a similar maroon garb laid under the piece of wall Komari had pushed into the room. "Fon Pala?" she asked, walking around the newfound blanket that covered him with steps that could almost have registered as stomps. "Please stop this," he begged breathlessly, the weight of the wall piece crushing him. "Fon Pala?" she asked again slowly, accentuating every sound of the name. She crouched by him, listening intently for his response. "That is my name, but I don't see," he started. He sounded as if he were about to pass out. She physically lifted the piece of the wall off of the Muin. "You will not incur my wrath if you follow my instructions to the letter, do you understand?" She lied. Fon Pala coughed violently, slowly rising to his knees. "Yes, I will do as you say. Just please don't hurt me," he cried. Komari rolled her eyes. "Listen, scrub, there are at least 20 armed guards waiting for us outside your door. You will exit first, and I will follow behind you. You will open the door to office number 5 next door, and bring Dorma and Hall with you," she explained to him. "How do you know?" Pala started. Komari screamed in anger, gripping his long throat with her fist, lifting him off the ground from his knees though he towered above her in full standing height. "You will listen when I speak," she yelled, maintaining her grip on the Muin's neck. "Next, you will bring Dorma with you to Office 9, where you will again open the door and lead us inside. We have business to conduct, the 4 of us." She finally let go of the financier's neck, who once again fell to his knees in a violent fit of coughing. It had only just then occurred to Komari that the Muin could not see her in the darkness of his office. She activated one blade of her linked hilts and held it between their faces. "Do I make myself clear?" Fon Pala nodded in response. She helped him up, and he gingerly shuffled to the door of his office. "Play it cool, and they may not shoot us," she whispered as he fingered the control panel. Coming up behind him, she held her blade horizontally and gripped his waist with her free arm. Whimpering, he finally opened the door. The light of 24 flashlights shone through the doorway, and Komari walked Pala into his blinding presence. "The intruder has Master Pala. Hold your fire. Hold your fire," the leading guard ordered. Komari smiled. If a financier were killed by their hands, it would have meant the end for all of them. Luckily, they would all meet their end soon anyways. She walked the 2 of them into the corridor, and slowly to their left. She could feel the tension among the guards. Komari saw and felt every one of their trigger fingers waiting eagerly to be used, but she knew they wouldn't. Like standing in the mouth, on the tongue of a massive monster, Komari felt as if she could dance in the danger. Letting go of Fon Pala's waist, but still holding her blade by his head, Komari kept herself facing the squad of guards aiming directly at her. Pala accessed the control panel and opened the door. "Dorma, Dorma," he called in the darkness. "Come with us, or I fear we will all be killed. There is no debate in this. Please come with us," he begged. The desperation in his voice brought out a hoarseness Komari hadn't expected from a physiology as unique as the moon's. Another financier, now in a regal dark orange robe, stepped out gently from the office. "Welcome to the party, Dorma Undal," Komari beckoned. "You will not get away with this, terrorist," he boldly proclaimed. "Terrorist? That's a new one," Komari remarked. She had not the focus to determine whether she felt that term was accurate to her or not. She now gripped Dorma's waist, activating her other blade and keeping both Muins in their respective V proximities to her. This action very nearly erupted the tension of the guards, but Komari was very surprised that they had shown such restraint in the presence of a lightsaber's activation. "I'm very impressed with you all," she told them. "I figured I had just compromised my mission by doing that." "Let them go," the leading guard yelled. Ignoring the request, Komari spoke to Fawn Pala. 9. "Now," she ordered. He gulped loudly, but did not budge. "Now, or I will skin you both alive with but a thought." This was merely a threat, though she certainly wished she were that powerful so far away from coma. "You're going to be okay, Fawn Pala. Just remain calm," the guard assured Pala. "Useless, the lot of you. You're letting this happen. Shoot her down now," Pala told them. "She would be helpless to repel your combined might, you blithering idiots." A bead of sweat began to form in Komari's brow. Her robe had stimulated the warmth of her body for the entire operation thus far, but this sweat was encouraged by Pala's comment. His assessment wasn't wrong. She couldn't repel their collective firepower. All she had were her 2 bargaining chips and the hopes that the Neimoidian guards cared more about their own lives than the lives of the financiers. But when she realized that nothing had changed in the guards' auras, she knew that her hopes had been granted. The galaxy ran on selfishness Komari had been finding, and she did well to exploit it. "They will not heed your word, Pala. Office 9. Now," Komari barked. Pala shook in continual fear and shuffled slowly to Office 9, leading Komari Dorma and the collection of guards with him. He again opened the door. "Now what? Do you want Nehru to join us?" Pala asked her. "No. We will join him instead," Komari corrected him. The 3 slowly stepped inside the office. Tried to enter, and they all die. She yelled at the guards before finally closing the door and locking it. The light of her red blaze lit the entire office. Nehru Hill sat in his chair, wearing a blue suit tailored to his dimensions. "Do you know where Magister Damas's office is?" Komari asked him. "What is the meaning of this?" "Empty threats and Nehru started, being interrupted by Komari grabbing his head with her free hand and smashing it against his wooden desk, cracking its surface and drawing maroon blood from his flat nose in the process. Pala and Undal cringed in pain, now standing together in the corner beside the door's control panel. "The next mistake gets you killed," Komari assured him as he gripped his nose, covering his suit with blood. From under his desk, he removed a comlink. Komari turned to the 2 cowering financiers as he single-handedly prepared the device. "Join him," she whispered dangerously. The 2 crossed over and stood on either side of Hill. "What do you want from us?" Undal asked. "You'll find out when we find Damask," Komari growled. Suddenly, as Nehru was preparing to use the comlink, a discreet holoprojector that Komari hadn't noticed concealed on the surface of his desk inexplicably flickered to life, revealing a life-sized hologram of the black-robed Hegel Damask, a Muin who was clearly older than the 3 financiers standing before Komari. His sleek breathing apparatus covered his entire nose and mouth, wrapping all the way around the lower third of his head. Damask's breathing was layered with the technological wheeze. He faced Komari. "Greetings, Komari Vosa," Damask spoke. His voice was wrought with age and experience, but an underlying timbre that indicated a deeper well of life and identity underneath. "Where are you?" she asked, skipping the pleasantries. "Not in the complex. Not even on Scipio, as a matter of fact. I knew you were coming, Vosa, so I made sure I kept my distance." Komari's sweat developed further as he said this. "Then you know why I'm here." Vosa asked him with a questioning tone. I believe I do, but I want to hear you tell me anyways, Damask said. This infiltration has been in the name of Gardella Besadii, the Elder of Tatooine. She tells me you have influenced these 3 financiers to cut her funding and starve her out of her empire. I will not stand for this kind of manipulation, Komari proclaimed. And just what do you intend to do about it? Damask asked her. With the prompt on the table, she pulled her saber back and lunged forward suddenly, slicing her frontward blade through all 3 of the Mua's necks, cutting their screams short as she did so. She finally deactivated her saber, returning to an average standing position as if the action hadn't just occurred. Consider this a warning, Damask. You will resume her funding or pay further consequences. Komari felt proud, though Damask had initially duped her. But her pride faded quickly when Damask, upon seeing the headless corpses of his staff, did not react. Replaceable, Vosa. You are but a child in a game run by adults. Whether you realize it or not, you have failed your mission. My cutting off of Gardella came out of an agreement that shed light on your existence. I know all about you, Vosa. I know about the Bando Gora. I know you were once a Jedi, Damask revealed. Komari was speechless. How had Damask known this about her? Unless the pieces fit into place when she folded the ends of Gardella's problem together. In their escape from Cog Hive 7, Komari and Maul boarded Jabba Deceit Tour's personal yacht with the nuclear bomb that her forces, in tandem with the Black Sun, would use to bomb Sojourn in an attempt to kill Damask. At some point before then, Jabba himself must have revealed what he knew about her to Damask. But for what use Damask would have with this information, Komari did not know. What didn't add up was Gardella's claim that Damask would be at the headquarters when Komari arrived. This can't be Gardella, Komari claimed, her agitation growing stronger. A ruse I perpetrated through contacts in the underworld. It was to attract Gardella's attention and draw you in. And as for Gardella, my agreement with Jabba will remain. He has given me what I need to know about you. Driving Gardella out of Tatooine will remove her from Jabba's board and move you to the right spot in mine. And now, I will suit you for your next role in the performance of my plans. Damask's tone suddenly shifted to one of a threatening nature instead of an informative cordiality that he had maintained up to that point. You cannot escape the security attachment posted outside. I will give them the order to capture you painlessly if you drop your lightsaber on the desk and come out with your hands up. Or perhaps you can try to fight your way out, but I doubt you will find success down that avenue. No matter your decision, you will be captured. The choice is yours, Komari Vosa. But either way, I hope you find a way to live with your failure not only with Gardella, who will surely realize that you have the capabilities and temperament of a child, but with the operations of your Bandogora, who you will never see again. Damask finished. The hologram deactivated, leaving Komari alone in the dark office. Flustered and drowning in the heavy helping of news, she realized in her cold sweat that she had a choice to make: give in to Damask's forces peacefully, or wipe out every single person besides herself in this office complex. The choice was obvious. She readied herself for the carnage, removing her black robe and unlinking her saber hilts, activating both of the blades now. Using the Force, she opened the door and stepped into the familiar collection of flashlight lights casually. Damask has informed me you won't kill me. An unfortunate choice, Komari told them, screaming with unfocused rage as she twirled directly into the group of guards. She could feel the smooth severances of flesh and limbs as she did so, embracing the unadulterated anger that had manifested inside her not only from Damask's revelation, but the anger that had been building within her entire life. The passion she repressed but nonetheless carried with her when she struck down 20 Mandalorian soldiers on Galadrin broke free in its purest form now, acting as a conduit for her fluid movements of the dual blades she was using. An incredibly deadly mix of strikes and deflections elongated her consciousness for a brief 60 seconds, but the E5 rifles continually fired their blue stun bolts at a rate she could not deflect every time. One bolt would strike her, angering her further and removing a bit of her already limited focus. Another bolt would graze her, numbing the spot of impact and slowing her movements more and more. Though Komari Vosa had struck down 15 guards, the remaining 9 survived long enough to stun her into unconsciousness, confiscate her lightsabers, and place advanced force-inhibiting handcuffs on her. Komari's next destination would be realized by her when the swell of darkness inside her calmed down enough for her to reawaken. Chapter 7. Voice of Dissent, Voice of Reason. The war room in the Jedi Temple on Coruscant had not seen very much use in recent years, and the Jedi would have had it no other way. It was a chamber designed to bring important Jedi together in one place, no matter their locations in the galaxy, to discuss the various goings-on of whatever conflict they were currently facing. It saw use during the Mandalorian Civil War, the Stark hyperspace conflict, and most recently, the Yanchori uprising. But tonight was different. There was no war or flaring conflict to speak of. So as Master Dooku approached the room's open entrance, he wondered what the reason for this meeting's call was. He watched various members of the Jedi Council enter, which was a sign to him that something serious was happening, or was about to happen. Turning right into the room, he gently descended the stairs at the entrance. The chamber was an oval, with a central holographic console in the center. Surrounding the space around the console were a series of cushioned seats for a Jedi audience to spectate the proceedings and 3 rows of ascending height lining the walls of the room. Most of the seats were taken by various Jedi, most of whom were whispering to each other while waiting for the meeting to start. By the console stood Grand Master Yoda, along with Masters Mace Windu and Plo Koon. The 3 themselves were conversing with each other until Yoda saw Dooku enter. "Welcome, Master Dooku. Take a seat, will you please?" the small green Jedi asked. "Of course, Master Yoda," Dooku responded graciously. A seat was available to his left, in between human Jedi Master Neja Halcyon and the tall-headed, newly appointed council member Ki-Adi-Mundi. He leaned over to the latter. "Do you know the reason for this meeting?" he whispered to him. "There's been a secret command from Supreme Chancellor Valorum. We're going to discuss the possible outcomes of what's happening," Mundi replied. Dooku nodded quietly as the room's lights dimmed. The Jedi audience silenced, and Master Windu cleared his throat to address them. "Welcome, everyone. Thank you for attending this meeting. We hope to explain in a concise manner what is happening and how we should prepare ourselves," Windu stated. On the central console, the hologram displaying the galaxy transformed to that of Supreme Chancellor Valorum's visage and a message that had already been recorded and sent to the Jedi. "This morning, we received a message from Chancellor Valorum. I'll play that for you all now." He pressed a button on the console which started the message. "Esteemed members of the Jedi Council," Valorum started. "I come to you with an urgent request. As you may be aware, the Trade Federation has taken a fleet of their ships to the planet of Naboo. They are establishing a blockade, cutting off all trade from the planet. Our ability to communicate with the planet or Queen Amidala is severely limited due to this. As you can imagine, this is highly suspicious. Since I passed the act to tax all trade routes along the Mid-Rim, the Trade Federation has receded within the Senate. Now, we understand why. We worry this is a direct act of revenge against Senator Palpatine for his encouragement of said taxation. This is a cowardly and potentially dangerous move against Naboo, which we will not tolerate. Unfortunately, the Senate cannot decide how to proceed. I am among the minority which sees this as a direct threat to the peace the Republic and the Trade Federation have had since their inception. I wish to act now in support of Naboo, but unfortunately I am bound by the restraints of law and debate in the Senate. This is why I come to you. If the Senate cannot act, then perhaps you would be willing to in our place. If you accept my request, I ask that you send a small, covert envoy of Jedi delegates to negotiate a temporary solution to the blockade with the Federation's chairman, Viceroy Newt Gunray. Specifically, I request that Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn and his apprentice Obi-Wan Kenobi be sent on this assignment. They have proven themselves in the past with their actions during the Iridu Trade Summit and the Yanchori Uprising. Had the Senate discovered I even contacted you about this, their mistrust of me would grow even stronger and create more divide between us all. I hope that you see my position in these matters and can help me. Naboo needs our help now, and we as a system cannot do what we need to. I'm glad I recognize as such, but simply recognizing this problem isn't enough. I await your response. May the Force be with you all, my friends. The hologram finally ended, now shifting to a display of the planet of Naboo with a series of Trade Federation Lucre hull-class battleships surrounding its orbit. The situation on Naboo is, as the Council has contemplated, disturbing, Plo Koon told the room. We agreed with Valorum's request and dispatched Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn and his apprentice, Obi-Wan Kenobi, to negotiate dissolving the blockade with Newt Gunray. But, to gauge the probability of their success in these negotiations, we took a look at Gunray's history as chairman of the Trade Federation, Mace added. It's clear that in his position, Gunray is prone to making brash decisions based on greed and control of his organization. We're not here to give you a breakdown of his psyche, but we think it's important to tell you that if these negotiations fail, this could send Gunray, and, subsequently, the Federation, into a violent mood. The Council has decided that beyond these negotiations, the Jedi will not become entangled with this crisis unless it erupts into violence, Plo Koon concluded. Dooku sat up, balling his hands into fists. This statement shocked him. As one of the Order's most skilled peacekeepers, he could think of a multitude of solutions to the problem that would step around the red tape of the Senate. Solutions that the Jedi could enact immediately. Why not force Gunray to dissolve the fleet? If he were prone to such violent actions, there was a high chance that negotiations would only remind him further of his vendetta for Palpatine and the Republic. In this way, sending a measly number of 2 Jedi to negotiate with Gunray would simply act as an extension of the Senate. This was something Dooku simply did not agree with. Any perspectives we had not yet considered are there? Yoda asked the audience, with the war room silent. Dooku's frustrations worsened. He stood. With all due respect, Master Yoda, I do not believe the negotiations will succeed. For us to simply stand by in the... Why do you assume the negotiations will fail? Windu asked him. Qui-Gon was your apprentice. Do you think he failed to inherit your sense of diplomacy? And once again, Dooku had been antagonized, whether Windu realized it or not. That statement was a backhanded compliment which failed to realize the point Dooku was trying to illuminate. But this was nothing new to him. Accepting this rebuttal, he simply sat down and closed his mouth. The meeting continued as normal, with no one else in the audience continuing Dooku's train of thought. Their silence was the final confirmation Dooku needed that he was wasting his time and energy. The rest of the meeting became a blur to his tired ears. Looking at the 3 Jedi Masters running the meeting, the only one who met his disgruntled gaze was Yoda, whose face showed that of concern. This was a rare emotion on the part of the little Grand Master. But it meant nothing if he did not speak up and let Dooku continue. But as the discussions of the Senate debates, the diplomatic approaches the 2 Jedi would be taking in their negotiations, and the nature of the situation's effects on Naboo continued, Yoda never returned to Dooku's consideration. And when the meeting was dismissed, Dooku departed for his starfighter. In 500 Republica, Senator Palpatine's apartment was completely red from the carpet, to the walls, to the furniture. Even a few of the abstract pieces of art that adorned its corners were as crimson as could be. His fascination with the particular shades of maroon had always made Dooku curious, as Palpatine himself had rarely worn the color in or out of the Senate rotunda. The furniture, at least, was comfortable and welcoming to him. There were no sharp edges to this apartment, only curves and soft lines and edges defining the walls and trim. Dooku sat on the main couch, ignoring the warm cup of tea that Palpatine had poured him. Palpatine returned the kettle to its spot on the discreet stovetop counter across the room, which retracted into the wall behind it and was covered by a piece of the wall which slid down in front of it. It was as if there was no counter there to begin with, yet there was hot tea awaiting Dooku's lips. Palpatine sat in the small, single-person chair closest to the couch, picking up his own cup and stirring its contents gently. I was surprised that you called to speak with me, Master Dooku, Palpatine admitted. I had not heard from you for a while. That is because I have been attempting to bury my feelings in private. But unfortunately, I cannot do so, Dooku replied. Not anymore. Is that so? Palpatine asked. Did something in particular happen to bring you to me? Only the latest action of the unacting council. Care to elaborate? Palpatine finally sipped his tea as Dooku sighed. You're aware of the Naboo situation, Dooku told him. Quite, he replied dryly. Valorum wanted us to act. And you and I both know we have the capabilities to end the blockade more swiftly than how Valorum or the Senate would propose we do. No innocent people would have to suffer, and we would show to the rest of the Republic's dissenters that the Jedi take these kinds of threats to peace seriously. Dooku talked it out. Naboo needs our help, and they need it. Palpatine squinted a bit. So what did the council do? They sent the 2 Jedi the Chancellor requested, one of which being my former apprentice, Qui-Gon Jinn, to negotiate with Gunray. That doesn't sound like such a bad thing, Master Dooku. It didn't to the council either. Upon attempting to question their decision, Master Windu put me in a position where my credibility was at stake by my own word. Who am I to discount my own diplomatic skills, or Qui-Gon's, for that matter? And my point was never addressed anyways. I feel we are wasting our time when we could be putting our skills to a more appropriate use, Dooku explained. And what would that be? Helping the galaxy on the terms of the Jedi, not in the interest of the Senate or the stamp of Valorum. You've expressed this to me quite a few times before, Palpatine said. He said this not in a tone of annoyance, but one of emphasis placed on Dooku's struggle. Because it has been the driving force of the storm inside me, Dooku sighed. Palpatine smiled wryly, hearing his previous statement had had its intended effect. He wanted to dig a bit deeper before he steered the conversation in the direction recent events on Scipio had led his intentions. Remind me, what was the solution you proposed to fix this issue of stagnation? Palpatine asked before he sipped his tea once more. It leaves me sounding radical. But from the perspective I hold, I see the only way to fix these issues is to tear everything down. The Senate, the Jedi, the Republic. Not to destroy them, of course, but to lift the veil of our blindness and destroy the issues facing us. Corruption, hubris, inaction. We are being afflicted and we don't realize it, Dooku told his friend. Have you seen this as well? In a way, I have. I have managed to work my way into this senatorial mess by way of the games many notable politicians have played. But I find that, because of that, I'm a bit more privy to the rot that claims the majority of the Senate in this age of the Republic, Palpatine said, stroking his hairless chin. If someone like you were in charge, Senator Palpatine, then I believe our issues would be illuminated to those who refuse to acknowledge them, Dooku admitted. What if I was in charge, Master Dooku? Palpatine asked. I suppose I'm not sure what you're getting at, Dooku said after a brief grumble of thought. But you do, my friend. Palpatine stood and crossed the room to the window overlooking the capital cityscape. You and me, and the whole of the Republic knows that Valorum's time in office is running short. From the Battle of Mallister Narrows, to the Orodium scandal, to the general disapproval of his leadership among both the populace and the Senate, Valorum will leave soon, one way or another. I know not what the final straw on the Bantha's back will be, but I have a feeling he must treat this Naboo blockade with incredible sensitivity and adherence to the Senate if he is to remain in their graces. He has told me of the Jedi's dispatchment, much to my surprise. And while I think this is admirable, the Republic no longer has a place for admirability. This is not news, though, Palpatine smirked. What does this have to do with you, if I may ask? Dooku asked, turning to Palpatine, whose back still faced him. The Senate is preparing for the imminent event he is ousted from his position, which they suspect will come from the blockade. They have been preparing candidates for his replacement for months now, Palpatine revealed. I am one of them. Well, congratulations, Senator. I believe this presents the Republic with a wonderful opportunity, Dooku responded hopefully. I agree. I felt this news was overdue upon your ears. I hope this inspires you with some kind of hope regarding the future of the Republic. Palpatine finally turned to his friend as he spoke. Indeed it does, Dooku smiled. Palpatine did not reciprocate. Instead he feigned to stammer, leaning to say, I apologize, my friend, I have shifted the conversation onto myself. It was time to bring Dooku's attention in a different direction. You mentioned your former apprentice earlier. Qui-Gon, was it? Yes. He's en route to Naboo, Dooku said. Palpatine finally returned to his chair. How is he? You mentioned once he's a rogue, if I recall correctly. He is. Rather stoic and mysterious. He was once my closest friend, but I feel he has become distant now. You are wise, Master Dooku. I'm sure Qui-Gon is set on the right path from your impartment of that wisdom. That's why, if any Jedi were to be sent to the Naboo blockade, I'm pleased it was him. I hope he is on the right path. Hopefully something will ultimately come of his time negotiating with the Trade Federation. If you worry about Qui-Gon, have you ever tried comparing how he has turned out in comparison to your other apprentice? Strike the heart, Palpatine thought. You speak of, Dooku started. A thin sheen of sweat was now visible on the Jedi Master's brow. Komari Vosa. I would never compare Qui-Gon to her. She was dangerous. Unstable. She was too eager to prove her capabilities to me. It was clear he was withholding information from Palpatine, information that he needed to draw out from Dooku in order to make the Scipio operation worth the trouble. Oh, then perhaps the Council found it beneficial, at the end of the day, to not search for survivors after her mission to Balthazar. Even Palpatine found his words a bit cruel, but Dooku needed to hear them. The Jedi gently clasped his hands together and rested his nose where his index fingers met. This was in an attempt to physically mask his anxiety around the subject of Vosa, but this obscurement was not a match for Palpatine's clairvoyance. It would not have been a match for anyone's skills of observation. Perhaps, Dooku mused. Senator Palpatine, may I express something to you privately? That's what this entire meeting has been, my friend, Palpatine reminded him, smiling gently. In my meditations in the Jedi Temple, I have been feeling a very force pull at my thoughts. It had recurred for a while, but it culminated recently when I was able to, Dooku started. He gulped, and then continued in a near whisper. I was able to communicate with Komari Vosa. I believe she's alive. His joined hands were beginning to shake a bit. Really? Palpatine asked, feigning surprise. How do you know this wasn't a hallucination of sorts? A trick or a misinterpretation? That day, Palpatine had secretly worked to merge the spheres of Dooku and Vosa within the Force. It was mere coincidence that the two had entered their respective meditative states simultaneously, but it allowed Palpatine to pluck both of their consciousnesses and let a dialogue develop between the two. He was correct in assuming the behavior of the two as they spoke, Dooku letting the surprise of the moment flare his already weakened inner peace, while Komari wanted nothing more than to prove herself and her powers to Dooku. The two had both played into the trap without even realizing they were in one. And now that it had been confirmed to Dooku that Vosa was indeed alive, it was time for Palpatine to use this information to his own benefit. Our communication felt so real, as if I had physically manifested in her space, and her in mine. I had never experienced such a thing before. I know not how she found me, but I know what I saw, Dooku said. She told me terrible things. She told me she had become the leader of the Bando Gora, her kidnappers on Balthazar. Master Dooku, if you are so sure of this, may I ask what you intend to do with this information? Palpatine inquired. I'm not sure yet. If I told the Council, I debate whether they would even act. Their recent actions are obviously proving no less to me. If I may make a suggestion, Palpatine lead, why don't you find her? If you're so certain she's alive, then perhaps you can bring her home, away from the Bando Gora, he suggested. Dooku was clearly struck by this thought. Why would I want to bring her back to a Jedi Order that has failed us both? Better in a place where she may be helped than in a place where she will continue to manifest dangerous powers, Palpatine responded. This was the point where Dooku finally stood. You truly do understand me, Senator. More than any Jedi. And I thank you, Dooku said as Palpatine stood as well. I will find her and bring her back to the light. I have nothing but faith in your abilities, Dooku. She will listen to you? And besides all of this, perhaps this will give you time away from the Republic you've been so dreading, Palpatine told his friend. It will. The Council would never approve of this, so this task stays between you and I. Can I trust your confidentiality? Dooku asked. Of course, Master Dooku. I have a better friendship with you than I do any other Jedi. Palpatine smiled gently once again. Dooku finally smiled back. The two men shook hands, and Dooku crossed to the clear glass door of the apartment. Palpatine watched his stride, then spoke, "Please be careful, Master Dooku. I'd hate to lose you." Palpatine's conviction was real. Dooku turned and smiled. "I will be more careful than I have ever been, my friend." He exited the apartment. Palpatine sighed once Dooku had left his eyesight, crossing once more to the window. "You may enter," he called out. The solid silver and gold door that stood next to the hidden stovetop opened suddenly. A Muun, standing just over 2 meters tall, draped in a solid black robe and a mechanical breathing apparatus, strode into the room with a walking stick. "Quite a successful conversation," he remarked. "Quite," Palpatine repeated. "I don't think Dooku will fail his quest to find Vosa, so long as she is held on Scipio. But turning her, even he should have dismissed the idea. I would have thought him more rational than that." "Rationality is rare in times of conflict," the Muun said. "Dooku has been in conflict for years now. He will make a powerful ally to the Sith." "Indeed," Palpatine agreed. To the Muun, known to the galaxy as Hago Damask, but to Palpatine, as Darth Plagueis, Dooku was a replacement. The evidence had been rising that Palpatine was, in fact, fallible. He could be destroyed. In fact, Plagueis suspected he would be. Dooku was on the path to becoming his new apprentice when Palpatine inevitably made his fatal mistake. To Palpatine, known to the galaxy as Senator Palpatine, but to Damask as Darth Sidious, Dooku was an ally waiting in the wings of the stage. Palpatine already had an apprentice. Whether Plagueis realized Maul was going to be it or simply an assassin as his master had referred to the young warrior since he learned of his existence. When the time was right, Maul would assume the role of Palpatine's apprentice in full. As for Dooku, Palpatine knew not when he would enter the performance. He was too skilled and wise to simply be an assassin, which was already a fake, temporary role Maul was playing. But until the moment came, which it potentially never would, Palpatine would simply keep Dooku in reserve. Though the two Sith hid their intentions for Dooku hidden from one another, the same goal had to be accomplished before anything could be done with him. Dooku had to be turned. He was clearly on the path of joining the dark side already, but Sidious and Plagueis both agreed that two final things had to occur to bring him completely in. Firstly, he had to realize that Komari Vosa would not return to the light. His final shred of hope for the Jedi and for himself had to be ground to dust in front of his own eyes. Through the manipulation of greed and complex networks and rivalries of the Underworld, the Sith had ensnared Komari into captivity, now waiting for Dooku's arrival on Scipio. Once upon a time, Dooku had told Palpatine that if one more Jedi was killed due to the inaction of the Council, he would depart from the Order and never look back. So naturally, this was the second piece to Dooku's final indoctrination into the Sith. The invasion of Naboo was simply waiting for his command to begin. Palpatine knew that Queen Amidala would give in and sign the Federation's treaty, making the invasion legal. Qui-Gon and his insipid Padawan had been sent to the blockade without the knowledge of Sidious and Plagueis, who only discovered the move on the part of Valorum hours earlier. This action complicated things in regards to the slow-moving Naboo crisis, but in regards to Dooku, Sidious now found a new opportunity this complication allowed. The two Jedi would have to be slaughtered in the main battleship orbiting the planet. And when Dooku realized the Council's incompetence regarding the negotiations for Naboo directly resulted in Qui-Gon's death, his final turn would be complete. And at the same time, Sidious realized the oppression of Naboo along with the Jedi deaths would give him the leverage he needed to pierce the Senate's confidence in Valorum and boost himself into the chancellorship. The two Sith stood in silence facing the cityscape before them. They both knew Dooku would soon be theirs, but Plagueis knew not what role Sidious envisioned he would play in the performance of the Sith imperative. Their two scripts were divergent from one another, yet Sidious knew Plagueis had expected the Sith cycle to simply repeat itself once again, but with Dooku in his place. Sidious had grown bored of the hiding and the inaction of the Sith that Plagueis would continue to direct. The Jedi were making the same mistake. The Republic was making the same mistake. His master's view of the Sith imperative was based in ego, merely buying him the time for his futile quest to find the key to immortality. Sidious chose to rise above it all, and he knew he would. Chapter 8. Breadcrumb Trail. Captain. Yes, sir. Tell them we wish to board at once. The Star Courier, still on his voyage to the Underworld porthole, gently listed to the left to avoid a lane of traffic that had slowed to a crawl. Feroh knew not what had caused the slow in traffic, but as long as she could get into another flowing lane quickly, there would be no problems. The traffic monitoring scanners that were placed around the air lanes of Coruscant were numerous and, depending on one's perspective, unfortunately accurate. Feroh had managed to avoid any citations from the Coruscant Traffic Patrol for years since her retirement, and she didn't plan to reset that streak. Kenshi sat behind her, too anxious to sleep, though even he would admit he wanted to. Usually upon returning home from work, his evening routine was a short dinner with his father, perhaps a bit of the hollow news if he could stomach it, and then off to bed. His days off didn't see him going anywhere besides to his friends' apartments or to local parks to get out for a bit. He had never set foot in a starship before, let alone one as impressive as a Star Courier. And to now see the landscape of Coruscant from the view of one as well, it was nearly overwhelming for him. And what a perfect time to see it, he thought, at night. The lights of the city were beautiful, igniting their individual pieces of the cityscape together to bring an image of the planet that was lit just enough to illuminate the beauty of industry and commerce. But when it came to the underworld, Kenshi knew not what to expect. At the very least, he knew the place would be big. That meant very little considering the entire planet was big. But the underworld was essentially, to Kenshi's limited understanding, its own planet beneath Coruscant. Hundreds and hundreds of levels, each with their own businesses and mysteries, none of which he knew. Where could they even start? There was more than met the eye to Feroh, he knew. He didn't understand why she wasn't open about her career and her life. She simply dismissed the questions and refocused herself on the mission. Kenshi figured, however, that getting to know each other would be important for this mission. It would make things so much more convenient where things already felt so inconvenient. He felt bad that he dragged her out of retirement, and even worse that the initial pay was so low. But with any luck, this would be a quick and easy opportunity for her to earn some extra money and perform a good deed at the same time. He didn't think that's how she saw this mission, though. Any idea how much longer it'll be, Feroh? Kenshi asked. A few more minutes, if traffic stays low, Feroh responded. Oh. Say, how often do you leave the Crimson Spire? Kenshi tried. When the partying gets stale, I guess. When the drinks don't burn as hot in the throat. Where else do you stay? None of your business, she snapped. Sorry, Kenshi mumbled. So, do you have a game plan to find my father? Well, like I said back at the Spire, I think we need to start with finding the garage your speeder is in. From there, I can access the security footage and try to find out which direction he went in, Feroh explained. I feel the need to tell you now, though I might have to engage in some questionable activity. And I'll need your help seeing it through. What do you mean? Kenshi asked, prematurely feeling as if he didn't want to know the answer. Only the staff at the parking garage have access to that security footage. So we might encounter a situation where I'll need you to help me get my hands on a footage terminal or something, Feroh told him. Oh, how can I help, do you think? We'll see when we get there. But listen, kid, Feroh started. She hadn't taken her eyes away from the cockpit's view. No more hero business. You do what I tell you, and we'll probably make it out okay. If we can find your father, we'll stand the best chance if you follow my orders. I haven't had a partner in a long time. Feroh pulled back the thought, creating a stir of silence in the cockpit. I usually work solo, so having you here will be a learning experience for both of us. She turned her seat to face the young Zabrak. I'm capable, though, Kenshi. I've done this 1,000 times, and this one should be no different. But I won't hesitate to end this mission completely if you disobey me again. Is that understood? Kenshi nodded. All right, then. She turned her chair back around. We're just about there. See the porthole. Kenshi lifted himself from his seat just a bit and saw the massive hole in the ground ahead. Single-file lines of ships, one at a time, flew over its entrance and began lowering vertically into it. There were also lines of ships that ascended from the porthole's entrance, continuing into traffic lanes headed towards various sectors of the city. The hole's width was just under 1 kilometer wide. It looks kind of scary, Kenshi commented. A gaping hole into the inner sanctum of a planet that was already frightening in many aspects. Can you tell me what to expect down there? Our experience will probably vary based on which level we can track your father to. Levels closer to the surface, believe it or not, actually house a lot of minor politicians and business types. It's pretty nice. Nothing like, say, 500 Republica, but respectable compared to everything below it. Aside from those first few levels, the Underworld is where everyone who the Republic wants to forget is dumped. There aren't any homes down here. Only hostels. There aren't any luxuries down here. Only people trying to get by. And on some levels, there's no safety, Feroh explained. That's where I'm hoping this investigation won't take us. And if it does anyways? Kenshi asked, gently gripping the shoulder of Feroh's seat. She didn't respond. Finally exiting the lane she had entered a few minutes before, she piloted the Star Courier to a new lane of ships, all of which were entering the porthole. When they reached the point where the ground disappeared below them, Feroh switched the thruster gears of her ship. It began floating gently downwards. Kenshi, finally letting go of the pilot seat, took in the view of the hole's inner surface. It acted like an optical illusion, seeming as if the entire planet was moving up as the ship sat still. The porthole's inner surface was layered with hypnotizing strips of light. Within those stripes were dozens of entrance ports of varying sizes, along with landing platforms extending at various points. Oh blast, Kenshi whispered. Where are we gonna start looking? The nearest parking garage. There aren't any public parking garages for around 3,000 levels from the top. Usually there are turbolifts inside them that give you access to the other levels. So we just need to search those parking garages for your speeder, Feroh said. Kenshi thought this seemed easy enough, but what did he know? Just a few days ago his life seemed as if it would never change. Now, in the span of a few hours, he's taken more risks than he ever had in his life. It was all paying off so far. Kenshi hoped his risk-taking could continue to pay off just a bit longer. Any idea when we'll reach the closest garage? He asked. I'd say about 30 minutes, based on the ship's readout of the porthole, Feroh said. Don't worry, Dad. We're on our way, Kenshi thought. Suddenly, as he sat back in his seat, even against the hypnotic view of the Underworld's alluring entrance, he found himself dozing off. About 40 minutes later, Kenshi awoke when the ship jolted. Looking out the front window of the cabin, he saw they had parked in a large hangar made entirely of dirty steel. Fluorescent lights lit the entire bay up, an unpleasant sight to Kenshi's newly reopened eyes. Are we here? Kenshi mumbled, rubbing his eyes. The first public parking garage. Level 2011. Feroh turned back, smiling. She held a flask in her lap. I have to admit, it was nice to have a quiet cockpit for a little while. Disregarding the silver flask, Kenshi rolled his eyes in a theatrical manner. Whatever. Where do we go from here? This is only the bay for larger ships. Most speeders are kept in the adjoining complex. The Enigma will be secure, Feroh said as she stood, crossing to the wall where her equipment was stored. The Enigma. Is that the name of the ship? Kenshi asked. What? Forget it, Feroh dismissed. She blushed a bit. You realize you can tell me these things, right? Kenshi chuckled. Feroh turned back to him, her finger pointing. Hey, it was a mistake. Yes, the ship is called the Enigma, but don't go around thinking you've persuaded me into revealing some top secret info. I didn't even mean to tell you that, she snapped. Kenshi put his hands up and turned his head a bit, making an exaggerated surprised face. Sorry, he said, resigning his pose. He stood to as Feroh turned back. He saw her equip her helmet, along with her blaster pistol from the platform on the Crimson Spire. Where's my blaster? Kenshi asked. She sighed in initial response, then spoke. Have you ever fired one? No, but I'm a fast learner. So you're prone to stealing blasters, and you've never even fired one. Tough luck, kiddo. Chances are, I'll be enough to get us out of any situation with some heat. Just try not to get yourself killed. She gasped exaggeratedly and turned to him. Maybe if you do what I say, I'll let you fire a blaster once. How does that sound? You're patronizing me, Kenshi said. Just having fun. At least allow me that. Feroh crossed now to the boarding ramp's control panel, pressing his release button. The fact of the matter is, kid, that you're pretty inexperienced in just about every area of life besides being a worker. A follower. A subordinate. That's why your type relies on my type to get work done. What kind of type are you then? Kenshi asked. Stepping over to him, Feroh responded. The kind who's in charge. The kind who knows what she's doing. She stepped down the extended boarding ramp. Let's go, she called to Kenshi. He sighed and followed her out. The hangar was much colder than Kenshi had anticipated. As the whir of the Enigma's closing boarding ramp started, Kenshi looked around and saw a handful of assorted ships parked around theirs. Even along the walls of the bay were platforms holding more ships. A part of Kenshi, the easily excitable and distracted part, wanted to take one of those ships and fly away in it himself. When he had his father with him, of course, but still. Feroh made it look like piloting a starship was so easy. He had faith that, based on all the research he had done and the fantasizing about reaching space, he could do it too. The pair crossed through an entrance door into where the majority of the smaller airspeeders were parked. Looking around the low-ceiling complex they faced, Kenshi whimpered a cry of disappointment. There were hundreds of airspeeders of varying types parked as far as he could see. Remember your speeder's registration number? Feroh asked, continuing her stride between two clusters of parked speeders. Yeah, Kenshi responded. We're going to access a terminal that will let us find where your speeder is parked. We'll record the sector of the complex it's in. Then we'll have to see some security footage of the sector from a few days ago. But we'll need to check your speeder's flight log to find out exactly what time your father landed here. It'll make combing the security footage a lot easier. Feroh said. What if they don't keep the footage from that far back? Then we're at a dead end. But they should. I've done this a few times before, and they usually keep it for a few days. But then again, I haven't been in the field for a few years now, Feroh explained. Kenshi inhaled to speak, but instead furrowed his eyebrows. He wanted to know so badly why she had retired, but he withheld the question. His inhale promised Feroh he would have something to say. Well, what was that? She asked. I have another question about the Underworld, Kenshi improvised. Do you know if we're close to any bars? Feroh chuckled. I didn't picture you to be the drinking type. I'm not, Kenshi said. Then why bring it up? Well, it might be a good place to start looking if the security footage is a dead end, Kenshi explained. Suddenly Feroh stopped walking and turned to him. Did your dad go to a bar down here? She asked. I think it's at least a safe bet, Kenshi guessed. He was tanked on booze when he left our apartment. He suddenly realized that he had failed to mention this detail to Feroh back at the Crimson Spire. She flung her arms up, letting them drop back to her sides. So we are searching for someone who binge drank his way to the Underworld. Do you realize how much that complicates things? Feroh exclaimed. I didn't think it would matter, Kenshi admitted. How does this complicate things? He had no control over his actions when he went missing. I couldn't tell you how he was able to avoid the traffic police, but he ended up down here and probably caused a lot of trouble, Feroh explained. Then, how about we follow that trail of trouble when we find where it starts? Kenshi proposed. Maybe this could work to our advantage. Feroh sighed. This deal is getting worse all the time. She turned and continued her course. Kenshi almost apologized, but realized how many times he had already said the word sorry on this mission. He didn't want to apologize for apologizing too much, so instead he simply remained silent. A few minutes of awkward, silent walking had passed before they reached a parking terminal. It was a booth that connected to the floor of the garage. It sported a touch screen that had been cracked and dirted from extensive and violent use. However, the plucky piece of technology prevailed and still operated as usual when Feroh pressed its activation button. Your speeder number? Feroh asked Kenshi. Kresh, Resh, Mern, Seth, 731, Kenshi listed. Feroh typed the letters and numbers into the screen's keyboard and hit the action key. The screen showed a circle, whose inner fill of color slowly rounded clockwise to indicate it was active in its search. Feroh sighed and leaned against the terminal, facing Kenshi. Is this what most of your investigations were like? What? You mean monotonous waiting? Feroh asked. Well, yeah, Kenshi confirmed honestly. A few of them, but a few were a bit more than that. Most were more than that, actually. Oh, then sorry this one has been boring so far, Kenshi said with a bit of a chuckle. Look, Kenshi is fine. If I had to come out of retirement and do a mercy job like this, I'm glad it's nothing too intense, Feroh admitted. Mercy job. What does that mean? Kenshi asked, his arms crossing. You think I wanted to take this case? Did I not make myself clear enough? Oh no, you did? You did when you pointed a gun at my face, Kenshi told her, a hint of ire in his voice. But what's so merciful about this, exactly? Back at the Spire, when you found me before I could get inside my apartment. You were on your knees, kid. You were practically crying. I've seen that face before. I've seen that face on the kids whose parents I didn't find, or the ones where I found their bodies instead. It never gets easier seeing that face. So that's why I wanted to help you. I wanted to grant the mercy of preventing one more person from having to make that face again. And if we can't find him, at least I can sleep knowing I tried, Feroh said. Kenshi wasn't sure how to feel about this speech. On the one hand, it painted Feroh as a woman filled with compassion and one who felt a need to help others. But on the other, it almost seemed as if she were running away from something. It almost seemed like she did this so she could free herself from the guilt that not taking the case would drip on her like a rain cloud. But for the time being, Kenshi decided to accept the former as the truth. The terminal beeped with results, grabbing the attention of the pair. Kenshi stepped over to the terminal and Feroh read his search result aloud. Level 5, Group 17. It's going to be there. Kenshi smiled, breathing a sigh of relief. Exiting the turbolift to level 5, the pair stepped inside the oblong bay. It looked similarly to the first level the two had just come from. However, this level was in a state of decay and filthiness that Kenshi had not anticipated. Many corners of the complex were shrouded in darkness from the powerless lights that flickered inconsistently. Keep your eyes peeled, kid, Feroh said. I think we might find a bit more than your speeder here. Kenshi gulped. What do you mean? He whispered. Gangs. Easy place to get robbed if you're here at the right time, Feroh explained. Well, are we here at the right time? Kenshi asked. Like I know, Feroh said. Just be ready for anything. Let me know when you see your speeder. Gotcha, Kenshi said. The two began their trek down the complex level. Feroh's stride remained incredibly confident and collected. Kenshi knew, inside and out, he didn't have that kind of aura about himself. He could feel his legs shaking slightly with each step he took, not only because of his lack of sleep for the last few days minus the descension into the porthole, but because the notion that they could be attacked by violent criminal gangs at any moment startled him. A rational fear, he thought, but not one he wished to communicate to Feroh. He wanted to keep the situation as calm as possible, not letting his anxiety further the tension between them. To distract himself from the fear, he decided to gauge their location by observing the group's signs hanging overhead every 5 parked airspeeders. On his left was a sign that read Group 3. To his right, Group 4. Below the latter sign, leaning against a dormant purple airspeeder, was a green-skinned, bumpy-headed, snout-mouthed Rodian. His arms crossed under his black robe, Kenshi could tell he was fidgeting with some kind of external device or tool with his right hand. The Rodian was staring directly at the two as they passed. Momentarily letting his fear overwhelm him, Kenshi scrambled to Feroh. "That guy was," he started in a whisper. "I know. Just stay calm. He won't hurt you," Feroh assured him. "Mind the mission." "Okay," Kenshi breathed. It felt especially odd to Feroh, being in public donned in armor once again. Though it had thus far been limited to a single Rodian and the Weequay from earlier, her armor could have gotten her recognized. And that was among the last things she wanted to happen. Not only because of her history, but because word would spread. She knew that if one person with connections spotted the miraculous return of Feroh Tara, that everyone in need would suddenly be begging her to help them. She lacked the energy and the gusto she needed to become full-time again. It wasn't in her DNA. But she was truthful when she told Kenshi about what she saw in his eyes at the Spire. Nothing broke her more than that same look on the face of a young child whose missing mother or father wouldn't be coming home. It was a look of finality, one of the ultimate confirmation of Tara's failure. Not necessarily at the fault of herself, but most often because it was an unwinnable situation. Feroh suspected that this mission would be yet another unwinnable one. If the kid's father hadn't contacted him and left no trace in the underworld, then it was over. The place was simply too big to comb through. In truth, Feroh was beginning to tolerate Kenshi much more easily. He was a bit brash and bold when he felt like he stood a chance. But he made sure to ask questions, even if they were a bit too frequent for her liking. It reminded her of herself in her younger years, back before she cut her teeth in the game. It was before she had the purpose she thought that, at this point, she had served to its entirety. It was before she got experience. What Kenshi needed was experience. But she wouldn't let him get it by being stupid. As for what this mission would afford him as a young man, she hoped most of all it would be a bit of grit and confidence. But on the other hand, treating this mission any differently than she had any other job she had taken on in her time as an investigator would be a betrayal to herself. There were no bridges to be built with her clients. Doing so presented a danger of her becoming personally involved in the lives of these people. There was a level of objectionality that was required in her field of work. Maybe 12 years of retirement had stolen this information away from her. She needed it back. But back to the other hand, maybe it would be worth it to show the kid some love. He was clearly shaken up, and without anyone in his life who really cared about him. Would it really be such a bad thing to treat him nicely for a day until the investigation wrapped up? But back to the other hand again, the strict one, Feroh remembered what happened when she allowed herself to become the most enveloped in the client's life. Her memory scarred Feroh to the point where remembering what happened drained her to drinks and the roar at the Crimson Spire. Awakening from this trance of conflict, Feroh heard a third pair of footsteps trailing behind them, the Rodian. She slowly turned her head behind them to view their follower, whose calculated pace proved Feroh's assumption correct. "He's following us," Feroh informed Kenshi. She looked at the passing signs. They had reached 13 and 14 on the left and right, respectively. "Keep calm. We're almost there, then we'll deal with it. No sudden moves." "I think he's got a blaster," Kenshi whispered in fear. "Then walk in front of me. It might be safer," Feroh said. She slowed her pace a bit, allowing Kenshi to speed walk ahead of her. Feroh's breathing increased in frequency. From her experience, she had developed a bit of a sixth sense, that being the detection of imminent danger. This Rodian was bad news. she considered her options and armament. Her armor could take a few shots and come away with only scratches and impact craters. It had a few of them she neglected to repair in retirement as proof. In her hip's holster was her blaster, a modified DH-17. It had seen much use, but was as reliable as ever. She was quick to draw, so returning fire wouldn't be an issue. The only issue she sensed was that of Kenshi's safety. How could she trust him to? Feroh turned her head back again to see another cloaked figure walking beside the Rodian. It was a hammer-headed Ithorian, standing 2.5 meters tall. She was sure their similar robes made them a pair, and she was also sure there could be more lurking the dark corners of the complex. Taking down a scrawny Rodian with too much on his mind would be an easy fight. But from the brief glimpse she caught of the Ithorian, she knew the situation would be a bit more complicated. Feroh would have to rely on more than just a blaster if that thing charged at her. She wiggled her right ankle a bit, feeling the vibroblade sheathed within her boot. When the DH-17 lost its effectiveness, the knife would get the job done. Assuming that Kenshi wouldn't even be a piece of the puzzle in this case, she would take cover behind a speeder if the two goons pulled blasters on them. Her armor could cover her for the brief moments she'd need to get to the cover. Then it would just be a matter of returning fire if they kept their distance. Maybe Kenshi could even act as a distraction. No, she thought. I can't ask him to do that. If this becomes a firefight, it's on me and whatever security would, by some minuscule chance of fate, arrive to my aid. But maybe it's for the best if the police stay out of this investigation. I'll at least need to. Her thought was interrupted by the addition of another pair of footsteps behind her. Looking back one more time, she saw a human male to her left of the Rodian, once again donning a black robe. She sighed gently and shakily, finally turning herself fully to them and stopping. The three followers stopped their walk and maintained the distance they had kept for the minutes they had trailed her. You boys got a problem I can help you with? Feroh asked. She heard Kenshi's footsteps stop, and the sound of a pivot on the dirty steel ground. Yeah. We like your armor, the Rodian said in a falsetto. Want to solve our problem and hand it over. Seeing she's a lady, her handing the armor to us would resolve two problems at once, I think, the human said, with a snicker. Feroh rolled her eyes. You three should be on your way, plain and simple. Have a good life. You think an empty threat like that is gonna work on us? The Rodian asked. Any idea who we are? Any idea who I am? Wanted on 8 systems, Feroh said in a growl. Her helmet's deep voice modulator added to the bravado of her words. She stepped over to the short Rodian, towering over him. Maybe, through intimidation, she could at least delay the fighting. You'd have to ask the charred corpse of the armor's original owner if you want possession of it now. The Rodian's look went from slyness to surprise upon hearing these words. He turned away and began speed walking to the other side of the complex where the pair had entered. Naturally, the two goons with him followed close behind. Feroh sighed, crossing her arms. He wouldn't accept a vague threat, but he was done in by one anyways, she said aloud. Stupid. Kenshi tapped her shoulder. She turned to him. I found my speeder, Kenshi said with a smile. Chapter 9. Lacing of the spider's web. They must be dead by now. Destroy what's left of them. It was an RGC-16 airspeeder, a vibrant, deep shade of blue. Or at least, it had been before the years of wear and tear took their toll on the custom paint job. It was an oblong oval in shape, sporting 2 seats protected by a short windshield towards the speeder's bow. A thruster for the speeder extended upwards, one on each long opposing side. It was covered in rust spots, and was clearly a speeder that had not been given to Kenshi cheaply. Or at least, cheaply by his own financial standards. Your speeder certainly has been, Feroh thought about her next word carefully. Loved. Though the thought she had put into this statement didn't seem to matter, as it appeared Kenshi wasn't listening. He hopped into the speeder's driver's seat and inserted the key he had brought with him. The speeder roared to life. Whenever Kenshi heard that sound, his heart was lit on fire with the passion of flying. He didn't necessarily like to go fast in it, lest the speeder suffer internal problems from being pushed too hard. But even if it was just the vehicle that got Kenshi, and his father to and from work almost every day, it was much more than that to the young man. It was the first major purchase he had made with his own credits. It was the proof he needed that he was really grown up. The speeder, affectionately nicknamed Zara, was an incredibly reliable piece of transportation despite its kinks. Kenshi wouldn't be able to afford any restorations or major fixes to her hardware for a while of working still. And considering how far the investigation had set him back financially to Feroh, those repairs would have to wait even longer. "Thank goodness," Kenshi exclaimed above the thruster's rickety growls. "I thought the battery would have been shot." "Good," Feroh said flatly. "Can you access the flight log?" "Sure. Do you have a datapad on you?" Kenshi asked. She removed a small, handy datapad from a pocket on her belt and handed it to Kenshi. He activated the speeder's small central console, plugging a thin cord into it and then into the datapad. He pressed a blue button on the console, activating the flight log transfer to the datapad. It says the last landing was performed 2.5 days ago at 12:59 a.m. "That's it," Kenshi exclaimed. He returned the datapad to Feroh and deactivated the speeder. He climbed out and gave the vehicle a loving smirk, both relieved and excited to be reunited with it once again. "Perfect. Now we need to find the complex's security office and watch the footage," Feroh replied. "Where's that?" Kenshi asked. "Back towards where we came from, on the first level." Kenshi groaned, not happily anticipating the slow turbolift ride back down. Exiting the turbolift once again, the duo speed walked to where the straight aisle of speeder clusters allowed a right turn extricated from the aisle, the path of which led to a station whose sign read security in bold basic. The station bore a large dirty window, revealing an Aqualish security officer sitting behind it viewing something on a hollow disc. To their left, the two spotted a closed door, likely leading inside the station. "See the door?" Feroh asked in a hush, slowing their speed walk to a near-crawling speed towards the station. "Yeah, will we have to get inside?" Kenshi asked, reciprocating her volume. "What do you think?" Feroh asked. "The security footage will be logged in a computer terminal somewhere in the station. Do you know how to access it?" Kenshi gave a quick chuckle. "What do you think?" "Right? Look who I'm asking," Feroh thought. She huffed. "Good point. I'll need you to distract the officer while I slice into the door controls then," Feroh explained. "Why can't we just be honest with him about what we're doing? I'm sure he'd let us see the footage," Kenshi said. "No, they won't. I've been dealing with goons like him since I started my career. They have rules about security and confidentiality. They're rules we're going to have to break. I've done this before," Feroh assured him. Kenshi exhaled nervously. "Okay. Is this an improv, play-along type of situation, or do you have a script planned out for me?" "Well, he knows there are two of us, I think. I don't know how much attention he's paying to us." "That must be a really entertaining show he's watching on duty," Feroh said sarcastically. "But when we approach him, I'll make an excuse to head for the door. Just play it cool, and don't look at me. We need to keep his eyes off the security feed in his office so he won't see what I'm doing." "Well, yeah, but what do I say?" "I don't know. It just has to be something that will keep him in his seat with his eyes on you." "Here we go," Feroh said as they finally reached close enough to the station. Feroh gently cleared her throat and removed her helmet to improve the casual nature she hoped to emit. "I'm going to bring the speeder over. Why don't you tell the officer what you saw, honey?" "I'll be back," Feroh said aloud, turning to her left and strolling away. "Well, Kenshi started." The Aqualish officer sighed as he put his holodisc away. Feroh turned her head when she had taken a few paces forward. She couldn't see the Aqualish behind the window because of how far she had walked. She ducked down, walking on her bent legs to the door, whose control panel she assessed. "I saw this one speeder in the garage," Kenshi said shakily. "It had a really nice paint job. Are you into speeders at all?" "No. Maybe when I was your age, kid, but I only drive what the department lets me now," the Aqualish responded. The control panel was a simple mechanism. Feroh had picked a million more difficult locks than this one. She used the soles of her gloves to gain a tight grip on the panel's edges and gently ripped it out. If she made too much noise, the officer would surely notice. She was also hoping another security officer wouldn't have to use the door anytime soon. "What's that?" Kenshi asked. "What's what?" the officer asked. What are you allowed to drive?" "We call them security skimmers, but the technical name for them is," the officer thought. "I'm not sure if Kenshi is doing a great job so far, or if this officer is the stupidest person in the Republic." Feroh laughed to herself. She removed a scramble key from a pocket on her utility belt and activated it. It was shaped similarly to the butt of a blaster pistol, but protruding from one end of it was a pair of small metallic spikes. She placed the forked end against the wire behind the panel that connected to his locking mechanism. Unlocking the door wouldn't immediately open it, but would confuse the door's mechanisms to hold it closed unless it was open physically. Feroh knew she'd have to be very gentle in opening and sliding under the door as silently as possible. "I guess I can't remember the name for it. We use them in pursuits around Coruscant, especially down here," the officer explained. "Makes sense. Have you ever had to use one of those in the parking garage?" "I'll bet it would hardly even fit," Kenshi responded. "It's tight, but it's been done. Usually we can catch anyone trying to make an escape down here on foot. We're incredibly capable," the officer assured Kenshi. Feroh rolled her eyes, twisting the scramble key and snipping the wire. There was a brief spark, but it had evidently not been loud enough for the Aqualish officer to hear. She replaced the scramble key into her belt and put her helmet back on. She carefully wedged her fingers under the door, adjusting herself to a deep squat. Slowly, Feroh lifted the door, whose weight, she guessed, must have been around 100 pounds of steel. She hadn't had to lift anything this heavy in years, and she was better off for it. Grunting gently as she tried to rise with the door, her legs grew shaky. She had been able to lift it about 1/3 of a meter from the ground before having to stop. The door remained where she was able to lift it to. "So what were you watching on that holodisc?" Kenshi asked, resting his folded hands on the shared short extended counter that the window rested on. What holodisc?" the Aqualish asked in a huff. Kenshi thought for a moment. "My mom and I saw you using a holodisc when we walked up here. I'm just curious what you were watching." "What? Are you accusing me of not paying attention to my job?" the officer asked, rising from his seat. Kenshi placed his hands up. "No, sir, I was just curious," he exclaimed. Feroh, noticing the sudden spike in tension, looked over at the situation. The officer sat back down and sighed deeply, placing his head in his hands. "I'm sorry. Look, it's just been tough lately," he said. "I feel like I'm in a rut right now." "Like, right now, or just lately?" Kenshi asked. "Kid, don't turn this into a therapy session," Feroh begged silently. "Although, maybe that will buy us enough time. This door is a monster. Lately, I think. I realize that I haven't really made any changes in my life in years. I've been doing the same business every day, with little to no change along the way. Same house, same wife, same kids, and the same boring job to keep it all flowing," the Aqualish admitted. "Well, it's not like you can't change those things, right?" Kenshi asked. He thought about his own question for a moment. He had changed many things in his life by seeking out Feroh and traveling to the Underworld. But it was different than this officer. The poor fellow had wasted his best years digging the rut he found himself in, it sounded like. But what would Kenshi have done if his father had never gone missing? Would he still be working for L'Emerge? Would he still be traveling to the works every morning and coming home every evening until he was nothing but the reincarnation of his father? A man who drank to forget, then drank some more. The manager of a construction team? Yes, but beyond that, nothing. Not even a father. A real father, at least. Not anymore. At least for the past several hours, he got to explore the world he called home, and do things he had never gotten to do. He was proud of himself, but the thought of some alternate universe where this hadn't happened brought him mixed emotions. Of course, he hadn't wanted his father to go missing or be in danger, but if that hadn't happened, then Kenshi would still be living the same old life, every day a new handful of dirt digging the hole he would find himself in. It was the same hole his father had been in for years, and was apparently the same one the Aqualish officer found himself in. But in this thought, Kenshi realized he had missed what the officer said in response to his question. "What was that?" "I'm sorry, I can't hear you through the glass," Kenshi claimed, poking the panel once with his finger. Feroh reset her stance, lifting the door another 3 meters off the ground. Suddenly, an admittedly obvious thought entered her head. She could crawl under the door if she could lift it a little higher. Breathing deeply and quietly, she lifted the door one more time, raising it another few centimeters. Feroh took to the ground, quietly wriggling herself under the door. When she had fully passed it, she rose to her knees. She found herself in a short hallway lit by one fluorescent light. To her right was a window peering into the Aqualish officer's office. He could monitor, live security feeds, and dispatch local units to various locations around the parking garage. But straight ahead was an open door, with the closed one to his right. She crouch walked towards the open room, staying below the hallway's window to the main office to avoid detection. Feroh gently peered inside the small room behind the doorway, only to find a trio of computer monitors atop individual podiums waiting against the far wall. Looking around and observing no one was inside, she stood fully and approached the center of the 3 monitors. She was able to activate the computer's interface. Feroh attempted to access the footage log, but found that it was password protected. "Oh, so now they have decent security measures," Feroh thought. Crouching down once again, she removed the front panel on the podium and accessed the computer's inner workings. She found the security data box hung in the jungle of wires. Simply severing the box would cause a shutdown to the entire system, so an alternate solution would have to be used, Feroh knew. She found her scramble key once again, and switched the tiny dial from sever to solve. Finding the small plug on the box, she hooked the key in and pressed its small trigger. Rising up to the monitor, she saw the key performing a dictionary attack on the pre-infrastructure security computer. Faster than she could even interpret, the tool tested every possible combination of letters and numbers to try and solve the password. After 2 minutes of progress, Feroh looked nervously back into the hallway, through the window into the main office. She saw from behind the Aqualish officer in his chair, explaining something in emphasized detail to Kenshi, whose acting had improved in the few moments he had been honing them. He seemed to be in genuine thought at the officer's words, though Kenshi had suddenly met Feroh's figure. His jaw dropped a little in startlement, but he regained composure and continued listening to the officer's words. Feroh chuckled softly. She returned to the computer monitor to see that the scramble key had finally succeeded in its task. The security footage was available from 72 hours from the present. Feroh located the footage from the cluster Kenshi speeder was parked in and accessed its log. Using the timeline scroller located below the primary footage viewer, she located the spike in activity from when the speeder's log had shown his father's landing. Indeed, the footage showed that the spot was empty a minute before the speeder's flight log's last recording. "Hands up, creep," a voice shouted behind Feroh, startling her slightly. She turned around to see an unanticipated human security officer pointing a blaster pistol at her. "I should have locked the door. These are amateur mistakes," thought Feroh as she put her hands up. "I want you to remove your helmet slowly. Any sudden moves and you're getting a stun shot," the officer ordered. Feroh gently removed her helmet, awaiting the officer's next instructions. "Drop it on the ground, get down on your knees, and put your hands up again." "Oh, but this helmet is so expensive," Feroh exclaimed in a mock whine. She was being honest, but establishing an emotional smoke shield was a pastime for her. "Wanna see it?" She quickly threw the helmet at the officer with all the strength she could muster in such a brief wind-up, who fired off a stun shot. Out of luck on Feroh's part, the flying helmet dissipated the round, flying into the chest of the officer, who was knocked back onto the ground of the hallway. He dropped his blaster on his impact with the ground and started to scream in shock. With the vivaciousness and violence from a previous lifetime, Feroh leapt over to him like a cat, grabbed his face with one hand, and violently slammed his entire head to the steel ground, denting it in the process. She made sure to temper her strength, making sure that the officer was only knocked unconscious. However, the force had been enough to draw blood to the grip of the acting glove she had used. She retrieved her helmet and replaced it on her head, leaving spots of blood where she grabbed it from. She looked out the windows to Kenshi and the officer, the latter of whom had been so enveloped in his rant that the commotion had failed to steal his attention. She returned once more to the computer console and began the playback of the security footage. It showed the speeder had arrived and landed at the time the log recorded it, and Kenshi's father gently but shakily stepped out of the vehicle. While the infrastructure and layout of the various Coruscant security forces computers were rather poor and easy to bypass with the right tools, they also included many convenient features to aid the efficiency of the investigations they performed. One of which allowed a continuous track of an individual across different cameras in a given area, provided the cameras are all a part of the same network. Feroh used the feature to track the man, who managed to find his way to the Underworld turbolift as opposed to the one exclusive to the parking garage. A security camera poised in front of the turbolift entrance revealed as much to Feroh. It was often unwise to use the level-hopping turbolifts, as going too far up or down in them could result in an hour-long ride stuck in the small tube, likely having to stand the entire time. But, intoxicated, according to Kenshi, the man didn't seem to care. Now came the difficult part, the part that would test Feroh's agent perception. Viewing the grainy security footage, she had to try and see what number the drunkard had typed into the turbolift navigator based solely on the movement of his hand. This moment was critical to the investigation, because the number he typed in would determine where the pair would travel to next. If it came down to guesswork, Feroh would have to call the entire investigation off. Possibly, according to Feroh's perception, it seemed as if he had typed the same two numbers in an alternated sequence. His hand didn't seem to venture low or downward on the navigator controls at all. That meant the numbers were in the same row. She eliminated the numbers 7 through 9 and 0 from her list of candidates based on their placement on the number panel. Next came a deduction based on location. The surface of Coruscant, Galactic City, was level 5127. The parking garage was located on level 2011 and was the highest located public parking garage in the Underworld porthole from the core of the planet, level 0. Based on the width of the navigator panel, Feroh determined the distance between the two keys was wider than two consecutive numbers. This was a risky guess she was willing to take because it seemed too obvious to her. There were no subtleties when it came to the level of intoxication of Kenshi's father which she had not anticipated to see. Level 4646 was part of a series of low-key commerce facility levels, providing little reason for the man to travel to such a place in such a stupor. Feroh finally deduced that, instead, the likely option was that Kenshi's father had traveled to level 1313. This was a problem for a multitude of reasons. For one, level 1313 had a rancid history of murder, trafficking, and more illegal activity than most of the rest of the planet. Bounty hunters, smugglers, pirates, thugs, and straight murderers often converged on the level to do their dealings. It was no place for Kenshi, an inexperienced and young man, to go to. But then again, SHE would be with him. As long as he behaved, perhaps they wouldn't elicit any trouble. She would bring up the idea to him and see if he was comfortable with it. The search was for his father, so she felt he deserved that much. But there was another problem with level 1313. It was one of the largest levels of the Underworld. It was practically its own small planet, full of dank warehouses, taverns, hostels, shelters, and hideouts for those who wished not to be found. There were simply too many places to start looking. But then Feroh remembered what Kenshi had said earlier about following his trail of trouble, which would lead right to him. This led to one more clue she had to work with, that being what Kenshi had said earlier. Do you know if we are close to any bars? Which bars would be easy for a drunkard to access in 1313? They'd have to be in the inner sector towards the porthole. She could think of a few, but she was able to narrow it down even closer when she realized that he probably wouldn't be able to make it too far out from where the turbolift had taken him, straight down. It wasn't perfect, and it wasn't pretty, but Feroh felt partially satisfied with the results. If Kenshi agreed, the two would search every bar in 1313 within the sector of the turbolift hatch directly below the parking garage. She had no idea if this search would garner results, especially considering there was no guarantee of results in the first place, and a lot of it turned out to be guesswork, but she trusted her intuition and experience. It was better than nothing. So I think that's my problem right now, the security officer finished. Well, I mean, are you looking for advice, or did you just need to be heard? Kenshi asked. He found that distracting the guard was far more riveting and reflective than he had first anticipated. I mean, mostly I just wanted to be heard, but do y'all have any advice for me? He asked. Kenshi hummed in thought, naturally peering to his left. He saw Feroh crawl out from under the door and rise quietly to her feet. We're ready, she whispered, removing her helmet once again. She approached Kenshi. You know, kiddo, I actually forgot we parked our speeder a few levels up, she said in her acting voice. Oh, Mom, I told you that's where we parked it, Kenshi responded. Feroh gently patted his back and leaned towards the officer. Thanks for talking to him. He's a pretty social kid, Feroh winked. Oh yeah, he is, ma'am, the officer agreed. Kenshi felt a twinge of disappointment in his voice, knowing he was about to leave. The two turned back towards the airspeeder aisle, but Kenshi slowed. He couldn't leave the officer there. It didn't matter if their talk was just a distraction. He owed the officer a cap to their bottle. Okay, really quick, Kenshi said, turning around. You're not dead yet. And while you're alive, I think you should take more risks. Start safely. Don't do anything that will hurt anyone. But see new places. Meet new friends. Learn to love your wife again. He took a quick, sharp breath. Bye. He waved and caught up with Feroh. The officer looked a bit stunned. Kenshi only hoped that the quick spout of advice would actually affect him somehow. Catching up with Feroh, he mentally reviewed the last few minutes before speaking. I heard some thumping, and I saw you lunge at a guy in there. What happened? I was accessing the footage, and I got caught. Had to deal with him, Feroh said. Oh, did you? Kenshi started nervously. No, I just knocked him out. I think, at least, Feroh told him. Kenshi hadn't anticipated this investigation would result in any violence. He felt a bit ashamed that it had come to that. He was already hoping that his father wasn't hurt, and he didn't want anyone else to be hurt on their way to him. But what was done was done. And besides, unconscious isn't dead. As long as we're out of here in a few minutes, we'll be fine. Probably, Kenshi thought. The two continued straight towards the ship bay where the Enigma was parked. Wait, Feroh. Where's my dad? Kenshi asked bluntly. Level 1313. Which, by the way, I need to talk to you about, Feroh told him. That's fine, but can we take my speeder down there? He said without trying to hide the eagerness in his voice. Kenshi, we need to do this as fast as possible. A quick in and out. 1313 is not a good place to be. The Enigma is faster and safer than any airspeeder. But Feroh, if we take my speeder, I can drop you off on our way back up, and we can go our separate ways from there. It would be more convenient than having to maneuver the Enigma around, right? And I could wire you the rest of your pay from home. Feroh groaned lightly. This would add at least an extra hour of expending what little energy and patience she had left for this mission. But, she admitted to herself, it would be nice to not have to fly for a bit. Maybe she could even take a nap on the way down. What are you thinking? Idiot. You're in charge. Tell the kid no. But he needs this. He was so excited to find his speeder again. And besides, maybe this is the confidence boost he'll need before he enters 1313. Okay, let's take your speeder, Feroh told him with a sigh. Kenshi smiled a smile bigger than any he had shown her throughout their entire time together. It made her a bit happy, but she couldn't stomach the feeling just yet. They emerged from the turbolift for what they assumed would be the last time. Kenshi sprinted out towards his speeder, his footsteps echoing throughout the garage. "Let me get her warmed up," Kenshi exclaimed. Feroh shook her head and walked after him. Suddenly, Kenshi was tackled by a black cloud from between two of the parked speeders. The suddenness startled Feroh, who put her helmet on and immediately drew her blaster. Two more black clouds revealed themselves, the thieves from earlier. The human held Kenshi down, while the Rodian and Ithorian stood in opposition to Feroh. The former had a blaster pointed at her, while the latter held dual knives in his large hands. "Leave us alone," Feroh yelled. The Rodian fired his pistol, hitting Feroh in the chest. She felt the impact, but was not harmed. Diving for the speeder to her left for cover, she heard the Rodian assailant cry out, "Come out and face us, hussy. We want that shiny armor you got there. Not a chance, you bastard." Feroh broke her cover, bringing her pistol over the speeder and letting 3 rounds off in rapid succession. 2 missed, while 1 hit the attacker's shoulder, knocking him off of the speeder he stood on. The Ithorian, seeing his superior had been hurt, leapt across the parked vehicles, barreling towards Feroh. She dove again as the thief slammed his body into the steel wall in her absence. The 2 recovered quickly, with Feroh firing another 2 rounds at the charging attacker. Both shots hit, but neither stopped him. She reholstered her blaster and somersaulted towards the pinned Kenshi, though she still remained a good 6 meters away from him. She unsheathed her blade from her boot and readied it for attack. Turning, she saw the Ithorian swinging his dual blades expertly as he advanced on her. Reaching close enough as Feroh rose to her feet, the Ithorian jabbed frontwards with both blades in an attempt to pierce Tara's armor. She jolted out of the way to her right, stepping forward to slice her blade across where the Ithorian's hammerhead met his shoulders. The slice drew blood, but still didn't stop the attacker. Ithorian sported 4 throats, and it appeared she had only breached 1. He elbowed her in the helmet, staggering her. He swung his right blade down on her, but she saw the lowering fist and punched it away mid-swing, dispatching the knife from his hand. Coming low, his left blade re-entered the fray. She rolled onto her back and transitioned her to a brief handstand, then gently placed her feet back on the ground. Had she not performed the roll, the low swing could have pierced under her armor and into her gut. Grunting, she played the offensive. She advanced forward, swinging her knife in calculated motions to target any area the Ithorian left open. His guard was too strong, however, and every strike was muffled by his surprising defense. When she had exhausted her combo of attacks, he grabbed her by the throat and lifted her off the ground, removing her knife from her hand by the grab's impact and charging his blade for a fatal penetration. The Ithorian had made a critical error, however. He held her with his arm completely outstretched. Grabbing his wrist for support, she swung her bent knee up with all the force in her and impacted it on the crux of his arm, inverting the elbow's axis and snapping the limb completely. The Ithorian cried out, dropping both his blade and Feroh. Landing in a crouching position, she caught his knife from the air and dove at him while he gripped his inverted arm. She tackled him to the floor, using his own blade to slice his 3 remaining throats to shreds. The attacker's dark blood spurted everywhere, as the blade severed every artery in his throats. She saw the human who tackled and held Kenshi had become distracted by the fight. The Rodian rose from the ground and called to him. "You idiot! Forget the boy, kill her," he called. The human grunted and nodded, rising up and approaching Feroh. He removed a black market electro staff from his back and activated it. The 2 ends of the staff lit up with green electricity, enough to kill an opponent with just a few seconds of contact. Feroh had fought foes using the weapon before. She had yet to experience a master with it, and she doubted she was about to. The Rodian, feeling protected by the human, joined his side. The skinny thief gripped his shoulder in pain, but fired 3 more shots at Feroh. She dodged the shots, giving her the opportunity to throw the Ithorian's blade at him. She did so, and watched as the blade penetrated his chest. He cried weakly, falling over once again. The human screamed in anger and clumsily swung the staff in a twirling defensive motion around him, closing in on her. She backed away, maintaining her distance from him. Remembering her blaster was available, she unholstered it but hesitated firing it. There was a distinct possibility the staff would deflect the blaster bolts back at her. She looked up, seeing a flickering fluorescent light hanging shoddily above him, a fixture of the parking garage. She fired a shot at the light ceiling chains, severing them and dropping the fixture directly onto the human's head. It shattered on impact as he collapsed to the ground. Feroh ran over, placing her foot on the staff and rolling it away from him. She proceeded to charge a kick with her other foot and swung her boot directly into the side of the human's head. After a strong impact, he curled into a fetal position, moaning incoherently as he did so. Feroh spotted the Rodian who unwisely removed the blade from his chest. His bright green blood had stained his black robe, but he somehow wasn't ready to back down. She also noticed Kenshi had risen, cowering by a nearby speeder and watching the fight. She dove at the Rodian, swatting the blaster from his hand and gripping his throat with both of her hands. He weighed less than 100 pounds, allowing Feroh to heftily toss him back towards the incapacitated bodies of his cronies. Dazed and confused, he rose once more like a zombie. His human friend, similarly bloodied and dazed, rose as well. "You 2 idiots haven't had enough yet?" Feroh asked. The 2 opponents took attack stances with their fists and stumbled towards her. She swung her fists rapidly into the rib cage of the human, feeling at least 2 of his ribs snap in the flurry of strikes. Feroh grabbed his head and collided his face with her rising knee, ending his life with the brutal impact of weathered Beskar. He collapsed to the ground one final time. Turning now to the Rodian, she gripped the top of his head with one hand, and proceeded to grip his large, bulging right eye with her fingers. He screamed hysterically as she squeezed, crushing the eye and ripping its remains from the socket. She pushed him over and he lay still at last. Feroh took a moment to breathe. It was moments like this that reminded her why she had retired. Not for years had she let the instinct that had just overtaken her out of its desolate cage, locked within the deepest recesses of her mind. When she let the beast within her soul rage, it always resulted in tragedy. But another part of her argued the 3 had attacked them, ambushed them. Had she not acted, the 2 would have been hurt. Hopefully, she thought, Kenshi will see it that way. Turning to Kenshi, who still sat cowering near the parked speeder, she removed her helmet immediately. "Are you okay?" Feroh asked. He couldn't respond. She slowly approached him. "Kenshi, did he hurt you?" She could see up close that he was shaking. "Kid, I didn't want to have to do that. But they attacked us. It would be against our deal to let you get hurt." "Oh, okay," Kenshi stammered. "But why did you do it so violently?" That was a question Feroh asked herself too. But an even worse one drizzled atop it like a poisonous rainstorm. Why had she enjoyed it? In a past life, she had enjoyed the killing. It was much to her shame now, well, she couldn't deny it in moments like this when that fire had been relit. And it was a demon she hoped she wouldn't have to face again. Especially not in front of someone as young and innocent as Kenshi. Though he was an adult, he shouldn't have ever been exposed to things like that in person. Feroh felt great shame boiling within her. "I'm sorry you had to see that. But we need to leave. That might have been self-defense, but there's no way security will just let us go. And we're running out of time to find your father." "This is for the mission," Feroh told him. She held out her bloody hand. Kenshi nodded, grabbed her hand, and allowed her to pull him up to his feet. "Let's take your speeder out of here." Kenshi walked down the aisle towards his speeder, his arms crossed and legs still shaky. Feroh returned to the mess, the smell of which was starting to become unbearable, and grabbed her knife from the ground. She shook it in an attempt to clean some of the blood that ruined its sheen. A few moments later, Feroh reached the speeder and climbed into the passenger seat. Kenshi had activated the engine and backed it out of the spot. He slowly turned it left, driving her towards the fight scene, but making a right at the black porthole used for speeder entrances and exits. He found the side of the underworld tunnel hole refreshing, its sudden rise in temperature pleasant to him. Looking up at the surface, or what he could see of the surface, the sunrise had just begun. It simultaneously felt emotionally appropriate and inappropriate that a new day had started. Kenshi thought about it as he shifted his thrusters to bring the ship to a gentle descension when he had flown far enough towards the center of the whole circumference. On the good side, we're finally on our way to finding Dad. A new day, a new lead, a new hope. He looked over Feroh, who had removed her helmet and let the porthole wind flow through her messy bun. She looked to her right, away from Kenshi. On the bad side, maybe what I didn't know about Feroh will hurt me. And I'm not so sure about this partnership anymore. A new day, a new reason to be careful. Maybe I really can't trust anyone down here. Kenshi sighed. But I have to for a little longer. They killed Iketach and Haxon. And I don't think I'm going to make it either. They said they're going to level 1313. Tell the boys to get ready. The Armored One is a fighter. But it's not about the armor anymore. It's about avenging us. Finish the job, Jet. The one-eyed Rodian said into his concealed wrist comlink before finally dying on the unforgiving steel floor. Chapter 10. Blackstar. You were right about one thing, Master. The negotiations were short. The desert planet of Tatooine was mercilessly roasted by rising and setting twin suns. Though, under normal circumstances, a desert biome would decline to frigid temperatures at night, the power of two suns constantly warming the sand with double the intensity of a regular desert left the planet warm at night. Night, however, had not reached the side of Tatooine that the A-20 sleuth scout ship flew across. The ship was capable of speeds much faster than this, but its pilot had enough clout to keep her contact waiting a little bit. Said pilot, clad in prototype Model 1010 photoreactive armor, breathed a heavy sigh as the palace of Gardala the Hutt slid into view behind the mesa she flew the curve of. She didn't like the palace, as she felt the Hutt's entourage failed to keep it clean or hospitable. But she supposed it was still better than Jabba's palace. Even the Biamar monks, which were unfeeling creatures, seemed to steer clear of most of the grounds of that palace. Regardless, the Hutt said the assignment she had for her was important. She brought her scout ship to a nearby landing platform and landed it gently. Making sure she had her concealed weapons with her before she exited, she made sure to keep her wrist blade ready to be deployed at any moment. Gardala was quite enthusiastic towards allowing her posse to engage freely in drug use and other illicit activities all around the palace, none of which the pilot wanted to get involved in. The concealed knife would be a safeguard, letting any who approached know that she was there for business only. Her boarding ramp lowered, its hydraulic mechanisms releasing thin plumes of smoke as it did so. She stepped down in the blazing sunlight. Her light sienna suit had a built-in cooling system, built by the pilot herself to allow her to engage with different types of environments and temperatures. It also had a setting that exposed heat which proved helpful for planets like Hoth or Scipio. Approaching her was a well-rounded female Thelan human half-breed in a maroon garment. Her hot pink hair was fashioned into 3 large spikes protruding from her scalp. She was accompanied by 2 obese, slobbery Gamorrean guards. Blackstar, we've been expecting you, the Thelan said, her hands outstretched. When the sun hit the pilot's armor just right, it reflected the light and made her painful to see with sensitive eyes. The Thelan greeter had been in the dark for so long that the light's reflection forced her to move her outstretched hands in front of her eyes to lessen the blindness it caused. Gardala did not wish to greet me, Funkwita. The pilot, Blackstar, asked. Her helmet's voice modulator made her sound like a man whose voice had been ground in gravel and smoke. Only because it's dreadfully hot outside today, my darling. Follow us back inside, will you please? She wishes to see you immediately, the Thelan, Funkwita, spelled out. She and the guards turned back towards the palace entrance as Blackstar remotely secured her ship. Following the troop, Blackstar looked around the outerscape of the complex castle, which sported many massive towers and keeps surrounding the central, largest house of the palace. They were all made of sandstone, smooth and rounded at their peaks. These were the homes to many members of Gardulla's inner circle. They once belonged to the mysterious Jedi Order, who had since appeared to disappear from the face of the galaxy. Of course, the uneducated would have assumed they had all died. But the truth was often hidden in the shadows while the lies of the galaxy took center stage. In truth, the Jedi monks had placed their brains in life-sustaining jars of fluid and hooked them to the underside of spider-like droids. From what Blackstar had researched, the monks found that the ultimate path to enlightenment involved removing all the senses from oneself and becoming a being of pure thought. The monks could communicate with one another, but not with those who had not joined their path to enlightenment. Blackstar was quite fond of the monk droids, who roamed the palace in coexistence with Gardulla and her crew. The two parties respected one another, though many were frightened by the four-legged droids. Blackstar never saw herself traveling the path to Jedi enlightenment, but she hoped that the monks were successful in their endeavor. Diva Funkwita led the group back into the shade, making their way into the main tunnel that led to the central palace chamber. The massive, ancient brown door closed loudly behind them, bringing them to complete darkness beyond the faint light that came from the end of the curved tunnel. Blackstar turned on her visor's green night vision setting. The tunnel was illuminated to her eyes, where she could see, in the pitch-black shadows of the tunnel, an assortment of observers standing, watching the party as they entered. They ranged from scarred spies waiting for their contacts to off-duty Gamorrean guards who napped before their breaks were over. But none seemed ready to attack Blackstar. None had their blaster at the ready. She finally believed she was not being led into a trap. But she wouldn't really know until she reached Gardulla's chamber, she guessed. The party reached said chamber after another moment of anticipatory travel. It was a large square room, its floor dusted with sand as usual. Near the center, but a few meters towards the back, was the raised perch Gardulla herself sat on, taking a hit from a hookah she had placed on a table to her left. The ceiling was about 25 feet high, though a 2-meter square, and its center rose all the way to the palace's outer shell, letting natural sunlight in. This opening acted like a clock, the position of the sunlight showing the posse what time of day it was. It appeared the suns were in the dead center, as the sunlight fell straight down from the ceiling's opening. Around the room was an eclectic assortment of characters, none of whom Blackstar knew besides those who regularly associated with the hut and a few famous pod racers. Most were watching and laughing at the spectacle in the center of the room, but some were conversing in secret or smoking various drugs. In the puddle of sunlight in the chamber center was an open fire. As Blackstar deactivated her night vision, she saw that the fire source was a gangly, multi-limbed creature who laid in a curl. Blackstar guessed the creature was a Zexto based on his forearms, all of which were charred to crisps. Members of the vocal, approving crowd surrounding the corpse tossed loose items, rocks, and empty drug casings into the fire. Gardulla was giggling until she spotted Blackstar accompanying Funkwita. "Ah, Blackstar. You've caught me in the middle of a little bonfire, as it seems," she exclaimed. "We're grilling the brother of Gasgano, the pod racer from Troikan. He happened to find himself with some confidential information regarding the upcoming Boonta Eve Classic, information that he intended to spill to his little brother. Simply a loose end tied up." Blackstar couldn't care less. The smell reminded her of Ronto feces, but that was the only impact the sight would leave on her. She stared Gardulla down as the sensor in her helmet told her the two accompanying Gamorrean guards were returning to their post on either side of the chamber's entrance, outside and behind her peripheral vision. Diva Funkwita gently returned to her cushioned seat beside Gardulla's perch. "Why did you call me here? You know how disgusting your palace is," Blackstar said. Gardulla laughed endearingly. "Feisty as always, Blackstar. This is why I rely on you for jobs little others would accept," Gardulla said. "I have a bounty for you. A short trip that keeps you in the Outer Rim, but a difficult mark," she said with a grave inflection. I'll take it, Blackstar said. She craved the challenge a difficult bounty would provide, but it also depended on what the definition of difficult was. Now, bounty hunter, let me give you more details, the Hutt said, scratching her breast and grumbling briefly before continuing. Unfortunately, received word from an agent that a business partner of mine been captured on the planet Scipio at the banking clan headquarters. She and I had a relatively close relationship. Need a prison break, Gardella? Blackstar asked. I need a confirmed kill, the Hutt corrected her. The banking clan magistrate, Hago Damask, will stop at nothing to extract any information about my partner's activities on the planet. I am the one who sent her there, and if her actions are traced back to me, an entire enterprise collapses and reveal a handful of secret organizations and alliances across the galaxy. She is young and naive, and I fear she will squeal under pressure. With the way things are looking regarding my shrinking funds from the IBC, I feel it's best if our relationship were ended swiftly, her death being framed towards the IBC from outsiders' view. Easy excuse to our mutual partners to end our operations problem-free. Most of Gardella's explanation was vague, Blackstar thought. The exact nature of her operations with the mark weren't ultimately important, but in similar cases could reveal the personality and abilities of the mark. But without this information, she'd have to rely on Gardella's information rather than her gut, which wasn't preferable at all. I need more information. I need a fob, Blackstar demanded. Funkwida, Gardella requested. The majordomo rose from her chair and strolled through a dark doorway at the back of the chamber. Her name is Komari Vosa. I trust your confidentiality, Blackstar. Members of my inner sanctum are sworn to keep business of this chamber within the chamber. The burning corpse you see before you is a reminder of what happens to those who squeal as swine. So listen comfortably when I tell you that Vosa is the leader of the Bando Gora, she revealed. The Bando Gora? Blackstar asked in surprise. This complicated things. You want me to assassinate the leader of the Bando Gora? She sent a detachment of enforcers from her cult to guard my fortress. I had to make sure they were hidden away before you arrived. Killing her is a heavy task, but one you are capable of, Gardella assured her. I don't know much about them, but I do know they're sorcerers, capable of tapping into the Force to manifest dangerous powers. If they find out I killed their leader, I'll have an eternal hell to pay, Blackstar claimed. But they won't find it was you, Blackstar. I know where they're stationed, and is nowhere near the Outer Rim. She wouldn't call her minions to rescue her because her cult is not ready to step from the shadows. She would risk everything we have been working for if she allowed her minions to involve themselves in the situation. You will be anonymous even to the IBC if you play your cards right, which I know you will, Gardella said. The Hutt's yellow eyes gazed intensely at Blackstar. Blackstar, do you trust me? You have yet to let me down, Gardella. I'll grant you that, Blackstar admitted. But this job will come at a high price, 500,000 credits. Of course, sweetheart. Only issue is that payment will be segmented over the course of a week or two. My funds have never been lower, Gardella told her with a sigh. But after the Boonta Eve Classic and a few rotations, I will have a small fortune to share at you. I have word Sebulba will be taking home first place, and I will be a rich woman from his win. Sounds great, Gardella. Now give me the fob and let me leave, Blackstar demanded. Funkwida, Gardella yelled, her scream silencing everyone in the chamber. The Thelan scurried out of the dark room holding the rectangular, dual antenna tracking fob. She handed it to Blackstar and returned to her seat. The girl gossips with her former slave mate, Diva Shaliqua. Again, Gardella's words blurred to Blackstar's discerning attention. I'll contact you when the mark has been eliminated, Blackstar told the Hutt. Safe travels, friend. Be careful, the Hutt warned. Blackstar turned back to the entrance tunnel as the crowd resumed their savage party of pelting the Zexto's charred corpse with rocks and garbage. Activating her night vision once more, she saw many of the same figures standing in the tunnels as when she entered. However, in the middle of her path stood a Biyama monk. She froze, determining his orientation, It was looking directly at her. It had no eyes, but its orientation told her its attention was focused on where she stood. Suddenly, Blackstar heard a voice in her head. Not through her helmet, but in her being, she heard "follow." When the word had been spoken, the droid turned to his right and slowly galloped through an open doorway. Blackstar had no idea what to do. The fact that the word came directly to her ears instead of the helmet's microphone meant something, though. Was the monk communicating with her? Was she being led into a trap? It wouldn't have been on the part of Gardella, who had just assigned her a mission. And she had never mistreated the monks of the palace. Cautiously, she walked to the doorway and entered. Her night vision revealed nothing unordinary. The hall was slim, its walls covered with sandy dust, and the ceiling, about 2 meters up, was dripping with a layer of ooze whose source Blackstar couldn't determine. The monk droid continued down the hall, his mechanical footsteps sounding off in quick pairs. Blackstar had to increase her pace to keep up with the thing. The hallway curved to the left, the temperature lowering considerably. She guessed this was probably the coldest spot on the entire planet. What am I doing? Blackstar thought. Follow, the same voice whispered to her again. The hairs on the back of her neck stood. The fact that, what she assumed was the monk, had reached out in response to her thought was enough to compel her continuance of the brief detour. The hallway ended after another minute of speed walking. It expanded into an octagonal chamber, the ceiling raising another meter. In the center of each of the 8 wall segments excluding the entrance was a lit wooden torch fixed to them. Blackstar deactivated her night vision once more and saw, illuminated by the light of the torches, a Biamar monk droid poised under each torch. In the center of the chamber, the floor lowered about a meter to hold a small pool of fluid. Directly above it was a grate in the ceiling, dripping more fluid into the shallow pool. The droid that had led her into the chamber turned to face Blackstar. "Babe," Blackstar heard. "What?" she asked aloud. "Become." Blackstar backed away. "They're trying to assimilate me," she thought. Though, she was admittedly curious. She couldn't fathom the idea of being a monk, but the thought drew her back into the chamber, towards the pool. She lowered to one knee, placing her gloved hand in the fluid. It was thick and orange, similarly to the fluid inside the droid vessel's brain jars. Enter. Her conclusion about the chamber was correct. But why me? She thought, hoping for a response. Sad, the response was. You feel sad for me. I thought you couldn't feel. Broken. Submerge. Fix, the voice whispered. Blackstar made a fist in the pool from her hand. The fluid squished between her fingers and palm. I can't fix you. How do you even know me? She thought. Echo. Aura. Broken. Hiding. Blackstar frowned. She couldn't understand what the voice meant, and she supposed that she wouldn't be able to get a clear answer. Suddenly, the endeavor felt like a waste of time. She rose to her feet and crossed back into the dark tunnel. None of the droids pursued her. Broken, the voice whispered once more as she left. Fix. She shook her head, finally exiting the dark tunnel. To her left was the palace entrance. Her ship ascended from the landing platform. As it rose, Blackstar saw, in every orifice and every tower and keep, a Biamar monk spider droid watching her. She furrowed her brow in curiosity and frustration. Even though she saw dozens of the droids watching her, she heard no more voices in her head but her own. She gulped, turning the ship upward slightly and activating her thrusters. Though the voice had stopped, she still felt something foreign itching at her emotions. On her glove was a dried stain of the pool fluid. She knew not what the fluid was or why they had tried to turn her, but dismissed it quickly. The little details and inconveniences of her life were easy to dismiss. She had been forgotten, and she would forget in turn. But the big pictures of Blackstar's life came together to form a tapestry of pain and trauma. It was a picture that she would constantly see wherever she looked. It dragged her to the depths of nothingness, only to yank her out and become the fuel of her hatred and vitriol the next moment. The constant shift between feeling like she was less than nothing and feeling like she was the destroyer of worlds kept her both dead and alive. Dead in that sad shift would distract her and drain her of everything she had. To live within two perceptions of oneself, not knowing which was correct and which was a lie, was a detriment to her very fabric of life. Alive in that the rush of dichromatic emotions created an image of herself that others grew to become afraid of. Is Blackstar cold-hearted and soulless, or is she the fiery hunter of local legend? She had once heard someone ask. Not even she knew the answer. But what she did know was that right then, in that moment, her soul felt doused in the liquid that would start a fire so great, it would keep her alive for another few days. Blackstar was simultaneously dead and alive, but she had a feeling that her trip to Scipio would give her the emotional rejuvenation of a lifetime. Chapter 11. Departing. A communications disruption can mean only one thing: invasion. The maroon suitcase laid open on Dooku's cot, having already been filled halfway with garments and rations. The Jedi Master was sweating from the small spurts of adrenaline that coursed through him. The thought of simply departing from the temple in the face of the council, and without explanation to them, frightened him. But, in his time as a diplomat, Dooku had learned to mask his emotions and his presence in the Force to a respectable degree. He could perhaps hide himself from the likes of Ki-Adi-Mundi or Adi Gallia. But he could not do so towards the more in-tune Jedi like Plo Koon, or, he feared most of all, Master Yoda. He feared his conflict would attract the Roman Council members like dogs to a bone. Yet, in the process of his thoughts being pulled everywhere at once, he occasionally eyed a small spider that had made his web in one of the upper corners of Dooku's chamber. He and the spider had been coexisting for weeks. It amused the Jedi Master to think that the two had an unspoken agreement. They lived in the same chamber, but would leave each other alone to their businesses. He admired the complex shape of the web, which led him on a short trail of research. It appeared that the spider's web shape most resembled that of an arachnid native to the swamps of the planet Bogdan's larger fragments. How the tiny creature had made his way to Coruscant, and more specifically to Dooku's room, were mysteries he would never be able to solve. Returning, Dooku knew not where to start looking for his fallen apprentice, but he thought it wise to follow the same river in the Force he had followed days earlier and communicate with her again. Perhaps he could hang on to her long enough to discern her location. Or perhaps she would even be open to meeting with him civilly one more time. No, Dooku thought. Komari is gone. She is too enveloped in the dark magic of the Bando Gora to risk revealing her location. But she is still a Jedi. I feel it. And where she is still a Jedi, there exists the chance of bringing her home. The old master let out a sigh, pausing his packing and sitting on his cot. This would be no easy task. Not only would the trip be long and arduous, but he knew not how the meeting would go when he eventually found her. His problem started with the domestic. What should he pack for a trip whose length and distance he didn't know? How much money should he bring? Should he upgrade his starfighter's armaments before he left the temple? Would that raise suspicions? Perhaps many of the answers to these questions would have come with a calmer demeanor and stronger focus, Dooku figured. But the eruption of his conflict had proven these to be hard traits to instill within himself. But from the domestic group problems of greater threat, how would Komari react to seeing Dooku once again? Before, the girl was beyond eager to prove her capabilities to her master. It was as if she had such a deep fondness for him that she believed tapping into her inner hostility would strengthen their bond. Dooku had once thought her logic was similar to a hound bringing his master back mangled animals in an effort to gift him with them. But now, Dooku saw the behavior more as a reflection of the mutual darkness the two shared. The difference is that that darkness had been erupting in Dooku far more now than it ever had been in his life. When Komari was still his apprentice, he couldn't feel it as strongly. Perhaps her perception of him back then was more accurate than he had thought. Dooku fingered the saber hilt hooked on his belt. He felt every familiar texture, scratch, and atom of the tool sliding between the grooves of his fingerprints. The hilt was primarily colored a reflective silver. Hushin had seen many, many battles and endured many, many scars of war. Yet somehow, through a combination of well-rounded maintenance and the reflective qualities of the silver, Said scars were almost invisible to those who were not familiar with the hilt. In the hilt's central chamber third was a dot-textured black grip made of a matted dark steel alloy. This texture was the one Dooku found himself feeling the most often in times where his attention was drawn to the hilt. The Jedi Master had chosen a curved saber hilt as opposed to a standard single-chambered one. He found its shape, and the angle at which his blade would strike depending on how he moved it, complemented his logic when it came to combat scenarios. Dooku was incredibly proficient, self-admitted and an idol among practitioners of the second form of lightsaber combat, Makashi. Where most other forms of lightsaber combat relied more on the use of the blade to aid the user, Dooku was attracted to Makashi because it was the inverse of that dynamic. The lightsaber was a means to an end instead of the end itself. The combatant found themselves having to rely on incredibly precise footwork, movement, and calculations of placement if they wanted to be any good at the form. Makashi was a game of monitoring the enemy in relation to oneself, and it was a game Dooku more than enjoyed playing. He found a thrill in consistently blocking, parrying, and outright deflecting sparring opponents' strikes. It frustrated them and exposed their weaknesses, which Dooku would exploit. It made the job of facing opponents easier, to him at least, when the enemy exposed their own weaknesses. Finishing the job would be up to Dooku himself, a job he was much more than capable at performing. The form had seen a steep decline in use in recent years, as Makashi was best suited for blade-to-blade combat. But since the Sith had been eradicated, and rarely were there Jedi who left the Order to be fought nowadays, Dooku had been asked by the Council to master a new form to better aid situations of hostility with the Republic's adversaries. He thought this a complete perversion to the idea of lightsaber combat in the Order, and yet another way the Jedi had bent the knee to the Republic in a way that absorbed them further into the governmental body as opposed to keeping their practices and approaches separated. He intended to stick to Makashi, whether the Council approved or not. And on that thought, he finished his packing after the textures of his pistol grip hilt had provided the momentary sensational fix he wanted in this moment of rampant thought. He reflected that he had packed rather heavily. This claim was backed up by his suitcase, which was hardly fastened shut and brimming with the edges of high-end garments and tools he figured he would use at one point or another. Many of his outfits were from Sereno, the planet to which the Jedi Master belonged to. As his mind drifted to lush Sereno, whose cold air he missed most dearly bristling across his skin again, his door chime rang and elicited a startled jolt from Dooku. Now, a shot of sweat began to form in his scalp, building enough mass in almost an instant to pull it downwards across his face. It was as easy as denying the visitor entry, but that would surely raise suspicions, especially following the war room meeting last night. Was the visitor Yoda? Had he come to check on Dooku, who fled promptly after the meeting had ended? It wouldn't be unlike the little green Grandmaster, who always seemed to have his eyes out for those who were overshadowed by the body of the Jedi Order. Perhaps this behavior came from regret, Dooku had always thought. The name Xanadus came to mind, though his train of thought was yet again interrupted by his door's soft chime. Now was the time to make a decision, he knew. So with a shaky breath, he spoke the word enter. The door slid open, revealing, of course, Master Yoda. Master Dooku, he said. A moment, if I may. Of course, Master Yoda, Dooku replied. It was beyond the time to mask his intent, but he figured it was still worth a shot to do so now. Yoda stepped in, the door shutting behind him. Immediately, he approached Dooku's dresser, eyeing the contents that sat atop it. Dooku was unexpectedly humored at the sight of the diminutive Grandmaster peering so intently at a surface he could probably only see the edge of. Yet, the difference in height did not stop Yoda from seeing, among the small statues, busts, and vases that collected dust atop the dresser, a single, small hermit crab shell. Using the Force, he gently levitated the shell and brought it to his hand. He laughed gently. Remember this fondly, I do, he said. Dooku couldn't help but smile. The memory, around 50 years old at this point, he reckoned, of himself sitting by one of the temple's ponds, holding the shell as Master Yoda sat beside him, rested warmly in his mind. Even from the beginning, Dooku was conflicted about the Jedi, and the Temple, and the Force. But in that moment, for what he remembered was the first time he had been assured that the Jedi were his home. He kept that tiny crab shell with him as a keepsake of that moment, that sentiment, that this was where he belonged. The sentiment had been wearing off, of course, but thinking back on Yoda's assurance that day never failed to make him smile. "Sleep well, did you, after last night's meeting?" Yoda asked Dooku with a genuine smile, returning the shell to the dresser in the same fashion he had obtained it. That smile would normally bring an unprecedented amount of comfort to Dooku, but it was ineffective in the circumstances he currently faced. "Yes, Master Yoda," he replied slowly, enhancing his usual tongue of baritone. "Noticed, during his proceedings, interrupted, you were," Yoda noted. "Thoughts to share, had you?" "No. If Master Windu had found my thoughts irrelevant, then they weren't worth sharing," Dooku lied. He thought it bold to lie straight to Yoda's face, but he tested his hand above the flame. "Irrelevant, your thoughts are not," Yoda emphasized. Caught in the business of the mission, Master Windu was. Typical behavior on his part, it is. If anything you have to say, open, my ears are. Was it worth it, at this point, to tell Yoda what he thought about Qui-Gon's mission? About Valorum? About the Trade Federation? The mission had already commenced by the time he even knew it was happening. Perhaps, if they were closer, Qui-Gon would have told Dooku about the mission beforehand. Maybe they could have told the Council it would be a waste of time to try simply negotiating with Gunray. But alas, the Republic had dipped its filthy hands into the water of the Jedi, sending him away only to stall the liberation of the planet. He questioned if revealing his reservations was worth it because his mission to find Komari would send himself away from the business of Qui-Gon and Naboo. Unmattering information would do nothing to reveal. "They are," Dooku started. "They are truly irrelevant, Master Yoda. Nothing that will change the course of Master Jin's mission." Yoda emitted a slow, deep grumble that indicated a transition of thought in his scrambled lexicon. "Trouble there is in you, Dooku. Disturbs me? It does." So much for cloaking himself from the Force, Dooku thought. Time to rely on subterfuge through language. "You are mistaken, Master. The only trouble existing within me is the fear I have for Qui-Gon. The Trade Federation is vile. I only hope that my former apprentice will be able to sense any betrayal they may commit." "Fear not, you should, for Qui-Gon. Fear leads to anger," Yoda started. The mantra he repeated so often in warning to his colleagues found itself spoken more and more as of late. "I know, Master," Dooku ended. "A capable Jedi, Qui-Gon is. Bring an end to the blockade, he will," Yoda predicted. Though roguish, an ornate sense of truth there is to him. Dooku, while agreeing with the all-too-brief assessment of Qui-Gon's character, found the comment a bit unnecessary. For Yoda to state, once again, Qui-Gon's tendency to not follow the will of the High Council to the letter as thoroughly as they would prefer felt like a portrayal of Yoda's own anxiety regarding the Jedi Master. But this only proved to fuel the flame of Dooku when his logic compounded on this thought. If Yoda and the High Council felt such anxiety about Qui-Gon, then why did they agree to send him to Naboo? Simple, Dooku thought. Because Chancellor Valorum asked them to. There was no barter for a Jedi within the High Council itself to go to Naboo. Why didn't they send an Adi Gallia, a Plo Koon, or a Ki-Adi-Mundi to resolve this matter? Simple, he repeated silently. Because Chancellor Valorum asked them to. The water of the Jedi was tainted. And Dooku tasted nothing but copper. "I will absolve myself of my fears, Master Yoda," Dooku lied once more. "See to it that you do, Master Dooku," Yoda retorted. "How about you do the same, Grandmaster?" Dooku thought joylessly. "Requesting I absolve myself when you have yet to do the same. Why is it that the Grandmaster of the Jedi Order has failed to recognize his own hubris? Perhaps it's not obvious like that of Master Windu, but it is more deadly in its silence. It will draw more blood. It will cloud your judgment beyond readability. I'm hardly hiding myself within the Force, and yet you cannot recognize these thoughts behind me. This is a fool's gambit, to even think like this in front of you, but you have ultimately proven yourself to be the architect of your own deceit, the architect of your own destruction. Suddenly, a flash of darkness came over Dooku. It struck him like a hard slap across the face, dizzying him. He placed his fingers on his temples and sat on his cot. "You've always known this," said a voice from across the city. "But now it rises to the surface." Dooku made no sound, but the distress was strongly evident to Yoda, who approached him. "Master Dooku," he said. "All right, are you?" "Yes." Dooku moved his fingers in a circular motion around his temples, easing the pain a small bit. "I think I need more rest. If you will, Master Yoda." "Please," he begged. There was hesitation in Yoda, but the Grand Master sighed. "When finished resting, you are, see me again?" After a brief pause following the request, Yoda exited Dooku's room, the door sliding shut behind him. Dooku let out a restrained, pained groan. This sudden shock of lightning to his existence within the Force was enough to bring him down. Never had he found himself thinking such vile thoughts before. But then again, those thoughts were only born of the observations he had been making for years about Yoda and the Jedi and the Republic. But this new eruption and dark transformation simultaneously disturbed him and excited him. He had never thought such dour things towards Yoda, and a part of him regretted letting the words code his thoughts. He had also never felt the Force flowing so freely through himself. From the top of his head to the ends of his toes, Dooku felt tingly. The air felt crisper to his nose and throat, though he still remained in his admittedly dusty personal chamber. A warmth built in his fingertips. It was a new feeling, of course, but it came to him so easily. "I see you have stepped into your shadow, Dooku." That voice he had heard in his meditations came to him once again. He was oddly prepared and expectant of it. He knew he was stepping into the shadow, his shadow. But what to do? Dooku asked curiously. "This power has been inside you your entire life. The use of it will come as naturally as breathing." The Jedi Master smiled, staring at his fingers, the tips of which were now turning a purplish black. It initially elicited a reaction of disgust from Dooku, whose smile turned into a grimace. "This is the power of the dark side. It's rotting me," Dooku told the voice. "The rot has been inside you all along. Remember what I told you about the shadow, Dooku?" He felt the power of the Force shake every atom of his being. It had to be unleashed. Dooku found his gaze roam to the spider in the corner of his room. He smiled once again, holding his hand palm up in preparation. Step into the shade. As he knew it would, the power flowed so naturally through him. It was a simple extension of his perception through the Force. It was as if he was grabbing the spider himself, but now his grip was much stronger. He raised the spider from his web and floated the tiny thing towards him. And with the snap of his finger, he felt every atom of the spider separate in an instant through the Force. He could feel every individual piece of flesh, bone, and instinct be vaporized with one insignificant motion of his fingers. And suddenly the sunshine seems far too bright. Dooku had never been able to perceive beings on a level as strong and discriminate as this. He felt emboldened. He now stood as the dust of the spider went its separate ways through the air of his chamber. He approached the web and used his hand once again. He detached the web from its attachments to the walls and ceiling, suspending it in the air as a single piece of matter. He closed his eyes, seeing the entirety of the web's perfect, repeated diamond shape. Curling his extended hand, he could pay attention to every complex knot of the woven web at once, untying them simultaneously with the Force. It fell apart into 3 long, separate strands of web rope. The man summoned a dark heat within his core and squeezed it through his innards slowly, like a baby taking his first steps. The heat slowly etched its way up through him, hurting him terribly in the process. But he wasn't finished yet. He forced the flames to crawl to his fingertips and unleashed the essence of that heat onto the ends of the 3 strands in the air. They began to burn from the forcefulness Dooku elicited the flames through. When the web's unraveled materials had completed their existences, Dooku opened his eyes and saw the purple of his fingertips recede. The snap of darkness pulled back like an ocean wave, surely coming back but out of the way in the meantime. His mouth opened a bit in astonishment. He still felt the pain from the fire he had forced through himself, but it was not a pain he couldn't endure. That fire had been in him all along, and of all things, it took him stepping into the darkness to bring it forth. He had never felt this way before. Such a raw output of power frightened him. Had he seen a Jedi Master like Mace Windu or Plo Koon do something like that, he would have been amazed. But he was the one who had done that. He was the one who could feel the spider's atoms through his fingers like sand, and the fire that would burn the web climbed his innards like a rickety ladder. This was no Jedi power, but Dooku had not truly felt like a Jedi for a long time. Turning to his suitcase now, he knew it was time to leave. Dooku managed to escape the temple problem-free. He was sure many had seen him and his walk to the Starfighter Bay, but he hoped by the time they found reason to tell anyone important he would be beyond Coruscant's atmosphere. And there he found himself, shaking slightly from the cold outside his cockpit. His two-seated yellow Delta 6 Sprite Starfighter remained strong against the early morning rain. While the newer versions of the Delta 6 featured a slot for an assistive astromech droid, Dooku decided to keep his old model. He found no reason for the change, and figured a droid that malfunctioned would endanger him if he were to find himself in a dangerous situation starbound. The ship was equipped with dual laser cannons. While they were no match for the firepower of, say, a Nebula front fighter ship, a talented pilot wouldn't need to match the power of their armament to come out of a dogfight the victor. But unfortunately for Dooku, his piloting skills had grown rusty over the past decade. He hadn't much reason to leave Coruscant beyond missions of diplomacy, and would usually end up a passenger of a Republic Consular-class cruiser in such cases. He felt nervous to fly again, but knew his reason to fly more than made up for this anxiety. Ignoring the traffic lanes that would lead to a safer zone to leave orbit through, he immediately sent his ship through the stormy clouds above the Jedi Temple. As he flew through the dense puffs of moisture, he felt the power swell of the storm's lightning build around his ship. It was dangerous to fly directly through a storm cloud, but the Sprite ships were capable of speeds not available to most other starfighters in the Republic. Finally breaching the clouds, Dooku was momentarily blinded by the bare sun above them. He gave it a moment, slowing his ship down and lowering his arm he had used to shield his eyes. He breathed a deep sigh, realizing his mission had now officially started. He would not see the temple again until he had Komari Vosa with him. The biggest problem facing him now was determining where the girl was. He hoped that he would be able to do what he had done before and communicate with her through the Force. But he wouldn't do that until he snagged a hyperspace docking ring. Activating his onboard communication device, Dooku attempted to initiate a communication with Senator Palpatine. On the screen a moment later, the visage of Palpatine appeared, in the same room the two had conversed in a few hours prior. "Master Dooku, my friend, have you embarked on your mission to find Komari Vosa?" he asked with a gentle smile. "I have breached the storm clouds over the capital," Dooku explained. "I'm going to find a hyperspace ring and attempt to communicate with her once again to determine her location. I wanted to thank you one more time for sending me this direction, my friend. I don't know how long it will be before I see you again. Hopefully it won't be too long. And with any luck, you and Vosa will return safely to a Republic in metamorphosis." "Safe travels, my friend," Palpatine said. "I wish you the best of luck in whatever trouble the Rotunda rolls your way, Senator Palpatine." "I hope nothing but the best for Naboo," Dooku responded. "Naboo will emerge from this crisis, I'm sure. Now bring Komari home." Palpatine ended the transmission. Dooku smiled as he plotted his heading for the small Jedi space station orbiting the planet where their roster of hyperspace rings were docked. An hour later, the central console in Palpatine's study sat primed to transmit a holographic message. However, Sidious neglected to begin transmitting anything. Plagueeye sat in a chair opposite him, watching intently as Palpatine sat on a raised cushion in a meditative pose. His eyes were closed, allowing him to pierce the veil of the Force through his concentration. In his mind, Sidious conjured a series of strings to pluck like a chin harp. They were mostly nebulous in nature to Sidious, who hadn't bothered to try anything with most of them unless he had discerned precisely who they were connected to. It was an assurance to him that his power had grown so strong that he could begin to influence the minds of others in tune with the Force without having known them yet. There were so many paths to explore, so many waters to wade in, but the dark ocean he chose to bathe in now was a familiar one. And when the time was right, the indubious masquerade would commence again, Sidious assuming the role of a mysterious, dark force connecting his two marks. His starfighter locked to the hyperspace ring, Dooku let himself sink into his seat. It wasn't all that comfortable, and it was covered in fabric pills he gently ripped. He tried to picture the conditions he found himself in the last time he had communicated with Vosa, only a few days prior. He was in one of the temple's meditative chambers in his preferred seating position, allowing the Force to rinse his body like the steam of hot water. But now on the seat of his cramped Jedi starfighter. "Your mind is a home to me now, Dooku," the voice said to him suddenly. "I can't hear this now," Dooku claimed out loud. "My focus must be placed elsewhere." "You have turned to face your shadow, Jedi." Dooku innerly revulsed at the word Jedi being spoken in regards to him. "Allow it to help you now that your feet are starting to cement themselves in the darkness." Dooku breathed a heavy sigh. "You can help me." "You can help you, Dooku. Remember, I have been a part of you all along. It's only now that you and I may exist in synchronous victory. Only now that you have begun to understand that the limits have been removed from you." This prospect that the voice had been proposing to Dooku scared him before. But now, he could only think of the spider in his room. Never before had he been able to perform such a feat. He had torn the creature apart atom by atom, all while visualizing the complex nature of every atom's detachment in his mind as he did so. And never before had he conjured fire, whose heat hurt his insides so but whose results far outweighed the pain he had since recovered from. The spider, its web, they were only the beginning. You now find yourself standing in the doorway of a monolithic world of abilities and conveniences you have never experienced before. "Can this world help me when I need it now?" Dooku asked. "You have but to try." Breathing in, Dooku took a moment to relax himself entirely. The words of the starfighter's inner workings faded into a blurred ambiance. Usually when he entered a state of meditation, he felt tense and frigid. This was because of his doubts regarding every single stitch and weave of the rug his life stood upon, the Jedi, the Republic, and even the Force itself. All three seemed to be in perennial conflict, the likes of which only served to cloud his mind and invalidate any meditation he would perform. Entering the Force for Dooku was like entering a meadow of viper wisps. Half of the flowers were toxic to the touch, and the other half were harmless. But the danger lay in that there was no distinction between the two. He knew not what paths would lead him towards nebulous, indiscriminate thoughts about things happening in the galaxy, or violent flashbacks to his past that had left their scars on him to the day. But this time, something was different. That familiar mantra rang again in his head. Step into the shade, and suddenly the sunshine seems far too bright. He did step into the shade with the cautious lead of his feet within the realm of the Force. As the ambiance of his reality grew quieter, what he pictured in the Force grew stronger. It was what he usually saw in his meditations. Master Yoda had taught him that each Jedi's visualization of the ethereal bay of the Force would depend on the Jedi, but the content would essentially be the same. To Dooku, it was a series of rivers and streams that surrounded him on Sereno, his birth planet, traveling in almost every direction. When he followed one, it would lead to his lake or ocean. He began to feel the water whose characteristics were the most familiar to Komari Vosa's presence in the Force, but none of them seemed correct. The Sith reached his ethereal arm across the cosmos until he felt, against the code of his presence in the Force, the cold winds of Scipio. There, he found yet another string wound incredibly tight. When he plucked it, it sent dark vibrations that shook the walls of the Force. Vosa was awake and presenting herself. Why, he didn't know, but it hardly mattered. With Sidious effervescent darkness came the winding lace of Dooku's presence, which the Sith attached to the insolent Vosa's attunement to the Force. Removing his own presence, Sidious now chose to watch the show. Komari Vosa sat on her heels, her bound hands on her knees. She tried to ignore the near-freezing temperatures of her metal cell, which was embedded into one of the many mountainsides in the territory of the intergalactic banking clan on Scipio. There was no artificial heat, nor did she have a blanket to warm herself with. She only had the viscous anger towards everything to keep her from freezing to death. There was more to Higo Damas than she or Gardella had expected. What did he want with her? What was her role in his performance to be? She had been kept alive for a reason that had yet to be revealed to her, and it made her angry. She had failed her operation with Gardella, thus failing the Bando Gora. She could not summon her minions to the planet without endangering the secrecy she and her predecessors had worked so hard to maintain. She had not anticipated that Jabba would be her savior on Cog Hive 7. She figured obtaining the nuclear bomb and seeing the prison's destruction through to the end would be an easy endeavor, and a discreet one at that. But she instead revealed herself and her business too soon, and she now found herself perched on the edge of apocalypse. She wouldn't let this happen again, considering she found a way off of Scipio. The secrecy of the Bandogora, her Bandogora, would continue to be their greatest asset until the actual time came to reveal themselves in full to the galaxy. Never again would she perform a mission at the behest of a king or a monarch. But then again, Gardella was a monarch of her own empire, and King Varuna had afforded Komari many new minds she had since enslaved and added to her army. Gardella would provide the same, but at a slower, extended rate. The Force, to Komari's meditations, was a jumbled and electric flurry of senses she could feel. It hurt her when she meditated anywhere other than Kalma, where she and her men had been amassing their forces for years. She could hardly remember how her meditative journey looked to her as a young girl. The magic afforded to her by Shonidas and his dark alchemy had transformed the Force into what it was now for her. Her only regret was that in moments like this, it was more difficult to navigate. Her current goal was to reach out to the Dathomirian Knight brother who she had met in Cog Hive 7, Maul. She could sense the dark side was immensely powerful in him, a clear indication he was no Jedi. Komari was just as sure he wasn't a Sith, however, as she would have felt the grumblings of the Sith somewhere in the galaxy, by now with the enhancements allotted to her by the Bando Gora. But there was something special about him she couldn't ignore. In her reflections since their meeting on Cog Hive 7, she had come to consider the man as her equal, both in combat and in the Force. There was something deeper than that she recognized, though. She remembered him, sitting as she sat now in Jabba's yacht departing the prison. How she had acted so casual towards him in an attempt to make nice. How her behavior had changed both dramatically and not at all since then, she thought now in bemusement. But as he finally acknowledged her, not just her presence would seem to interrupt whatever twisted, silent trance he had entered after boarding the ship, she remembered how their eyes met. She knew he had felt it too, but only for a fraction of a second. But that was all the time they both needed. And that they had felt between each other was rooted deep in their past. In him she had felt, had seen, a young boy taken from his mother's arms and introduced to a world where he was bred to be an instrument of destruction. Where he failed once, he would suffer an immense punishment at the hands of a shadow that was invisible to her. But as he grew older, he became less reckless, more devoted to whatever cause he served. Where he was once innocent, a victim of a galaxy, and his forces beyond his control, he was now a warrior. Every single mistake of his being had been bred out of him, and that much was evident by fighting alongside him. In his history, Komari found a mirror portraying her visage with such clarity. She had herself been taken from her mother's arms and conscripted to a world where she would be bred to serve the function of a power greater than herself. The Jedi were no better than what or whoever had worked to empower Maul to become as powerful as he was. But the results between the two had been the same, and Komari found herself the sister to Maul in this respect. She felt she had more autonomy than him, but not a difference in the magnitude of their powers and devotions to their causes. Maul had endured weeks of torture in Cog Hive 7 to achieve his goal, which was proof enough to Komari that the two were the same. Now if only she could free him from the shackles of his cause and introduce him to the freedoms allotted to her. If Maul joined her in ruling the Bando Gora, they would be absolutely unstoppable. And having a second in command would help in times like these, when she found herself compromised for whatever reason. As she had somehow been connected to Dooku days prior, she now hoped to find Maul somewhere in the ether of the Force and convince him to rescue her. She knew he was more than capable of doing this, but whether he would was the question that held her back from settling on this potential solution entirely. She had already entered her meditative state, and her core trembled from a mix of the cold temperature in her cell along with the pain that her nightmarish vision of the Force brought with it. She knew not where to search for Maul, but knew that if he was undistracted, he was somewhere where she could find him. To her, the various paths she could follow in the Force were the blades of a sword whose edges would slice flesh with incredible ease. She had to run a finger along an edge and follow where the cloud of blood took her. That was the violent entropy that Sean Nidus had been missing from his alchemist equations. He was no Force user, but he knew it well enough to emulate its processes in a way that would truly enhance an actual Force user. That's what made Komari Vosa the apex predator she knew she was. Nidus was a genius, yes, but he had neither the skill nor the attunement to see or stop Komari's assassination of him. And now, with her work cut out for her, she could enhance the potency of his potions and manifestations tenfold. She found a blade stretched in front of her. Its etchings were familiar to her, but she couldn't understand them. And on the elongated edge were drips and stains of dried blood, an indication that she had traveled this path before. Sliding her index finger down the length of the blade's edge, her blood erupted from the ethereal wound like a cloud of smoke, which wafted to her east. She followed it, the cloud growing larger and larger until she could see nothing but the maroon mist the action had conjured. The results of this attempt appeared as she finally opened her eyes. Once again, Dooku found himself in a location other than where he had started the process. He was sitting in a gray cell, whose floor was freezing to the touch. Every detail he could gather would be helpful to him, he remembered. Looking straight ahead as his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he saw the silhouette of Komari Vosa sitting in front of him. Her eyes were closed, but he could sense her rumbling spirit beginning to resume its real-world consciousness. He gently rose to his feet and turned around, and saw the thick metal bars capping the cell's apparent entrance and exit. He saw immense snowfall outside, visible by the dawn's light. Said light also illuminated, through the wintry fog that dominated the air of the planet they were on, a distant mountaintop covered in snow. He could discern no unique or familiar landmarks from this view, but Dooku was certain this wasn't the original planet he had accidentally contacted her on before. Damn it, he heard quietly behind him. He turned and saw Komari, who now stood on her feet. I wasn't reaching out for you. Komari, Dooku started gently. Please don't end this yet. I want to help you. He began approaching her. I don't want your help, she yelled, swiping the air with her arms, stopping Dooku's approach. I'd rather die in here than see your insipid face again, you old fool. I want to free you. I want to bring you home to the Jedi so we can save you. Komari, Dooku quieted. There is still good in you. I have begun to give up on so much, but I shan't give up on you. Me? She pointed to herself, laughing. You haven't given up on me. How flattering, considering you already did, so many years ago. Has your old age inhibited your ability to remember that day, Master? Komari, Dooku tried to interrupt. You told the Council I was too brash. I was too eager. But what you all failed to realize is that I did exactly what I had to on Galadrin, Komari explained. All the Mandalorians I killed were in service of the Jedi. My lethality was to serve the will of the Council. And yet when I performed perfectly, you became jealous. Jealous? Dooku asked. You were unstable. And it appears you still are. In your anger, you snuck away to Baltazar and got yourself taken by your Bando Gora. And here I am now, Komari proclaimed. Locked in a prison on some world, obviously not of your own accord. How far you've fallen, my poor apprentice, Dooku lamented and genuine. I am not your apprentice, Komari yelled. Just tell me where you are, and I will save you. Please, Dooku begged. No, I don't need to be saved by the likes of you, old man. This will be the final time we speak, Dooku. He stepped towards her again, then suddenly awoke with a jolt in his cockpit. Only this time, there was no sweat on his forehead. He didn't find himself feeling overwhelmed or hot like he had in the aftermath of their last communication, but instead, he still felt the cold from the cell Komari was locked in. He felt on his hands and his face the cold wind that breached the cell's iron bars, and realized that he had failed to discern the planet she was locked on. He breathed a deep sigh of frustration. She was still as arrogant and dangerous as she had always been. Her words did not pierce him, though. He felt within Komari a deep-seated mask of denial. To Dooku, she had simply worked to shoot down the opportunities he had presented her based solely on the fact that it was him who was making the proposition. There had always been a hidden sense of good in Komari. His only hope now was that he could bring it to the surface. Running through a list of planets with snowy mountaintops with some kind of civilic habitation, he could rule out a few options like Hoth and Siller. And if she had been captured on a Republic planet, he and the Jedi would surely have been notified. In retrospect of that conclusion, Dooku actually imagined they wouldn't have told him about her capture to keep him from searching for her. How ironic, he thought, that the Jedi had no idea she was even alive and now he was on his way to finding her. Still, he discarded Republic planets like Ilum, Vander 1, and Obroa Sky. Even with the dozens of eliminations he could make, there were still too many options to choose from. Then, Dooku remembered a planet along the Outer Rim called Belsavis. It had endured a rough history of wars dating back to the ancient times of the Rakatan Infinite Empire. The modern Republic had attempted to colonize it, but the expedition never came to fruition. Through osmosis, he had heard horrific tales from scout parties who had accidentally uncovered ancient prisons buried in the icy fields that they had almost fallen prey to. There was no evidence of civilization on the planet beyond the abandoned prisons, but Dooku was willing to guess that something had survived the wars long enough to imprison Komari. He hesitantly punched in the coordinates and found himself in hyperspace after the starship geared for his jump. Komari sat in the corner of the cell, burying her face in her legs as she held them bent with her cuffed hands. She cried, her sniffling the only noise she could hear. The snowfall outside was silent, cementing the desolation of the area around her prison's mountain. After seeing Dooku again, she had neither the strength nor the will to try and contact Maul. Her tears were hot, and she noted that they felt nice because of that. She knew not what to do with the knowledge that Dooku was actively seeking her. Komari didn't want his help, and she didn't want him to come to Scipio. She only hoped he had not been able to figure out her location. Another part of her, one buried deep beneath the lightning and smoke and capacious mausoleums of nightmares that made up her mind, wished she had just told him the name of the planet. That part of her hadn't spoken up in a long time. It was the part of her that Dooku was counting on to speak up. But in her solitude, faced with the jeopardy of everything she had endured months of torture beyond comprehension for, the most vile methods from the Bando Gora of bringing her beyond the breaking point of existence, she let that part of her speak. Komari Vosa felt regret. She felt stupid. But most importantly, she felt failure. And it was something she hadn't felt in a long time. Sidious awoke. I failed to understand the purpose of these mind games, Sidious, Plagueis said, sitting across from him. Of course you don't, you fool, Sidious thought. He didn't appreciate the first comment upon his awakening being one of incompetence and a lack of understanding towards the nature of the dark side. To him, it was another sign of Plagueis' outdated expectancy for the Sith imperative to act as a cycle and not an evolution. We have now confirmed the hope of Dooku is strong. He wants to save the girl who cannot be saved, and has rooted himself deep enough into denial to not see that fact, Sidious explained. In his denial, he failed to procure the location Komari is being held in. And now, you will reach out to Dooku through a hologram and point him in the right direction. Inform him of the captured girl, and tell him to retrieve her, he ordered. I see now, my apprentice. But what arrogance for us to believe that Komari Vosa would not be changed, that she could not come back to the light, Plagueis inquired. She will not be saved by Dooku, Sidious claimed. I have finally unlocked within him the potential of the dark side. And with the events of Naboo that are taking place as we speak, seismic chasms of the dark side in the ether of the Force will be unleashed, though only felt by those who are in tune with the darkness. Dooku's full potential with the dark side will be unleashed by the time he reaches Vosa. And he will be unable, in his own expulsion of power, to bring her home. Plagueis nodded in response, and rose to the prime communication console in the center of the room. Sidious took a deep sigh, finally releasing the stress of the past few minutes. There wasn't much, but he preferred to think with his mind unclouded. There had been a complication on Naboo, one that had been confirmed to him by a distinct lack of seismic activity in the Force. Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi were, at the very least, still alive. According to the schedule, Gunray's forces were supposed to eliminate the Jedi during their negotiations hours ago. But the act of doing so, Sidious predicted, would unleash a torrent of darkness that the two Sith would be able to feel. Dooku would be able to feel it. It would make him stronger. But no such shift had happened yet. It was a solid guess that Gunray was too afraid to tell Sidious about the Jedi's true fate, which was indubitably that they had escaped the battle droids and likely made their way to the planet's surface. While angry at the Viceroy's fear and neglect regarding any complications with the invasion, Sidious found himself glad that their power dynamic was the way it was. Gunray, whether he and his cohorts knew or not, was a weak and spineless puppet. The Neimoidians who rose to the top of their people always were, he knew. It took so little to convince the creature to do his every bidding and make him think that those biddings were his own ideas and goals. As Sidious, he had convinced Gunray to invade Naboo as an act of revenge against Palpatine's proposition to raise the taxes facing the Trade Federation. It was a battle that Sidious played both sides of effortlessly. In that way, Plagueis was the same kind of creature, a weak, spineless puppet. Sidious had been convincing Plagueis to do his every bidding while making him think they were his own ideas and his own goals. A lesser Sith apprentice would think it too bold to even think such thoughts in front of their master, but Sidious was not a lesser Sith. Plagueis was no greater Sith. And this reversion of power allowed Sidious to dominate the Muin without him even knowing. The opportunity for the culmination of this domination would reveal itself in time, but for now Sidious waited. Plagueis had his task, and he would play the part. In regards to Naboo, Sidious knew it was his own fault for believing Gunray had the competence to kill Qui-Gon Jinn and his Padawan on time. For the time being, Sidious could only hope the Jedi would meet their ends along the way to Theed, which is where they'd have to go to save the Queen from the approaching droid forces. But with Gunray overseeing the invasion, Sidious doubted two Jedi Knights would be killed or captured. He'd have to change almost every aspect of this plan quickly, all due to the incompetence of a lesser being. Sidious knew that, in time, when he was in charge of everything, there would be no more incompetence. The weak would be rooted out and destroyed. This was the way of the Sith. And the galaxy would be reformed in his crimson vision. Chapter 12. Trail of Trouble. Captain, we've searched the ship, and there is no trace of the Jedi. They may have gotten on one of your landing craft. The Zera sat idly once again, though this time in the cramped parking lot located on the border of level 1313. Feroh had begun her trek inwards, towards the recreational strip. She had made it a few steps outside the limit of the parking lot when she noticed a distinct lack of footsteps sounding off alongside her own. She turned back and saw Kenshi, who stood behind his beloved speeder, leaning against the guardrail placed on the very edge of the parking lot's outer border, revealing the interior of the Underworld porthole from their level's perspective. He was holding his hand out into it, catching raindrops that fell from the sky kilometers above. His back faced her, preventing any discrimination of emotion she would have seen on his face. After a moment, she called out to him. Kenshi. The young man turned around suddenly, timidly. You coming? Feroh asked. He nodded and began scampering towards her. Sorry. I just wanted to feel the rain, Kenshi admitted. The two began walking side by side once again. It feels different this far down, doesn't it? Feroh asked. Kenshi nodded silently. Feroh, though her helmet was on, formed a look of gentle sadness. Hey, kid, are you okay? You were silent that entire ride down here, she inquired. Kenshi nodded again, folding his hands together. Feroh knew what the issue was. She would have breathed a frustrated sigh, but held it back to not let Kenshi in on her feelings. She knew how innocent the guy was, how inexperienced he was, and how he looked when she unleashed the fury of a past life on their attackers. It wasn't in cold blood, it was frozen solid. She hadn't regretted killing the attackers, but she did regret the way she went about it. It was clear to her now that taking this job was a mistake. She hadn't fought like that or moved like that in years, but it was because she had risen to a place where she could afford not to fight or move like that. At the Crimson Spire, the closest thing she'd have to do was break a bottle and threaten an intoxicated creep off with the jagged edges. But that didn't equal what she had done in that parking garage. Not even a fraction of it. But the worst part, as she had noted before, was how she felt when she was doing it. She hated how the blood rushed through her veins, and how the barbaric strokes of the Ithorian's knife came to her like muscle memory. The strikes were muscle memory, she knew. This had not been the first time she had taken a life like that, and she thought Kenshi was now aware of that. But the important thing to her was that that ferocity never be unleashed again. Not just for the duration of the mission, but for the rest of her life. But was it possible to lock the rancor in its cage when it had been freed? It has to be, Feroh thought. Otherwise, Kenshi won't trust me and our time down here will be hell. Feroh knew now that the time to dwell on this had passed for the both of them. She knew the image in Kenshi's mind would stick around for a while, because that's how it was for her the first time, and she knew it was also that way for. But that time is over. If we don't refocus ourselves now, everything we're trying to do will be made a million times slower. Do you remember what I said on the way down here? She finally started. We'll start with finding where that turbolift hatch is. It shouldn't be too far away. Then, we'll check every bar around the area until we find something. Okay, Kenshi replied faintly. There was a moment of silence before either spoke again. Feroh, be honest with me, do you think we'll find him? A big question, Feroh thought, but one she herself had been thinking about the answer too. I remember you said back at the Spire there was hardly a chance. But now that we have a plan, sort of, what do you think now? He followed up. I think maybe it's possible we'll find something. I saw that security footage, Kenshi. If he's still down here, then I think we'll find something that says he is. But I don't want to, Feroh started. Make any promises. I get it, Kenshi finished. Thank you. It's just hard to stay hopeful the longer this goes on. But you need to remember that level 1313 is almost like a planet in itself. It's so big, and I'm really only guessing where we should start. Do you trust your guess? Feroh smiled under the helmet. If I didn't, we wouldn't be down here, kiddo. Kenshi smirked in return. It seemed to her that, while the fight from earlier would probably stick with Kenshi, that it had also opened him up a bit more to her personality. It's a start, Feroh thought. No, there is no start. Remember, there's no attachment. Just the way it always has been, and just the way it'll stay. Her constant reminders to herself about the mission were a necessary annoyance, she knew. But the annoyance was beginning to grow stronger than the necessary. After having mentally mapped their route in accordance to the parking garage kilometers above them, Feroh eventually spotted the turbolift they seeked in a filthy terminal near an edge of the recreational strip. As they approached it, a couple of blue-skinned Pantorans exited, engaging in a private conversation. Both Feroh and Kenshi's gazes followed them as they trekked down the neon-lit walkway leading towards the strip. They're headed to the same place we are. Let's go, Feroh ordered. The two kept a respectful distance from the Pantoran couple as they followed the curved path for a few minutes. The walkway made a U-turn to his left, now behind the thick wall of 1313 that acted as a part of the massive porthole. The steel roof of 1313, whose top side was the floor of 1314, was raised about 10 meters above them as they were plunged into darkness besides the light of the guided walkway. and a series of flickering lights to Kenshi's peripheral vision. Looking to his right, he saw, scattered within the assortment of random structures, some active establishments and other abandoned shelters that all laid beyond their sacred walkway, crude fires that crowds of beings huddled around. Their clothes were torn and dirted, their ribs visible through exposures in their outfits and their faces wrought with the tired sadness that had been years in the making. These were indications that Kenshi was witnessing what the light would allow him to see of an encampment of homeless people. Feroh, those people, Kenshi started in a hush. You'll see them everywhere down here. Topside, they do a good job of keeping things clean. But this is what I meant to tell you about 1313, Feroh began. You've lived topside your whole life. You don't know a lot of things that are actually happening on Coruscant. Homelessness is the tamest of everything. She stopped them. But you're not going to change anything. And I'm not going to let you try. You know what I said about you playing hero? Playing hero is going to get you killed down here. Maybe that type of business is acceptable up above. But down here is where lawlessness thrives. Stick out, and you get shot. And don't think I won't hesitate to save myself if you get us into trouble. That business in the parking garage wasn't your fault, so that's a different story. But you need to remember why we're here. I'll keep you safe as long as you keep yourself safe too. Got it? Kenshi's brow furrowed, and he scoffed quietly as they continued walking. I guess I don't fully understand you yet. I mean, sometimes you're willing to save me and be a good person, but other times, I don't know. This isn't the time to be nice, Kenshi. And you don't want to see me when I'm mean, Feroh told him. Kenshi shook his head. What do you want me to do for these people anyway? Like, realistically. Did you expect me to do something? Kenshi asked. She sighed. I guess not. But your propensity for being a good person outweighs the traits you'll need to survive down here. You think those people would help you if you were in opposite positions? It depends on who they are as individuals, Kenshi replied. I can guarantee you they wouldn't. Just as we're not. That's the way things are, and that's the way they'll stay, Feroh said. It's a mutual agreement to let things be. Sorry for being hopeful, Kenshi apologized sarcastically. Is it so wrong to want to do good? Feroh stopped them again. It's obviously not clear to you yet, kid. There is no good down here. And I'm willing to bet my life savings there's no good topside either. The badness is just in disguise up there. I've been around long enough to figure that out. You haven't. Stick with me long enough. You'll realize what I'm talking about. Oh, so I'm sticking around? Kenshi asked, smirking. Feroh continued walking, as the Zabrak followed. I was kidding. I'm not, she replied seriously. Kenshi had no reply, and Feroh had no fuel for continuation. A few minutes later, in the distant view of Feroh and Kenshi was the recreational strip, a village of 36 establishments all adorned with neon orange and purple lights. Bustling around the strip were beings of every kind, the widest variety Kenshi had seen on this journey so far. Kenshi heard the distant booming beat of a song, which he assumed was a live performance based on the cheering he could make out to. Man, this reminds me of the Crimson Spire, Kenshi said in amazement. The Crimson Spire. I'd say they're a bit different. People at the Crimson Spire party till they die. Here, people have more business to attend to than just partying, Feroh explained. Just like we do. They wandered through the border of the strip and found themselves in the atmosphere of the village. Smoke was in the air, though this time the smell was savory instead of tart like it had been in the Rort. Looking to his left, Kenshi spotted an open grill in front of a building that hosted a lounge, where an obese Swoke stood. She appeared to be grilling a few servings of Virginie strips. He found the sight and smell reminiscent of what he spot behind the order window at Dex's diner. This chef's head was even glistening in the way Dex's did. The thought of Dex's diner made him think of Gonsha, his co-worker who had sent him on his way to Feroh. It made him think of all of his co-workers, all of whom would probably end up down here, homeless, if he couldn't find his father alive. This was an aspect of the mission he had neglected to tell Feroh. Considering how she had been reacting when it was only the well-being of his father at stake, he figured telling her that the well-being of a dozen other men were also at stake would be a terrible idea. It would put more pressure on a mission that, the way it had been developing, already had enough pressure to its name. "A bar, right here," Feroh pointed out, interrupting Kenshi's anxiety. He looked up, now realizing that through his entire mental tirade, they had stepped well beyond the grill that triggered his thoughts in the first place. The neon sign Feroh pointed to read Pixie Pixie. "That's a bar," Kenshi asked. "How do you know?" "I've met a client or two in here. More for substance and spice than drinks, but let's not leave this stone unturned." She turned to him. "You got your holiday picture of your dad." Kenshi removed it from his jumpsuit's pocket. "Then in we go." Entering the bar, Kenshi scanned the environment, now dripping with anxiety and excitement. This reminded him of entering the Crimson Spire for the first time, but on a much smaller scale. Lining the interior, all around, were booths. Each sported a table, opposing cushioned seats, and the all-too-familiar hookahs that patrons were constantly spitting purple vapors from. However, straight ahead of them was a bar, with a Zexto working behind it. Each bar stool in front of the counter was taken. They stepped inside completely, the purple vapors making it hard to breathe normally. Feroh, whose helmet had a natural filtration system, looked at him. "Are you okay?" she asked. "This won't get you high, but might leave you a little buzzy." "Good to know," Kenshi remarked, coughing. Feroh chuckled, looking back to the bar. She nudged herself between two patrons, revealing to Kenshi that even the bartop sported personal hookah pipes at each seat. "Pixie, girlfriend," Feroh called, leaning against the bar with one arm. The Zexto, who had been busy refilling hookah bowls and shaking tonics, turned to her upon her call-out. Well, Miss MT." Her voice was sultry, but maintained a worn quality that expressed years of constant vapor inhalation. "What brings you to my side of 1313 after all these years? What did I do to deserve that?" The two chuckled. "That's Miss Tara to you. And I just had a quick question." "I'm looking for someone," Feroh said. "Ah, they didn't give you a fob?" Pixie asked. Kenshi had never heard of a fob before. "Hey now," Feroh gently shushed the bartender. "No, I'm helping someone find their lost father. We tracked him down here, and we're just wondering if you've seen him pass through." "Now, Missy, you know my information ain't free." "Neither is this," Feroh said. She removed a thin vial of amber material from a pocket on her belt. "Straight from Kessel. Uncut." "Oh hell," Kenshi thought. "Spice. In the flesh. Has she had that the entire time? Bold of you to show me Casselion spice in such a public area, T. You must be short on time," Pixie whispered hoarsely, revealing the rasp of her voice she had suppressing the entire conversation prior. "I know the types of people that come here. I'm not afraid of flashing a little spice to get what I need. And you will give me what I need." "And what makes you say that?" Pixie placed two of her hands on her hips. "Because you and I both know that any chance to shovel some premium Casselion spice down your gullet you get, you're gonna take. I'll give you a pinch if you give us what we want." "A pinch? Frugal, aren't we?" Pixie asked. Feroh cocked her head. "Fine. The spice, then the info." Pixie held out a free hand. Feroh removed the vial's cap and tapped the vial with one finger holding it sideways. A few granules of the material fell into the bartender's hand, and she snorted them straight from her palm. Kenshi frowned in disgust as she moaned in ecstasy. Feroh replaced the cap on the vial and turned to Kenshi with her hand out. He placed the holodisc in her hand, and she resumed her original position on the counter. "I just need to know if you've seen this man within the last few days," Feroh said. She activated the holodisc, displaying the image of Brada Dehstar. Pixie placed a hand to her chin and thought. "Sorry, darling, I haven't seen a face like that in my joint," Pixie admitted. Feroh deactivated the holodisc and leaned off the counter. "Good seeing you again, Pixie." Hey, good to see you too, MT." Stay out of trouble, you hear me? The Zexto called as Feroh and Kenshi headed for the exit. Stepping outside, a fraction of the purple vapor cloud escaping during the brief period the door was open, Kenshi spoke. You've had spice on you the whole time. I never take it myself, Feroh was quick to tell him. But you saw how that went in there. Call it a lubricant. The information slides right out when the granules slide in. I keep it for that exact purpose. Kenshi nodded his head. That was still disgusting. She took it right there in front of all her customers. They don't care, Kenshi. Things are different down here. But I can understand your shock. Prepare to watch me coax a half a dozen more bartenders with this stuff, though. You'd be shocked how much information we're gonna get, one way or the other. The two had tried 4 other pubs on the strip using the same method of spice lubricant. 3 of the 4 bartenders had accepted the offer, while one upright refused to help them. The 2 began their journey to whichever bar was next on their search. The main street of the strip was crowded with patrons, many of whom had arrived within the last hour. Kenshi and Feroh walked in the center of the large mob on the street. Why do you think it's so crowded now? Kenshi asked. Maybe it's just a busy hour, Feroh guessed. Is there really such a thing as hours down here? There's no sun or day cycle when you're living in between layers of metal, Kenshi said. Do you really care enough to know the answer? Feroh asked. Well, the more people there are here, the more difficult it would be to find my dad if he's still around the area. Well, what do you want me to do about it? Feroh, why are you being like this right now? Kenshi asked. It's not you, kid, Feroh shrugged. I'm just getting frustrated with being down here in public again. She scanned the area. At least in the Spire, most people were too busy getting high as the sun to pay attention to me. Why don't you want anyone paying attention to you? Kenshi asked. Because you're retired. Yeah. If someone down here sees me on a job with you, they'll think I'm out of retirement. Then everyone will start calling again. So, just tell them you're retired. Tell them this is an exception. They wouldn't bite that hook. You're either in or out to these people. There are no exceptions. And besides, with the amount of people I hear about that have gone missing lately, people would be begging me to help them. Wait, what? Kenshi asked. How many people have been going missing? I've heard things lately through people that come through the Spire. There's been a weird uptick of missing persons reports to the SIB. They never say anything about it, but my sources are good. And I've also heard the Jedi are too afraid to touch them, Feroh explained. The Jedi. You know, I tried reaching out to them before I found you, Kenshi remembered. Can't imagine that went very well. Kenshi scoffed. I didn't expect to find the Jedi so ready to shove my case in the garbage. They said they were too busy with stuff like the Nebula Front to help find my dad. I'm not surprised. The Jedi have fallen so far from grace. I remember when I was a kid, there was still respect on the name of their order, Feroh said. Well, I don't know. Maybe they're just under a lot of pressure. The Jedi do help people, Kenshi noted. Do you realize the Nebula Front has been basically non-existent since a few years ago except for their fanatics? No way local Republic forces couldn't hand their butts back to them. The Jedi aren't needed to defend against something like the Nebula Front anymore. Then why do you think they turned me down? Why do you think they've been turning everyone down? I don't know. Maybe they suspect something. If the SIB said the Jedi don't want to touch these missing person cases, then maybe there's something bad going on. What could be bad for a Jedi? Kenshi wondered. Oh blast. You don't think this? I've told you already, Kenshi, this is a mission with no guarantees. I don't know if your father got scooped up by the same thing that's been alarming the SIB and the Jedi. But you better prepare yourself for the possibility. All right. Feroh finished. You're right. You're right, Kenshi repeated. Whatever we find is what we find. Feroh's mind flared with regret. She thought back to the ring at the Crimson Spire, where Kenshi had nearly gotten himself killed, the weak way dragging the 2 women on board his ship, and the way she had dismissed the sight, breaking her own promise she shouldn't have made in the first place. Coruscant was a big place, but something inside Feroh told her there may have been a connection she neglected. She wasn't sure if the voice telling her this was her intuition, or rather paranoia. But the thought was beginning to make more and more sense to her. And now, she wondered if this really was related to Bando Gora. If it was, Feroh knew they were going to walk into something larger and more dangerous than a nest of gundarks if they found where the man's trail of evidence started. When they pieced together his story, she feared they'd be piecing together the stories of the hundreds of people who the Jedi had been afraid are neglectful to help. She also knew Kenshi wanted to help people. And if they found themselves encroaching on the territory of a larger creature, she wondered if he could resist the urge to save everyone he could, let alone his father. She wondered if she could stop him this time. Feroh wondered if her necessary selfishness and sense of self-preservation would prevail in the face of justice. But that was a bridge to cross when the time came. Perhaps there was nothing to all of this, and the mission was as plain as it presented itself. But there was that sense within her, the one that brought to her mental vision the scene of those unconscious women at the spire. That sense appeared to have no intention of shutting his mouth. Feroh, Kenshi asked, awakening her. Are you all right? Yeah. Sorry. I was just thinking about what we were talking about, she explained. Credit for your thoughts? Kenshi asked. Like you have a credit, Feroh remarked in humor. Yeah. And you're the reason why. He laughed, though Feroh detected a thin layer of anxiety behind the comment that covered it like a sheen of sweat. What bar is next? He asked. Sato's Pub. A real cozy place. Probably the least likely joint he'd hit, but it's worth a look, Feroh said as she gestured ahead. The pub's sign stood out in that it was animated as opposed to a static or simple blinking presentation the other establishment signs bore. The name Sato's Pub appeared in a gradient, fading in from the left to the right. Then, each letter shifted upwards into the sign's hammer space one by one, only for the gradient to restart the animation cycle. Kenshi figured, in his father's near blackout state, the animation of the sign could attract his attention. They stepped inside while he took a deep breath. Sato's Pub was better kept than the other bars they had visited. Its decoratively cobblestone floors were swept and shiny, with a significant increase in temperature than outside on the strip. Kenshi noted this was likely coming from the central hearth, which had an active fire going as they entered. The light fixtures adorning the ceiling were lit not to provide light, but to provide a comfortable and intimate atmosphere. A few of the booths and tables were taken, but the Zabrak figured those who occupied the seats operated on the time cycle of the Underworld, not the Overworld. In the Overworld, it was early morning, just past sunrise. He didn't figure that was a good time to drink or eat pub food, but Coruscant was a big place, he also knew. At the polished grillwood bar to their left, a large Deveronian stood idly. He turned to the two as they entered. Good morning. Can I get you fellas a table or booth? He asked. You can give us some information. You Sato? Feroh asked, slyly pointing at him. My father is Sato. I'm Riem. I'm the acting manager. What's it to you? He asked as the two casually approached the counter. Reem, were you working the bar about 2 days ago? Night shift. Feroh asked. Reem hummed and thought for a moment before responding. I think I was, as a matter of fact. Why? Kenshi, Feroh ordered. Recognizing the cue, Kenshi stepped forward and activated his holodisc. The image of Bando appeared once more. We need to know if you've seen this man come through here. We're prepared to give you a little Casellian payment if that's what you need, Feroh said quietly. Spice. No, lady. I don't want that kind of attention being brought to my pub, you hear me? Reem told her. Kenshi's look went from neutral to shocked in an instant. I run a clean business, and your payment will only ruin the image I have. Now scat. He pointed to the door. Whoa, wait, Kenshi started. He felt Feroh was about to say something, but not even he wanted to hear it. We're sorry. No spice. Feroh, you want to step outside for me? We're cool, he claimed, looking at her. Kenshi, Feroh whispered. He's not going to listen to you. I have to try, right? Kenshi replied. The security guard listened to me. That was different, Feroh told him. Please just wait outside, he requested. A pregnant pause. Don't play hero, Feroh growled, subsequently crossing to the exit. When the door closed behind her, Kenshi turned back to Reem. I'm really sorry about that. I didn't mean to affect anything with your business. Whatever. So who is this guy? Reem asked, pointing to the hologram of Brada. He's my father. He went missing a little over 48 hours ago, and we tracked him back down here to the strip. We've been checking the bars around here to see if anyone remembers seeing him pass through 2 nights ago, Kenshi explained. Poor kid, Reem lamented. I'll be okay. I just need answers, Kenshi said seriously. Can I get you a drink while I think about it? The Devaronian proposed. Oh no, that's not necessary, Kenshi told him. Oh please, it's on the house. I feel bad that this is happening to you. Well, sure, I guess, Kenshi conceded as the bartender turned around to begin preparing the drink. Anyways, he was in a black robe and he was drunk. Ah, I see. Honestly, those types make their way down here a lot. I don't know why. There are bars on every level. I guess we're just the most fun down here, Reem guessed. Yeah, maybe? Kenshi shrugged indifferently. Does that description sound familiar to you though? From a few nights ago. Did you try Pixie across the strip? She gets a lot of that type in her place. Kenshi finally deactivated the holodisk to preserve his battery charge and replaced it in his jumpsuit. He folded his hands in frustration. Reem seemed to be avoiding the question, which was a behavior the other bartenders hadn't engaged in. He didn't want to admit it, but maybe excusing Feroh from the conversation was a mistake. They probably would have had a yes or no by now. He had to press the conversation on the Devaronian harder. Look, Reem, please. I just need to know if you've seen him, Kenshi stated plainly. I'm still thinking, he claimed. He finally turned to Kenshi, setting the drink on the counter in front of him. But here's your drink. Thanks, Kenshi said. He breathed a deep sigh and slowed himself down. He had had no one to express the information he proceeded to blurt to since his mission started, so the words slipped out like blaster bolts when he spoke next. Look, I'm sorry. This has been a really stressful time. You can probably imagine that it has been, right? I almost got shot multiple times. We almost got robbed. I saw some horrible things go down earlier that I can't stop replaying in my head. And to top it all off, I feel like my dad is gone and we're just wasting our time down here. Kenshi placed his forehead against his hands that stood on the bar on his elbows. Look, kid, I understand. That sounds really tough. I can tell you're from the overworld. But it's not so bad down here when you get used to it, you know. Reem told him. Why don't you have this drink? It tastes good and it won't get you too buzzed. It sounds like you need it. Kenshi, his face bearing an expression even he could feel was palpably glum, let his gaze fall to the amber drink in front of him. He hesitantly picked up the glass and took a slow sip, immediately placing it back on the counter in revulsion. A little bitter to start, huh? Reem asked with a chuckle to follow. I don't want to be rude, but is this a popular drink? Kenshi asked. I serve it here and there. It's a taste specific to the Outer Rim, mostly among the smuggling scene. It's like the Underworld. You get used to it. Kenshi said, deciding internally not to drink any more of it. Maybe the trick to getting the answer he needed was not to press his case harder, but to allow himself to sink into the shadows of the conversation, let his guard down, and find the time to coerce. You seem to have a lot of variety here, and you've got a nice atmosphere. Thanks. I pride myself on it, Reem said, placing his hands on his hips. My father let the place get pretty dirty and scummy. I wanted a better legacy to leave behind. So why did you leave it named after him? Kenshi asked. Just because people knew it already. No need to lose their business, right? It's the title that has meaning. It's identity, Reem replied. Is Sato still with us? Nah, He passed about 4 years ago. I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, it's all right. I never really respected him anyhow. Why? Was he not a good person or something? He was always pretty detached from his children. My siblings and I had to look after ourselves after our mother left. Then why take up his business at all? It made money. And when I took it over from him, I eventually had to start using that money to take care of him. Ah, I think I get that. Oh yeah. Yeah. You see, my dad and I work for Limerick in the works. I'm thankful we don't live down here, you know. But damn, is it hard knowing that my wage is going towards paying for our home and our necessities, while his is going towards the sauce. I'm carrying the both of us while he fuels his problems. Yeah, that sounds about right. Right? I mean, I have dreams too. I want to fly a ship someday. Yeah. Yeah. I want to leave Coruscant, even if it's just for a little bit. I have a speeder, a really nice one. It's our main mode of transportation. It's mine. I paid for it. Yet he thinks he can just steal it when he wants to go to Sato's pub for part 1 million of his drinking binge. How unfair is that? Really unfair? Yeah, it's really unfair. Really? Like, he thinks he can just do whatever he wants while I have to sit at home worrying about where he is. He's such a jerk. He was pretty tanked by the time he came in here. Yeah, I'll bet he was. That seems within his character. That drink you took a sip of. He downed the whole thing in a few seconds. I was actually kind of impressed. Of course he did. Of course he did. Wow. Way to go, Mr. Dehstar. You drank a whole glass of a disgusting tonic in under 10 seconds. What's your prize? A dysfunctional relationship with your flesh and blood. Right? Right? I mean, hell, I hope he's dead. Because he's been dead to me for a while now anyways. Yeah. Blast, do you ever say anything other than right or yeah? Yeah. Oh haha. You're such a comedian when I'm spilling my guts over here to you. Whatever happened to hospitality for your customers? Hey, you're not looking so good, friend. Insult me all you want, man. No, seriously. Are you a lightweight? A bit. I gotta work up to how much my daddy drinks. Let me help you up. Am I on the? There you go. Let's get you some fresh air now. No, I don't need any fresh air. Yes, you do. It'll help. No, Feroh will help me. Let me see her. The back entrance. She's out front. Cool air. Do you? Nice. Just keep walking. But hey. Watch your. She. I'll find, friend. The music, I heard. Almost there. Now let me. Now wait a minute, we're. Hey. Shut up. Feroh. Feroh. Make it quick. The reason. A friend, not far behind. Foolish of you too. Raise suspicions. To the hearth. Then blackness. Feroh. Feroh. It was faint, but the auditory receptors implanted in Feroh's helmet picked it up clearly. She leaned off the exterior wall of the pub in a jolt and shot inside. She scanned the interior of the bar, not seeing a trace of Kenshi or the bartender. Hell, she whispered to herself. Running out of the bar again, she now crossed to the walkway to his front facing left, and saw the Deveronian exiting an alley empty-handed. Upon seeing her, he attempted to run. Feroh reached her arm out, pressing a button on her wrist control panel with her other hand. From the compartment on her wrist, right below the control panel, shot a thin metal-fibered cord. It fired in front of the fleeing bartender. When the tip detected a heat signature, it curved back into itself using a magnetic implant. It wrapped around the man once, tripping him onto the floor. She detached the strand of rope and sprinted over to him as he writhed on the ground. Where is he? What did you do? She yelled, rolling him over to face her on the ground. There's nothing you can do now. The kid's gone, he claimed. "It doesn't matter what happens now. You won't kill me, and I'm getting paid." She looked to the alley where he had come from and abandoned the bartender to view what hid down it. It was empty. She looked back to Reem for an answer, who continued to writhe on the ground. She took a step towards him, noticing that her boot had stepped on a foreign object. Noticing it, she picked it up and saw that it appeared to be a dirted, broken piece of Zabrak horn. Suddenly, a fire ignited in her, as if the kindling hadn't already been laid. Its heat led her to draw her blaster and approach Reem, who had begun the process of removing the cord from himself. "Tell me where he is or I shoot," she yelled, pocketing the horn piece. Reem whimpered in fear. "I don't know where he takes them." "Who is he?" "Answer," she yelled. The voice modulator on her helmet made her sound more intimidating than her regular voice. It was a tool that came in handy in times like this. "That thing with the skull helmet." "I don't know," he cried out. "Don't shoot." "Blast it," she growled in frustration. She pulled the trigger, sending the plasma bolt through the Devaronian's head. He fell limp in an instant as Feroh reholstered her blaster. A kill in cold blood, she knew, but one whose details she cared not to sort. He had something to do with Kenshi's sudden disappearance, and that was all she needed to know. The part of her that broke free in the parking garage was starting to claw its way out once again. Returning to the alley, she turned on her hidden shoulder light to search for clues, placing the horn in her belt while avoiding eye contact with it. Towards the further end of the alley, she found a discarded glass vial on the ground, with a drop of bright pink liquid in the dust near it. Exiting the alley on the other end, she continued to find more pink drops leading to her left, then her right in between two more buildings of the strip. The trail of pink eventually found itself on the wall of one of the two buildings, which led her gaze upwards to its roof, about 5 meters up. Suddenly, a strong man leapt from the roof and tackled her to the ground, unleashing a violent, guttural scream as he did so. His weight was much more than he appeared to carry, and he was clothed less besides shag brown pants and a large dual-horned skull mask on his face. His eyes glowed pink, the same shade of drops she had been tracking from the alley. Atop Feroh, he raised a fist to slam against her, but she managed to counter the attack by grabbing his throat with both of her hands. She was still disoriented from the surprise tackle, but had regained enough of herself to perform the counter. She shook his throat violently, eliciting a choke from his mouth before she shoved him aside, into the dust beside her. Feroh rose to her feet, removing her blaster once again. She was about to pull the trigger as the man began to regain his stance, but stopped herself when she realized that the man had the unconscious body of Kenshi crudely tied to his back. It looked as if he were hugging the man, his arms and legs wrapped to the front of the man, and bound with ropes. That explained why he had weighed so much more than she had first thought he would. She wouldn't be able to take a shot at him from the back, but a shot from the front would be doable, albeit still carrying the risk of injuring Kenshi. But as he rose to his feet, he leapt with incredible dexterity to the roof where he had tackled Feroh from, disappearing from sight. Feroh put her blaster away and sprinted the direction he appeared to leap towards, hoping to catch sight of him on the rooftops. Her attempt to travel in a straight line was halted by the small maze of buildings she found herself in, but navigating the maze led her back to the main strip in front of Sato's pub. She looked to her right, and miraculously saw the masked man leaping across the rooftops of the buildings lining the strip. Feroh sprinted through the crowd of patrons attempting to enjoy the live musical performance on the strip in an attempt to keep up with the kidnapper. From his body wafted a cloud of pink gas, the same shade from the drops and his eyes. It was a connection she didn't have any means to make at the moment. He moved at a speed no human would be able to move at, let alone one carrying another man on his back. Feroh also failed to realize that her own speed was never impressive, and only when she saw the gain of distance between the two did she grow audibly frustrated with the inadequacy of her sprint. There has to be another way, she thought. Looking ahead of the man's track down the strip, she saw a neon sign that read the name of the lounge it sat atop. It sat atop two weak metal beams that were attached to his left and right backside. If she could shoot the beams to weaken them, then shoot the sign, she reckoned the sign could collapse on top of him. It wouldn't be enough to kill him or Kenshi, she also guessed. Guesswork has gotten us this far. It'll get us a little further, she thought as she stopped her sprint and removed her blaster from his holster. The throng around her saw her remove the blaster and dispersed in a panic. Feroh paid the chaos no mind, trying to focus her rage and attention on firing the shots as accurately as possible before the kidnapper reached the roof the sign sat atop. She fired once, hitting the left beam like a bullseye. Her guess about the metal's instability appeared to be correct, as she could see the dramatic bend in its shape from her position. She set her aim now to the right pole and took the shot, missing it by mere centimeters. "Damn," she yelled, firing again. Her anger brought her out of focus, making her miss her second shot. The kidnapper had reached the lounge's roof, and Feroh decided to take one final Hail Mary shot at the sign. The next bolt hit the sign square, shattering the fluorescent neon tube that formed one of the sign's letters, but failing to collapse the sign itself. Feroh resumed her sprint in a huff, losing sight of the man completely. Where anger reigned a moment ago, the space was filled with nothing but panic. But, like a starship in a barrel roll, the panic turned to relief when she had breached the border of the strip from where she and Kenshi had entered an hour and a half earlier, spotting the creature's neon pink gas cloud in the dark. He traveled to her left now, towards the homeless encampment Kenshi spotted on their way in. Hoping the trail would last, she followed it into the encampment. She tried her best not to step on or shove through the groups of beings surrounding their fires and huddling together, but found that avoiding the throngs hindered her ability to track the cloud effectively. This was compounded by the fact that she was traveling through a ghostly village of abandoned shacks that she was completely unfamiliar with. Whoever the kidnapper was, he appeared to have traversed the area to the point of memorization. The maze was lengthy, and its weaves required dexterity Feroh hadn't had to summon in a decade and a half. She was beginning to run out of breath, even with her helmet's archaic oxygen purifier trying its damnedest. Her pace was remarkable for a woman her age, with years of fitness and experience owing to this trait. She ignited her helmet's discreet flashlight when the light of the scattered fires had disappeared, but activated it too late before her sprint sent her abdomen into a decayed metal water pipe protruding from one of the shacks. The pipe shattered on contact with the Beskar, but Feroh's impact was still enough to knock the wind out of her and slip her to the ground. She groaned in recovery, unable to feel the dirty and mildly toxic air of level 1313 re-enter her lungs. Her hands on her stomach as she slowly rose to her knees, she looked for any sign of the pink dust the kidnapper was leaving behind. From her position on the ground, her flashlight revealed a faint ambiance of pink dust around her, which was enough of an indication that she was at least following the correct path. Feroh rose to her feet in a labored interaction of joints and muscles, her heart racing faster than it ever had this entire trip. While time was of the essence, she knew she had to slow things down, even for just a brief moment. If she reduced her physical strength too far in one outing, she feared she may now be beyond the point in her life where she could recover in time to resume the chase. She withdrew her blaster from the holster and followed the ambiance of pink glitter in the air. She continued following where the cloud got thicker, which required an intense amount of scrutiny on the part of her view through her helmet. After 2 minutes of following the trail, her helmet's motion detector chirped, indicating nearby movement to her 6. Upon recognizing the alert, she whipped around and fired a shot from her blaster instinctively, fearing that the Scold Man was about to unleash another ambush. In a state more sober from adrenaline, even she would have admitted the shot was irresponsible, but one she felt worth taking in the moment. However, the bolt shattered a glass window of the shack 5 meters behind her as 2 small human children standing in front of it ducked and shrieked. "Damn it!" Feroh exclaimed, lowering her blaster. She hadn't appeared to injure the children, only startle them. They were dressed in tattered maroon rags, their skin and hair filthy with grime and dust. One was a boy, the other a girl. They gingerly returned to standing positions, the boy whimpering. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you," Feroh tried to tell them. She had no idea if the two even spoke basic. "I'm on a mission." The man with the skull on his head, she described, using her hands to gesticulate the mask. Do you know where he went? The Gora monster, the girl whimpered. He takes us when we're alone here. Mother said not to travel too deep into the village alone, or the Gora would take you. Do you know where he went? Feroh asked again. Please? He has my friend. In substitution of a verbal answer, the two children pointed to a spot to Feroh's left. She turned her head, her light illuminating a circle on the ground whose diameter was a whole meter. It was a shade darker than the rest of the ground, and sported a checkered texture, indicating even its material was something different than the makings of 1313. Surrounding the plate was a cloud of thick pink dust. Feroh approached the circle and examined two small rings that protruded from either side of it. She could fit one of each of her index fingers through a hole and assumed a squatting position. She felt reminded of her business with the security office door a few hours earlier. Pushing with her legs as hard as she could, the circle lifted slowly and revealed itself to be what Feroh had assumed it was, a sewer grate. She only lifted the grate about 15 centimeters above its socket in the ground before setting it aside. After releasing a groan of intense physical exertion, she looked to the children again, the two of whom cowered in each other's arms. You won't come back, the boy said. They never do. The thought stopped Feroh for a moment. Whatever was down there had obviously been doing this for a long time. It knew the land well and had odd powers at its disposal. Plus, her hit from the pipe had cost her precious moments to catch the man. Perhaps it was too late already. But then the vision of Dahlia on her stomach, reaching out for her and screaming, in the boarding hatchway of the burning line of darkness played in her mind again. When the door of Hondo's ship closed in front of her face, the moment replayed itself. It had played when she had taken this mission on, and a few times since then. She had thought it before, and she found herself thinking it again. No more people left for dead in this lifetime. Looking into the hole, she found crudely placed stone ladder rungs that led all the way down. She climbed inside and began her descent. Feroh began thinking that whatever was down there was about to meet her as opposed to the other way around, but she felt more unsure of that statement with every rung her feet met.